All right, hey, we are hanging out. It is Friday evening. My friend Scott is here. Um, I don't assume anyone else is here, by the way. We can wave all we want,
I like waving.
but
What? Saying I can't wave to nobody? Come on.
there is no one here.
Perfect.
But welcome nobody.
Or everybody.
Or everybody, really.
That's right.
No, you got the glass half full.
That's right. But sure, I'm the optimist of the party.
I'm glad right now. So there you go. So yeah, we're just hanging out a little bit. We're gonna chat. I think we're gonna do the after action report because I'm behind like a month or some ridiculous amount.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
Yeah, so I was like, well, yeah, no, I just wasn't gonna do it at some point. Like,
You were just
I
gonna.
wasn't gonna stop, but I was like, it just never got around to it.
Yeah, I see. Well, here we are. We're doing it.
Just never got around to it. It was, and then the worst part is the farther you get behind,
Right.
the less
You remember it.
Yeah, it's just fuzzier and it's all a mess. So I did go over the log. I did write out, try to outline the log. The problem. I'll be honest. So okay. So first stop.
Mm-hmm.
First thing is first. The most important thing. What are we drinking tonight?
Well, let's run through them. We have two new ones. I think the Larceny's been on camera before. We have Proper 12, which is an Irish whiskey, which I've never had before. So I figured I'll get a taster size of it.
4 years, aged 4 years in bourbon barrels.
That's interesting. I didn't actually read that.
So. Which is that's cool. Yeah,
yeah.
In your blood.
I mean, I can't read that.
And it's 80 proof. So
80 proof.
It's not super strong.
That's our intro.
I will say,
nice color for an Irish.
Had a sip.
Nice color.
Had a sip, and it is very flavorful.
Yeah, that is not a to us who tend to drink bourbons a taste like water whiskey. That actually absolutely. I'm actually pretty happy with that.
Yeah, no, it is very flavorful. Just the one sip. It's very.
I think for an Irish, that's got quite a bit going on.
Yeah, I don't dislike that at all. Like I don't mind Irish whiskeys, but I don't typically buy them because again they're
a little too light.
They're a little too light typically.
Yeah. But that's not bad. I
mean, I do like that. What do you want to say? That light little lilty sweet that an Irish whiskey has. But then you have this bourbon thing going on.
It does have a bit of both.
It's a little richer.
Yeah, but it also is.
But it's very caramelly sweet almost.
Yes, it has. I actually like less sweet whiskey as a rule, which is funny because then
you drink a bourbon.
But even a lot of bourbons are sort of on the sweet side for me.
Yeah,
But I know that's probably not the general trend. When I watch a lot of, excuse our entire divergence into whiskey talk.
This is the only reason anybody's here, I think, is.
Oh, good then, excellent. Then you're welcome.
Yeah.
But when I watch bourbon review videos and stuff like that, my feeling is most of the people into it are into significantly sweeter whiskeys than I am. Whereas when they go, this is sort of, they don't love something, I generally go, I bet I like that. It's not that it's a little more, peppery.
Yeah. I like a little hot, astringent.
Hot, peppery, woody, even that tobacco leather vibe, as opposed to just like that really, I really don't, the ones I really can't do are the very corn sweetness, like the super corn sugar. You get that like almost fructose vibe, or sucrose, or you get that real corn sweetness. I'm like, ooh, that's way that like and this has a touch of that, but it's tamp it down by I think the bourbon barrels actually. Yeah, so
I can see that. I don't mind this though. I wouldn't not drink that. Like there's no.
And that's like for a fifth. I think that's like a $30 bottle because that was $15 for the 375. So.
That's pretty good.
That's completely reasonable. Yeah, I don't. Anyways, next the Larceny is back. The barrel proof. So this is a big 62.2% alcohol. Kentucky straight bourbon. I have no idea what they don't think they give it age. It's
6 minutes.
No, I'm betting the larceny is in probably 6 to 8 year range offhand.
I could see that.
We've had it before. I thought we both liked it. It's also is on the sweeter side, but it's got a lot of punch. There's a lot of punch to that. That's you feel that one going down.
6 to 8 year.
There you go.
You said on the back. 6 to 8 year.
Well, because you can read things.
Because I can read, and you're
very nice for you. And
reading
then,
is fun.
Well, sure. And then Chris picked up the Templeton Rye barrel strength, which I think neither of us ever had.
Yeah, so Templeton Rye barrel strength. It is only a 114.8 proof.
It's still spicy.
It's still spicy.
And because it's a rye, it's going to be spicy.
And then probably 4 years max, I guess, right? It's a rye. Ryes are usually out of that barrel quicker.
Yeah. They mature faster, I feel.
But I do like a good rye, so we're going to try it. I liked Templeton-ish, but I saw the barrel strength. I'm like, so we got to do a barrel strength Templeton to see sort of how it goes.
Does the higher proof give it a little more?
Yeah.
I generally feel it helps almost everything because they tend to be a little bit deeper and more complex. Like it brings the flavors out better. I generally feel.
Yeah, I think it depends, but yeah, I like
at least on bourbons
I like higher proof.
Yeah.
Generally, I
don't think it does anything for like a vodka.
Like the Irish, like for instance, that 80 proof. That's fairly flavorful. It doesn't taste watery.
No, not at all.
A lot of 80, like a Four Roses,
and that's definitely more hue to it than most Irishes. Right. I feel that is definitely closer to a bourbon and taller than.
But like Four Roses 80 proof, I always felt was watery.
It's light. It's very light.
Like it just.
The thing I like about it is it's a little floral. It has a sort of a different vibe to it, which is fun. But yeah, it's super light. Like that might be.
It's Jeff. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, Jeff. That might be my cheers, Jeff.
Cheers.
If you're partaking in your.
If you got an Irish whiskey,
bring it out. We're trying
a proper 12.
It's a proper Irish whiskey apparently. I'm just making that slogan up for them now, so. Yeah, they're feel free to run with it.
It says rich and smooth.
No, I'll give it. Sure.
That's all it says. There's no slogan.
I'm gonna say that is for an Irish, rich and smooth.
There you go.
Because it's certainly smooth.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, a lot of Irishes are smooth.
But it also has a little more going on than
I do. I like
bourbon barrel aging.
It's sweet.
Is sort of fun. It is sweet.
It is very sweet whiskey.
Anyhow,
how are you doing, Jeff?
That's We'll switch to beer in a bit. That's my jam.
So let's see what else is going on before we start the AAR. Kids are driving.
Yeah, my kids are driving.
That's good.
They got to a little bit later in life, but I think they are more comfortable and confident than they were. So I think this is better for everybody.
That's probably
also round 2 with my son. He's now driving on an automatic and not a stick shift because that's what we had then. So that also easier for everybody.
Jeff says save some for him.
Okay, I'll bring that. Well, don't finish it.
All right, I'm done.
No, touch it.
I mean, we got 2 bottles of stuff. We can probably.
We will bring that.
Maybe not touch the proper 12 again. I didn't want to taste it.
Yeah, I did too. I just on a whim I got it. We will bring that tomorrow. No, kids are driving.
Yeah, I remember when my son Nick got his license, and it took him a couple times because again there was a whole parallel parking.
Oh yeah, that's what we really have to probably work on the most with the kids right now because they're getting around there okay.
Yeah,
but the parking is obviously a thing, especially parallel.
So it's
and the old 3-point turn, to get out of a spot. Yeah, we haven't done any of that.
Maybe the 3rd time he's taking the test and he passes and he's all excited. He comes back in. Mm-hmm. We do all the stuff. Go back out. I'm like, that looks odd.
What?
He left the car running the whole time.
Oh, when he was inside?
Yeah. he just
ran out.
He's excited. He came in. We did the thing. We got his license. We walked back out. I'm like,
what? No take backs. No take backs. No, I'm just ready to roll. No take backs. I'm keeping it the AC on so it's comfortable.
Yeah.
That's hilarious because that's probably a bit like half an hour.
Yeah. I'm like
40 minutes later.
Yep. I'm like, okay. Well, I hope
You know what,
nobody
though?
saw that shit.
Could be worse. Could be in Maine for someone's wedding. You go to get breakfast and have left your car on with the doors locked. With, I don't know, your best friends.
I'm not sure who did
that idiot. Oh my god.
I'm not sure.
I hope he never tells that story on camera.
I'm not sure he did that.
Midst of that ever.
No idea.
Cheers, me.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a rental. I never had a car that quiet. I'll say, back in the day, Mazda 626, dead silent when I like. Oh my god. So pleasurable.
That's funny. Yeah. Yep.
No one would do that. No, I don't feel.
Yeah, that was.
Just tell him my story. Just tell Nick my story. He's like, oh, Uncle Scott, he did that. We had whole breakfast.
Ran the whole breakfast.
Ran the whole time.
Had a whole breakfast.
Had to call AAA to bust in the car.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. Good times.
Yeah, and it was like the wedding day.
It's the morning of the wedding.
Where we're like stranded.
My favorite line is I think you called the wives.
Yeah.
It was like, yeah, Scott's sort of hilarious from like 20 feet away as he's, ranting.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good times. Yeah. Oh, I left I got another one. I left we took a van we were near Philly, going to Philly for a meeting. Work meeting with coworkers. And I drove the van, like minivan, and then parked it in the lot. And then I think I got out to pay the attendant, but I had left it running. And then everyone closed and locked the door. Like everyone was in the van when I left, and then they'd all got out and closed the door, and it was locked. And same thing. Had to.
I can tell my story. I almost gassed the entire family because I left the car running all night downstairs.
Oh, in the garage. Oh, well, it's dying on my story.
Yeah, yeah. Went down the next morning, and I'm like,
you're like,
that door is weirdly warm.
Oh, from the exhaust.
Yeah,
did you get a little light in when you?
Oh, I
really.
The first thing I did was slam. I literally went in and
you open the garage door.
I mean, I was a little, like I just slammed the damn button to open the garage door. I was like, "Oh Jesus, that is
Well, there you go.
I think the strange part is I won.
I
just won. I
crushed my story.
I beat all your times.
Jesus,
20 to like 8 hours.
Well,
almost killed everybody.
Like, comment, and subscribe, and please include your "I left my vehicle" story in the comments because
presumably
apparently
that's where we're at.
That's what we're doing today.
That's where we're at. It is where we are at. Yeah.
Two.
No, that was my
pretty good ones though. I mean, in Maine, morning of the wedding. That's the timing of that is the worst.
I don't feel so good down here.
Yeah.
That door is really unnaturally warm. What is going on?
I love that. Well,
oh God! I don't know. Pretty much. That was a reenactment. There you go.
Thank
you
for that.
So
all right.
So we've all done it, but I thought it was funny. My boss doesn't like it when I drink and work. Sorry.
Oh, well. Tomorrow is there.
Yeah, I mean,
they don't like it.
They don't need to know.
I work on my basis.
That's why. That's why you carry this.
Carry
little box. That's all. Little
flask. I need a flask.
Yeah, I don't need more plates like
that.
I'm probably okay. Probably okay. So I think I think there's a few general topics that I wouldn't mind talking about, but we should do the after.
Yeah, we should get to
first,
the
right? Because that's what I need done. I need that done.
And we put that off way too long.
I put that off for forever. I'm actually a little bit sorry because it was going for a while and I thought it was okay.
Yeah.
But, so I do have 98 pages.
Well, we had a lot of odds and ends happen, but
that was the problem with
we
this.
didn't have like a real nice adventure that you could box up and
Well, that was my problem
Yeah.
with this one. It was
Yeah.
largely a lot of town stuff,
right.
because frankly, I like to do that. I
Sure.
like having
Yeah.
stories too. We do a thing, and that immortal temple. So if you recall, the team found a temple to the immortal god, the god of immortality, which is the deceiver, really. But they didn't know that at the time.
Sure. The bad guy.
It was the goofy train chariot, the train of wagons, and you found the underground, and there was the bodies all in effectively the cryogenic vaults, and the evil priest Gratianus, and your guy, what was his name?
Bill? Close to that.
Avilius.
Oh,
Thank you. They're all Roman. It's all Roman. They're all
That's right. They're all Romans. I forgot. Avilius. Good point.
Who possessed Percy.
Yes.
But yeah, so you had that adventure, and that lasted what, like 4 nights or something?
I think so. That was a
month.
Yeah, that was we did a lot with that.
Yeah, so that was like a whole,
because we had sort of the intro foray into the outer part, and then we went back and prepped up, and then came back and did the inside of it. But that was probably was 4 sessions.
Yeah, I think it was 4 sessions.
Yeah,
right? Yeah. And all culminates in the big battle outside,
right.
in the carts.
Right.
Gratianus is in one. Your mage is using his ancient knowledge to drive the other one.
Right.
Gratianus has made the wagons rear up and attack
like a giant snake.
Yeah,
it was so great.
And
it was a great fight.
And finally, Lance mounts the giant wagon snake. I don't know what the hell that's not a sentence, but yes, now it is. Thank you. And crashes it down.
Yeah.
And the cloud of dust and smoke clears, and Gratianus has escaped.
Vanished. Yeah.
But you guys, are alive-ish.
Sure. No one died.
No one died. Everybody
held the field of battle.
Yeah, right.
And then we destroyed the temple.
And then the temple was destroyed because Lord Vincent burned it.
Right, with Percy's help.
With Percy's help. And so the group returns. And
left it a smoking crater.
And left it a smoking hole. So the underground remains burning to this day.
Right.
Like a ring fire.
And we have not gone back.
No one's gone back. So
but it's sort of
it's like a black smoke.
At some point we probably might want to just check on it.
Well, it's like,
but I don't think we get in it. Like, I assume it's just
I can't imagine.
It is a mine. It's Centralia. It's a mine fire.
It's a mine fire.
There's our Pennsylvania mine fire reference for today.
Bam.
Still burning, I think.
Pennsylvania is Silent Hill, effectively. Yeah.
Sure. Yep.
So yes, and you can actually see the smoke.
Plume. Yeah.
The plume from Dawn's Hope.
Oh yeah.
It's not that far away, really, when it comes down to it.
Yeah, it's
so
how far is it? Like 20 miles?
It was a couple days to get there, so a little more than that, maybe.
25, 30.
Yeah, but not
crazy.
Not so far away.
Yeah, but you can see the little smoke in the distance.
Yeah. So you can see it, and so the party does succeed. They win.
Sure.
The evil priest is vanquished, but escapes, hopefully to surface again.
Oh,
we'll see.
Obviously.
I mean, he does. He totally does. He does. Spoilers, he did. Well, not yet, really.
No, not yet. Not really.
Not yet.
Suspected that he's planning round 2, but we don't have and we're waiting for details.
And keep in mind that part of my goal this campaign is not to drag you into the final battle.
Right.
Or just the plot
push the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah.
Right. Not to get you
sort of things come in and out. Things come in and out, and you can put something down and then come back to it. Or
don't get me wrong. I think the Swords Fair campaign ended when it needed to anyway.
Oh,
the island.
You mean, the island had to end.
It ended when it needed to.
Yeah.
Having said that,
it
ended when it did,
Right.
was because at some point that became the thing to do because
Right.
it seemed imminent.
Right.
It was emergent, right?
Yeah, everyone.
Oh, fungus,
pushed.
evil dragon
We all
is going to
pushed
kill
for-
everybody.
like
and
that.
You guys were like, "Yep, everything's that."
Right.
Do
Like
this.
we
Let's
just,
kill
yeah,
the thing.
we all agreed that was the thing to do. Because it could have, if we didn't, it could have hung around for a while.
Right.
Like we could have done like we never went back to the setting up the mine in the one place.
Yeah, there's a lot
of stuff we could have. We never explored the other groups or denizens, like so we did. But yeah.
But yeah, so
this is very much like do a lot of things and go everywhere and explore the world and
so I'm trying to get it.
It's
so
not like
there might be small
arcs.
critical things,
right?
That then
but it's not like
go away and then but it's
play
not
for
the
6 months, boss fight, game over,
Yeah.
next campaign.
That's not the goal. Yeah.
So
I'm trying to walk that line,
right?
Because I always like overarching stuff.
Sure,
but you just got to make.
I mean, reoccurring villains are always fun.
Yeah, but just have to be. I just have to be careful. That's all.
Yeah.
I got to not.
Sure.
I got to not.
Don't make him seem like
He's going to end the world.
Right.
There's no world end.
Right. Otherwise,
Can't have a world ender, or else.
Then that's
like,
only.
oh well, let's keep the world alive. Oh, you
let's
even want to go collect apples for pies?
Let's only do that.
I mean, in Skyrim, you totally would.
Get apples.
You'd be like, oh, I'm going.
I'm
getting the apples.
I could park that quest for another $100.
Oh, everyone's going to eat the world?
Yeah, but
please,
not till I say yes to the last adventure.
Yeah, we got months.
That dragon ain't going anywhere.
We got months of this shit.
I'm gonna go. I gotta get all my NPCs and all my houses. I don't think you understand.
Yeah. That's good.
I have to have Lydia harangue me about carrying stuff for another 100 hours of gameplay.
I'm sworn to carry your burdens. Oh yes, you are.
Forget that as long as I live.
So the group returns to Dawn's Hope. Fiona and Grimm were.
Oh, we were near death.
Death saved. So they were near death.
I mean,
so
we did die.
They had to rest for.
We did die. We just didn't die.
They had to rest for a couple of weeks.
Yeah,
effectively
like 3 weeks. We were KO basically.
So they were out. The rest of the group conducts business in town. There's potions to be identified, repairing equipment, replacing equipment. Selling some stuff. You didn't actually have a good haul out of this place. No,
because we burnt the place to the ground, and we weren't super collecty because we weren't really worried about looting while we were chasing this priest around, and then and then we decided, well, we got to just burn the place. I mean, yeah, maybe there was the moment to go, how about? But there's still dudes around. I mean, yeah, we just didn't want to. Yeah, it wasn't safe, right?
He debriefed Thornton.
Yes.
It was like, "Ooh, shit, that sounds bad."
Town mayor.
Yeah, no,
he's pretty much like, "Well, looks like that you did that."
No, it sounds like you took care of that.
Right.
Like he doesn't want to leave, so I'm trying to play him as
he doesn't leave town.
The laconic.
Yeah. Right.
Right.
Yeah.
He puts his feet up.
Yep.
When he wants to do what he wants to do. He's sitting. His boys are there. Mm-hmm. That's all. Has it bothered the town?
If not,
or any of the surrounding houses?
Right, he doesn't have to get involved.
Yeah, if you want to go adventure, come back and tell him, "Oh my God, there's something 40 miles away that could eat everybody," and he goes, "Yeah, that sounds awful."
Maybe you should do something. Maybe you should. That's what he'll say, and he has said that.
If it comes here, well, then we'll have to see what we can do.
Right. No, he's great.
I don't want him to. And then. What's he going to do? He's going to send... first off, there's 25 shield guilds here.
And they need to protect the town.
Well, and they're the law enforcement and the whole thing.
They just can't all leave on
if there's 25 and 20 of them got killed by whatever...
He'd lose his job.
Even if they beat the thing.
He'd lose his job.
Yeah, that's not a thing. Yeah. That's sort of not what they do.
No, and they're not meant for that.
No.
They're not meant to fight evil priests with magic. They're just soldiers.
And they're not even bad soldiers.
No, but they're just soldiers.
But they're not gonna. Yeah, but they're not going into a hole.
No,
you would never get.
No.
That crew. No. They're better than say levies.
Oh, absolutely.
And
the shield guildsmen are decent. Yeah. That's a decent fighting force.
But they are not going to go into a hole.
No, they're not going to face death magic.
No.
Like we did.
Nope. No.
By the way, the dude has a death touch.
Oh yeah. By the way,
If
if
he hits you, he just makes you make a death save if you fail your saving throw.
Yeah, you're dead. Yeah.
So then you have to make another saving throw, or you basically get 2 saving throws, or you're dead. Because if you fail your power save, you have to make a death save instantly, and if you fail that, you're dead.
Yeah.
So he hit the priest twice, I think, and maybe the priestess once.
I'm going to try the Templeton.
Yeah.
Of course, feel free when you're
I
able. You got the beer though.
I gotta
rocking it. You got to pace it.
Pace through.
So yeah. So they just do sort of the and by the way, and Vincent works on. He has a lumber mill up.
Yeah, he's
that's getting ready to go, and he arranges with Thornton to manage the wall defenses, like right in the quadrant of town near his home, because he wants to build a secret tunnel.
Sure.
Because why wouldn't you need a secret tunnel?
I mean, you gotta have a secret tunnel.
Do you have to? I mean,
that's.
I don't understand why you don't have a secret tunnel.
I'm just assuming all the other lords are also doing that on their parts of the town. There are probably 4 secret tunnels.
All these secret tunnels. Like they have a tunnel right away.
It's the Great Escape, but they're like digging. They're like, oh, well, we're going this way. Could you divert by 10 degrees that way so we don't?
What's the tower? What's that tower for? It's a tunnel traffic control.
It's got signals.
Yeah,
signal lights.
You got
green, red.
Yeah, it's
There's the throughway. There's it's hilarious.
So we're going. So I'm going to go through these. I mean, I hope if you remember anything,
sure.
Because I didn't put everything in
there. I skimmed the whole thing, and I didn't immediately think of anything missing. So I think you hit all the notes.
So the mage, Magnus L'Oreal. What did we call him at first?
L. He's L. He's just L now.
L'Oreal. I'm trying to do I can't. Little French. No.
He's just L. L to me.
L'Oreal tries to convince the sheriff.
Right.
I don't know exactly what he was. Again,
he wants to do a diplomatic mission to the goblins.
Well, at first he's telling Thornton.
Right.
And again, Thornton is not going anywhere.
He doesn't care.
And that's days to the west.
Yeah. Right.
And Thornton's like, well, okay. Well, you should talk to one of the lords if you want to
send an expedition.
Send an expedition out.
Which he does not do.
No. So and that comes to our first actual discussion point here.
So
what does he decide to do? Tell me.
Well, he decides to leave town by himself, on his own, without telling anybody, I think, where he's going.
And tell me how many outdoorsy navigating skills he has.
Oh no, 0. He is a pure spellcaster. He's like if your D&D wizard decides he's going to walk into the mountains by himself. I mean, he brings provisions, and go contact. The only thing he has going for him is he's looking for the Goblin tribe that we did deal with. He does speak Goblin.
Yeah.
That's it. But he has none of the overland adventuring skills.
And he's the one they know, strangely enough.
He does. He knows it. But he can't navigate. He can't do survival to avoid danger. He does have a good, perception. But he has no outdoorsy skills at all. And unsurprisingly, it doesn't go great.
Well, and so I'm going to circle back to that.
Sure.
I'm just going to keep on that for a second. I'm like, why? I don't mind, I suppose. I mean, I'm okay at switching cameras.
Sure.
When we play,
right.
So I'm pretty good at, I think, keeping the momentum going when you have 2 or 3 groups of people.
Right. And we do have a big crowd of players.
We got 8 people.
Right.
So there is a lot of and this is a town interlude.
Right.
So everybody theoretically is doing their own thing.
Right. In town.
I'm old, no loot, or I think told no loot at all. I mean, yeah, right. So Jeff's like, oh, there was no loot. I mean, except for the 2 giant gems that they brought out. But
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anything about that.
No loot. But
I mean, I'm sure if that had happened, someone would tell the priest or priestess. It's
And we're pretty sure that the gems power the statues.
Yeah, everything.
Yeah,
They're magic gems.
they're somehow magic.
Nobody
glow,
knows.
right? They glow.
Yeah, don't know anything about them.
No.
Not a thing.
But anyway, but having said that,
There's definitely no limit.
this is one of those situations
Right.
where I go, why do you go off on your own?
Yeah.
Like, what do you want me to do?
Right.
You certainly don't want me to narrate 6 days of travel for you.
Right, because that's boring for everybody.
Plus, you're going to die because you don't have any of the skills anyway. So if I go by the rules...
Right. You have a good chance of dying.
You're dead. You've fallen into the river.
Right.
You've taken 46 penetrating.
You have no healing.
You have no healing on your own.
Yeah. You can't find your way home.
You're lost as soon as you can't see the town.
Right. Yeah.
Like what?
Because this is the wilderness.
What am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
Right. Like
I know.
So he goes but I give him
you did make it real clear. Like I'm going to roll some dice, and something bad happens to you. Like if I roll, like you did do we're going to do the thing. I'm going to roll an encounter, whatever. And if the bad number comes up. The bad number comes up because you are doing this without any of the requisite skills.
Right.
And I do like that you gave John sort of the, do you really want to do this? Or you could turn back. And he, of course, chose not to turn back. So,
but he didn't actually move. So, okay. So I'm all for, so on that note.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely all for. And I think a lot of games could do, and I don't know what anyone else does for games anymore, to be honest. Like I've not seen another game.
I mean, we're very
for
insular.
years and years. Yeah.
We play
not years. I used to go down the game store a lot. I used to actually see a bunch of games and so on.
That Rye's got some time.
It's all right. Yeah, I like it. It's still not quite as good as Knob Creek.
No,
because Knob Creek
it is.
Knob Creek undercuts it with like the peppery kind of thing, and it doesn't have that extra.
No,
it has the proofiness.
It's proof. It's almost sweet.
But it's almost sweet.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah, it's not,
yeah.
but it's almost, it's borderline sweet.
Yeah.
Right. I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's tasty.
So, but I'm all for just being up front and going, okay, if you do X, we're going to roll this, and you have about a 1/3 chance of having this happen, and you know what I mean? Like just being up front and going, this is what's going to happen.
Right.
And I'm okay making the choice.
Sure.
Like I think a lot of games would do better with just clear choices.
I like that. I like that you did that with the battle with the evil priest.
Yeah.
You gave several options during that fight. Like you can do sort of A or B, or A or B or C, and these are if you succeed at the roll, this is sort of the beneficial outcome you can get at that. But this is the risk of each one of those if you fail at the roll. I do like that. I think there's a little bit
and that was referring to like the cart chase.
Yeah.
Because there really was no rule to the cart chase.
No.
It was pretty arbitrary.
You were like, this is the current situation. What do you want to do with it? Do you want to be aggressive and close? Do you want to be defensive and dodgy? Do you want to, and here's the benefits of both actions, and here's the penalties for failure. And I thought that was very good. I thought that made it clear that you might know the exact number, but you do have a good judge of, if I succeed, I get this out of it, and if I fail, I get this out of it, and you can at least make a decision of what you want to do.
Yeah,
which I think that's
how do you want to play it?
I think that's the best thing, or that's the important thing to do in RPGs, is to at least give players a reasonable understanding of, these are your options, or these are options. And these options have these potential outcomes.
Absolutely.
So everyone's not like, well, I don't know what would happen if we did that. We could, because that feels like just pulling a lottery, going, well, I'm going to try something.
Well, and you get that whole, well, okay, I rolled a nat 20, right? If you're playing D&D or whatever, like.
But if the thing you're doing is just mediocre, it's like, okay, you perfectly succeeded at a mediocre task. I mean, I'm not going to just win the fight for you. I mean,
well, I just like I said, and plus. I suppose I wanted to be a little bit more than I roll and see what happens. Like I wanted someone to go, okay, I'm gonna aggressively try to close this distance,
make a decision,
right? Or I'm gonna lay back and
Right.
not get hit by the giant snake train that's coming in, that kind of
Sure.
stuff. Right. But nonetheless,
Sure.
John goes out, and at some point I go, okay, look, you don't have any of these skills,
Right.
so you're going to have an encounter.
Sure.
Now, he went up the river
Yes.
that you guys had already traversed.
Which is safer.
So I gave him that much
Right,
where you
sure.
go up the river. But I said, as soon as you go into those hills of the mountains,
You leave the river.
you leave that, you are at the mercy of
The mountains.
of the survival
Right.
effective.
Yeah.
And we do have a survival procedure.
Yep.
You roll navigate, you roll survive,
Right.
and then the scouts roll if they need to
Right.
to spot, to gain an advantageous position for an encounter.
Right.
But now, so, and he has none of those skills, so he was sort of screwed. So what he did was he camped out at where the river went up into the mountains,
Right.
where you guys had originally taken Alice, the water bearer,
Right.
up into the mountains right. And he met Sogtor at the river,
Right.
And Sogtor is the
And he thought
lieutenant of the Hill Hounds,
right. And he thought maybe they would still be there, or someone would be there, which they weren't. No guns.
And I rolled. I gave him a little.
Sure.
I mean, it wasn't a big chance.
There's a chance
because they weren't there,
right?
Really.
I mean, maybe
but I'm like, you know what?
They could have had a scouting party out, or
like,
something.
look,
Yeah. Sure.
Like, this is one where I was at some point I'm going to do a video and I go, you don't need to necessarily run a perfect simulation,
right?
You just need to run a simulated simulation,
right?
It just needs to pretend to be a simulation,
right? It pretends it follows what is actually really going on that I somehow have completely mapped out in my head perfectly, which nobody can absolutely.
I roughly track what the goblins are doing. Right. So I actually do have goblins have an agenda every turn.
But whether they're in that hex,
who to help?
Yeah, exactly. Right.
So I'm like, you know what? I'll give him I'll give him a 2 in 12 chance.
Sure.
I'll roll it just in case.
Yeah.
Maybe he hit the jackpot.
Yeah, jackpot.
Right?
Goblins.
But he did.
Right.
So he's out there.
Right.
3 or 4 days pass, and no one's seen him.
Right.
And so,
and I think was it Alphonse knew he left. Or maybe he just, because by then, I don't know. Somehow Alphonse became worried for him. And I don't remember what triggered that.
I actually don't know why he decided. Look, you're all metagaming.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Other than going, we haven't seen.
Hey, John's
gone.
He's starving in the woods out there. Maybe we should go get him.
I mean, I know the priest did.
Yeah. I mean, half of you were like, "Oh, that's too damn bad, isn't it?"
Oh, the heretic is not in town anymore?
I'm still convalescent.
Still laid up.
Sorry.
Sorry.
So
my life drained out of me.
So the young Lord Vincent, Alphonse,
right,
goes to get him. Now, Alphonse has all those skills.
He does. He's all those skills.
And I think...
Did he also not tell anyone?
Yes. So... What? Rick's what? 13?
No. Well,
John's not 13. John's like 90.
But in his brain,
13.
A little bit.
So we took the one real 13-year-old, and the virtual 13-year-old, and we put them together.
Oh, it was excellent.
And they decided, maybe they should both go head west.
Right. Right, because Alphonse finds him.
Yes, Alphonse tracks him down.
What? Yes, the two 13-year-olds
and then
decided not to return to town.
Right.
And go, maybe we should do this with, the adventuring party.
No.
They just head on their own into completely unknown territory.
That's true. I was going to blame John, but you can't blame John.
But it doesn't.
You can't blame John. I'm going to blame Rick. Should have known better.
He's 13.
I mean, I don't know how
old. He can't know better.
He's not sorry. He's a little older than that, isn't he? He's older.
14?
I don't know how old.
He can't.
You told me. You told me.
He is still a relatively newish gamer.
He's young. He's a young kid.
He's
a young kid.
Can't throw him under the bus.
Nope. I blame Rick. He was the adult in the room at that point in time.
I mean, I'm not gonna.
He was the adult in the room at that time. I mean, John,
I think he was
John's 2 years older than me. He's 56.
I think, in Ricky's offense, I think he felt, but I'm the person who has all these skills. Like, I am the outdoorsy person. We can do this. And he's a lord. He's a little overconfident, right? I think he's a little.
I don't.
You know,
I'm not blaming anyone. Sort of.
It was funny. Like, let's go west, and I'm just sitting there thinking, like, I'm gonna get rid of two of them now. He's just like,
yeah. I mean, you might two dudes might be dead.
I was shaking with the
they
heart.
meet up.
Yeah.
Alphonse meets the
L'Oreal.
And they talk each other into going west.
Yes, by themselves, together,
themselves.
without telling anybody or going back to town or reprovisioning or anything. Just right into the wildlands.
Right into the wildlands.
It worked out great.
It did.
That was awesome. But
so they headed west.
Yes.
Let me. So I do have the next. Again, and these are not in great chronological order, but nonetheless. So the two head west, and we do the survival thing, and Rick's actually very good at that survival thing.
Yeah,
so
all
those skills.
Yeah.
John isn't, so he can't really help so much.
He can be the scout. That's it.
Yeah.
Because he does have a good perception.
And they get ambushed by Hellcats. And that was a
Hellcats.
terrible name, by the way, but that's the only thing I could think of at the time.
I mean, they're
the problem is Hellcat was the name of an NPC in the previous campaign.
Yes.
So that's which a beloved NPC.
Beloved.
Yeah.
My favorite NPC.
There you go. Yeah.
My sidekick.
Yeah. So
Brother in arms. Sister in arms.
And again, we're digressing, but when we played a Supers game, Hellcat was and they were freshmen in high school superheroes.
Right.
Hellcat was a middle school girl on rollerblades.
Yes. With explosives.
Who was super tough. Like she
could
not be killed.
Oh no, she was.
Her healing factor
was like
crazy good.
One of the toughest in the entire.
Like her healing factor was great. She took some.
Yeah.
Like she wasn't a great fighter.
No, but she.
But
But she could take a pummeling and keep going.
But she had explosives.
She had
a little bit of melee ability.
And some gadgets like.
She had a little bit of melee ability.
Yeah.
She had super toughness.
Right.
And I made up a power set for his fireworks.
Right. She also had like some gadget.
Yeah, she had gadgety.
She had, what was her club called? Clubby.
I mean, it was just a giant club, but it was just a big club. But nonetheless.
Anyway.
So anyway, the
beloved character. Yeah. So you've ruined it now by
I totally
making these enemies helpful.
We'll never go back to that game.
Yeah, that's fine.
So 4-legged, 5 foot longish, feline mountain cats, right?
Terrifying.
With reticulate, like with limbs that. Now it was rumored that they could actually reach.
They can,
which they can, by the way. That's rumored.
They can reach excessively far.
And they are amazing climbers,
right? Jumpers.
Yes,
they're sort of terrifying.
Not. Like so dangerous that I have no idea who that is. That is a random call.
I'm sure.
Makes me nervous.
I'm sure it's fine.
It's probably just someone asking for money. Just guessing.
It's always what it is.
So good leapers, good climbers. If they get on your back, they will rake you for immense damage. Although not
or it doesn't
or nothing. We'll talk about that in a minute.
Later we get there.
But yeah, so the two of them. So it's a ranger, effectively, and a wizard fighting what, like 8 of these things?
No, I think we're 5. I think your first. You went a little soft on them. They were only 5. I mean, they were getting their butt kicked. They did get their butts kicked. Yeah,
but
they were only 5. But they were getting battered a bit.
They had a hard time.
Yeah,
there was 2 of them.
Yeah,
and
neither of them are really the melee fighter.
No, like Alphonse is okay.
Alphonse is okay melee, but he's predominantly an archer, and I mean, L'Oreal's a wizard.
Yeah,
he has blast. These electric blast bills, but he's not a stand in the middle of a pile of cats and fight them off hand to hand. I mean, that's not his jam.
It's a hard rep.
So
he had a hard time.
But they were.
I don't know if Thornton knew he left. That's a good question. I'm sure someone knew that someone left.
But they're not. They're NPCs. They're not keeping tabs on the party.
Well, I don't know, right? Like Jeff's like question mark. I'm
Maybe.
not sure how Alphonse knew that John left. I really don't. But he did, and
Yeah.
he went to look for
Sure.
him.
I mean, he did sort of know where to look. So my guess is maybe somebody says something. One of maybe he talked to Thor. I don't remember.
And that is that's a detail.
But that's again part of the.
That was what, a month ago.
That was
So I actually don't remember, Jeff. I don't remember how Rick knew where to go get John.
Right. Worked out.
He did talk to the farm folk as he.
Oh, and they saw him go through.
Yeah, they did talk to the farm folk.
You're right, and they said they saw him going north along the river. Yeah.
So he did.
But
follow the river.
But yeah, I don't know why. Other than vaguely metagame, I don't know why he knew to go look north for.
I mean, let's be honest. It's probably mostly metagame. Probably like Ricky's like.
There's a little bit of that.
Are we going to leave him alone to die in the woods? I mean, he's not going to die. He's going to turn around. But okay, maybe he does. Who the hell? Who the hell? 14. He's 14. So there you go. Yeah, he was the adult in the room then. John's only 13.
Yeah, absolutely.
John's only mentally 13. Let's face it.
100%. Yeah, Ricky's got him best.
So Ricky has him by a year. Easy.
All right.
So they go. The battle's going poorly.
They're having a rough time.
They're getting slashed. Like John had a big hit on his shoulder. I remember. Yeah. In the meantime, at some point, Lord Vincent gets a little bit concerned that his son isn't back because it's been several days now since Alphonse left.
Correct.
And so,
with nobody. Like, he didn't take a soldier with him.
No, not even. He just took off. And so Jeffrey Vincent drums up a search party and grabs Lance and Willow, which is my son Dan's second character. He's a doctor.
Yeah.
Your soldier, Jack.
Who works for Lord Vincent.
Maldrum.
Who works for Lord Vincent. Jeff's character.
Right.
Jeff's second character.
And then Draven, which is John's soldier. Yeah, I don't know. I just wrote it down. It was in the log, presumably.
Oh, okay. Maybe? Sure.
I think they did. I think you did, and then people just scattered when they're doubling up characters.
Yeah, they didn't need
it. So this campaign, it's a town. There's a lot of people.
Yes.
I mean, there's not that many people, strangely enough, but I mean, there's so everybody has at least two characters.
Yes.
Correct. And I encourage that because again, some of the stuff that people do might take weeks.
Right.
Months.
And the priests and priestesses were still recuperating.
And the priests and priestesses couldn't play.
They could, yeah. We were broken.
Someone else.
We were down to like a handful of hit points and spending weeks recuperating.
Yeah. So
don't really care.
Absolutely.
People leaving town and dying in the wilderness.
So they were recuperating. The rest of them headed out.
Yes. So,
as they're heading out, we're still fighting a little bit of the combat. So and we're fuzzy with time. Like I am fuzzy with time in cases like
I couldn't, right? And now I can't tell you. Like,
well, it's right.
Yeah.
It's we're doing sections in the book. You guys are leaving,
right?
We do a couple more rounds of combat.
Sure, yes.
You guys do that, right?
Right, absolutely. Because you want to go back and forth. So
and look, and you guys are now that could have been days ago. Like
yes. But we don't worry about that.
Right,
we hand wave that bit. We'll show up at an appropriate time.
As long as it's not ridiculous.
But let's claw these guys a bit. We'll zip to that one.
It does hit you if you're not ready for it.
Yeah, that's a little bit
like the 120 something proof.
Yeah,
does catch you in the back of the throat.
Yeah, we'll zip to that.
If I just go and poof.
Yeah.
I wasn't ready for that.
Yeah, you're gonna. Yeah. The Templeton's
smooth.
The Templeton's a little zippy,
but the Larceny is way zippier than Templeton. The Templeton's way smoother than the Larceny.
For like being 12% more.
Larceny is burning.
It's hotter.
Burning.
It's hotter than 12% more. Yeah,
it's absolutely.
Yeah, that really. The Templeton's almost for 114 almost smooth.
Yeah, it's.
I think partly because it's not that peppery.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, I agree.
It's good, but I do agree. I prefer a pepperier rye. I like a rye with more punch.
Oh, yeah. Like
this one's almost a mild rye. This reminds me closer to like a a slightly buffed up Pikesville, which is 110 proof,
Yes.
because that's a very smooth sort of bourbony rye, but it's also pretty mellow for 110 and what. Anyway, sorry, digression.
No, all good.
That's what we do.
With this. I mean, we're
What do we do?
We're only on the first page. That's perfectly good.
We'll speed up.
This is all we're doing. This is
more
all
drink.
No, this is all we're doing. So the party goes.
Yeah.
Right. So the search party goes.
Yes.
And I don't. Again,
I think
I'll be totally honest. I don't even remember if I had to do any of the checks. Or
I think we hand waved it a bit because you did have us. You did absolutely. I remember having to roll tracking. Like we got up and found their camp
because you were tracking,
and you did have me roll to go. Well, can you follow them?
And I didn't put.
And I think you sort of.
I remember that you guys even were separated a bit because of some sort.
Oh, we had a landslide, a little bit of
Lance.
Yeah, so we had a couple encounters.
Right. So
you did some stuff, because Horace couldn't make it, so he had to leave him. And then, we had some little issues getting after them. But yes, I think you didn't do the full every day because you wanted to not leave them hanging in the fight zone, right? You had a few things happen to us, and then we went back to the fight with now the prospectors.
Well, we did. We did a couple. It was almost like a couple
little back and forth,
couple rounds,
do
right?
a thing back and forth.
Yeah, and then we went and you did a couple days, really.
Oh yeah. And then we were doing like 3 days of travel, and they did 2 rounds of combat.
But again, the idea would be that you didn't leave
that late
that day.
Yeah.
Like we weren't doing 1-to-1.
No.
You had left earlier, and that's where catching up.
100%.
Well, I mean,
No, it worked out good. It was a good back and forth. Like no one sat for too long twiddling their thumbs.
That was
you don't want half of your players doing nothing for 2 hours.
Right.
That's no fun, right? Yeah, so we went back and forth.
The main concern was
I thought
everyone being engaged.
Oh, I thought you handled great. It never felt like any one of us was sitting too long. So I thought that was great.
So nonetheless, we go back to Alphonse, and
they're getting overwhelmed,
and L'Oreal, and they're actually getting their asses kicked a little bit.
Yeah, it's getting worse.
It's
going downhill.
Well,
it's going downhill
because now all the cats are on them,
right?
And they're all getting swipes.
Yeah, and they can't disengage.
They're all getting injured.
Yeah, they're getting wounded.
And Ricky's really a bow guy more than an axe guy.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And and John is a reasonable combatant because his stats are amazing.
He's super tough. He has a ton of hit points.
He's super tough. He has a 16 toughness.
Yes,
which is ridiculous because
the rune wants.
Yeah,
the one.
Well, the lightning. Yeah, the lightning you have to
because you have to electrocute yourself.
I think it is toughness and power.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. I'm sure those are two bad stats. Yeah. So he's all about hit points.
So he's all about,
but he doesn't have much armor.
He's not a ton of armor. He's not. Yeah. So they're getting their. So the 2 of them against the 5 of them.
Yeah, that's right.
They're getting their asses kicked.
Yes.
So all of a sudden, there's a couple loud booms.
Yes.
There's a couple explosions, and the cats do run.
Yes.
And the 2 prospectors show up. So at the very beginning of the campaign, Lord Jeffrey engaged with 2 NPC prospectors that were just vaguely mentioned in the
bar. That first night.
Yeah, the very first night. Yeah. When everybody he hired them
on the spot.
We hired them, and then we agreed. We met because I said, okay, they're going to go out for X weeks,
right?
And they're going to want this much money.
Right.
It was like $600 for it
was a lot
2-week expedition or something. It was expensive.
Yeah.
It was not cheap.
Right.
It wasn't. But it was expensive.
Yeah. Yeah. You charged them a fair bit.
Yeah. Because right. So they were heading out into the wilderness.
Right.
And I actually did. I sat here at my desk with the map,
made rolls,
rolled a D right, and roll, and I actually got this weird chain of nothing, something. Like I got a weird chain of a lot of somethings in a row.
Right.
That's where we're at.
Yeah, right there. Yeah,
pretty much close to that.
Yeah. All works out.
It did actually. Luckily, worked out. So they're out there, they're mapping the claim, whatever.
Right.
And there's like a sulfur claim, an iron claim, and a silver claim.
Yes.
and they mapped all those out. And it just so happened that
That's where
Lord Vincent's son and the mage had wandered into those hexes on their way to go meet the goblin.
Yep.
They got attacked by Hellcats. Drewer and Fisk are the two prospectors. And
rescue.
So they...
Rescue, basically.
Yeah, right. So they have these these explosives, which make a lot of noise. The Hellcats run because they don't love noise. And there you go. So they all meet up. They've been up here for a bunch of days. Silver and iron, but the area is crawling with Hellcats is what they report. Says there's a few other prospectors here, which becomes weirdly relevant later.
Sure.
But they have a good claim map. Vincent can claim the deposits. Done. Yep. And then your group, and then the player groups meet.
Yeah.
You guys reach them.
Right.
Through, so Lord Vincent is back with his son, with the mage.
Right.
And I think he berates the mage. He's like, all right, what are you doing?
Yeah. Yeah. I think technically when we get back to town, because I think he was playing Maldrum. I don't think Lord Vincent didn't come out, did he? I thought it was Maldrum, his soldier king.
Maybe.
But then there was berating.
Right, yeah.
I don't remember if that was back in town or here.
Right.
But I don't remember. Now I can't remember. But there was berating. Yeah. And of course he basically tells the wizard, you work for me now.
Yeah.
You owe me.
Yeah.
You nearly got my
Vincent's like
my only son killed.
I got one son.
Yeah.
I don't know why you thought it was a good idea to drag his ass out in the middle of the wilderness with just your sorry ass.
Right. But I'm holding you accountable, mage.
Yes.
And you work for me. Yep. And that's it. You do what I tell you. And I mean,
I do.
That is the joy of Bostonia. You really can't argue with a baron.
I weirdly love.
Yeah.
He's not a baron.
Well, he's not a baron. He's still a lord. And you also can't.
Daddy Baron is probably on his deathbed now.
Oh, he might be the baron soon.
The brother and sister
stealing the throne.
I mean, probably poisoning him. I'm not saying anything. I don't know.
But here in town, there are four lords or four elder lords, and they run the show. Yeah, no one. How about this? You don't really have a recourse if you don't like their answer.
Right.
I mean, you can leave and go back to Bostonia.
Yes.
But your recourse is if you don't want to be here under their control, you have to go home.
Yeah, you find or go into the bush. I mean, whatever.
Right. But
nonetheless,
but Thornton's going to back up the lords.
Absolutely, 100%.
So
100%.
Yeah.
So the group,
so L'Oreal rolled with it.
They come back.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Vincent says, "I'm really freaking pissed that you dragged my son out to the west,
right?
With no real plan,
right?
So you work for me,
right?
And by the way, your wage is $0 a week,
right?
Good luck.
You just work.
You just work for me.
And I'm getting a claim out of this because those my two guys rescued you.
100%. So they do the Drew and Fist. They stake the claim.
Yep.
And he stakes it with Yvonne at the scale. Done.
And the prospectors get there. I think he even gave a percentage.
Cut. Yeah, they give a percentage cut.
That's sort of generous.
That'll be good. That's a good cut. Yeah. I mean, that thing will get. The thing is, when that thing gets going, it'll be rich. It's just such a drain now. It's not. It's a ridiculous amount of money.
Right. Mines don't build themselves.
Well, I'm sitting there going, well, it's probably 10,000 pennies
a year
to even get it going.
Oh, I see what you mean.
To even start it.
Right. Sure.
Okay.
Right.
I
mean, it might be worth bajillion.
It might be worth a lot more than that.
Right. Eventually, but sure.
And I've rolled my little dice. Right. I know how rich it is. I did. I rolled. I have it written on the damn map. I have a little number on my little hidden.
Oh, it's a good number.
Well, I don't know either, but we'll see. Nonetheless,
that doesn't fill me with confidence.
I'm just saying.
Don't plug your ears, Jeff. Don't listen to this. Sounds bad.
So the group returns. Vincent makes his claim.
Right.
Drewer and Fisk get a 2% cut.
Yep.
Once it's running. And we do a little more town business. In June, the Mother Superior rolls up.
Right.
From Boston.
Yep.
From Bostonia.
She's
Alice is a little worried because she's worried that she's going to be taken back because the Mother Superior does want her water bearer back.
Right.
Right.
In Bostonia proper, where it's safer.
Yeah. I think I like the larceny more than the Templeton.
Oh, I'm sure I do. I'm going to have some.
I'm pretty sure. I don't mind the Templeton.
No, Templeton's fine.
It's not bad.
It's completely fine.
But I think I like the larceny more.
I don't I certainly prefer the comparison would be the gift you gave me, the 115 Knob Creek Rye, and I feel that's
the 115 Knob Creek Rye.
Because this is 14, right?
Yeah.
That's absolutely
114.8. So it actually is very close.
And frankly, I would take the 100 proof rye over this too, which is a 7-year rye. I mean, they're both 7-year ryes.
Yeah.
Like this is what, 4? I mean, they're I would pick
either
over that, but it's still good.
It's not bad.
No, but
I
wish it was.
Right now, I'm like, okay, it's pretty tasty.
I wish it had more punch. I wish it had more pepper, like more spice.
It's
more rye spice.
Like it all has the alcohol punch.
Yeah. It's good,
but it doesn't have the
rye spice,
the extra raw spice. So the Mother Superior brings a bunch of supplies. She brings a ton of supplies.
Larceny's fantastic.
And 20 Templars.
Yes.
And now I'm picturing these Templars like Olympics. Like, I mean, hey, we're topical.
Yeah, topical. No, cardboard beds.
Olympic athletes.
Cardboard beds.
They're young.
Yeah.
They're fit. They're a little rowdy.
Rowdy. Little revved up.
Yeah.
We'll leave it there for YouTube.
For your imagination.
For your YouTubes.
Right?
Yeah.
20 Templars. Because the Templars aren't priests. They're not priests. They're just
a fighting order.
They're a fighting order, right? So yeah, so 20
they're fighting around the world.
Yes. So Alice she goes to Fiona, she says, "Hey, please, put in a word for me, make sure
she wants to stay here.
Where stuff's happening."
Yeah. She wants to be an adventurer.
As opposed to coming back to school.
Yeah, she doesn't want to go back to the cloister. She wants to be an adventurer.
And Fiona agrees because Fiona's
is an adventurer.
Yeah. She's like, sure. I mean, Fiona's not super clever.
She's like 13-year-old out of the woods fighting monsters?
Do it! Let's go!
This is your training, girl.
That's how that should go. Done.
By the way, you have deer walking. So.
Of course I do. I'm pleased.
We usually see a dozen every time we leave your house and go home.
There's 1,000 deer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she puts some good word in with
right.
Superior.
So that whole thing goes.
Mother Superior agrees.
Ish. Yeah.
She doesn't say no.
Right.
She's a little reticent.
Yeah.
But she does allow Alice to stay in Dawn's Hope.
But she's here right now.
Well, she's here.
Because they're building the temple. She brings 20 Templars as labor.
Right.
A bunch of supplies.
Yep.
And they're building a damn temple.
Building a temple to the Mother.
Yes.
They're going to make our little priest shack look pretty lame.
They really are.
I know. They're going to build an awesome thing. And because right now everyone's sort of shacked up with the church.
It's like a little.
I don't even know where the Templars are. I don't think they're all in the church.
They're not. I mean, they're probably sleeping in the pews.
They're literally on this floor. They probably are in the church.
Yeah, they probably are on the floor.
Yeah.
Out in tents around when they can be. Yeah. Absolutely.
Especially for their.
Whatever.
Revving it up?
I'm just saying it's co-ed.
It's co-ed.
Like the Templars are not.
It's co-ed.
Like these Templars, this Templar order is not male or female.
No, they're. Yep. Plus, there's a whole town here now.
Yeah, it's bad. There's going to be the doc. Let's just say the doctor.
Doc's busy. Doc's busy.
Doc's busy.
She's like, get your shots.
Yeah, it's like, all right.
Yeah. The Olympians have arrived.
Lord Lasco.
Yeah. Oh yes. Yes. He's doing his thing.
So I'm trying to.
I love that he's just a bit of almost a needle.
Right.
Like he's definitely got plans.
Like he's trying to
monopolize the food market.
The food.
Which is one of the big limiting factors right now.
Yeah.
Because we don't have enough food really
yes, absolutely.
They have to import food.
But they don't. But he wasn't successful the first time.
No. He got shot down by the Lords. The other Lords didn't back him. Because they were worried that he was going to corner the food market.
Right.
Right.
He manages to convince 3 families to join him, and so asks for that land.
Yes.
And the lords agree.
Yes.
Lord Vincent's like, yeah, I need some cash. So, because he has to pay $100 per family.
You're hitting him with bills left, right, and center.
Oh my god, it's so much cash.
It's just, and of course, he's just hit the, oh, you're going to settle mine now.
Yeah.
Right.
It's horrible. I get it.
Yeah.
But that's,
that's the game.
That's there's a little bit of management.
Yeah.
There's a little,
Well, and he's just under the gun. Like he's just bleeding cash to have anything happen. And he's not in the part where he can just, the money rolls in. Like, none of that's happening.
No, strangely enough, I think his passive income will become positive soon with the lumber mill.
Sure.
He'll actually make a little bit.
But then the mine's going to
put the red. It's that money. Like, you can just, like, again, if it's $1,000 a month for 10 months,
right, that
eats
all
his money.
Yeah.
That eats everything.
This campaign has to go a long time for him to ever realize any of
that damn mine.
Yeah.
We got to get that mine up. That mine up, the game's over. I'm like, yep, you're done. You win.
Is that the campaign convention?
You win.
When he has his, when he has his first profitable year, the campaign's over. Cover yours, Jeff.
I mean, there's a whole. There's long term. There's long term.
There are campaign win conditions, and sometimes they aren't what you think they are. Sometimes they're weddings.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're profitable mines. They could be stopping the big bad. They could be just mine empire. You're playing Civ or whatever, and you have an awesome mine empire.
So Lance is working.
Are we still on page 1?
Page 2.
Oh, we're flying then.
Lance is working his farm.
Yes.
He has one family working for him.
Yes.
So he actually makes $30 a month or whatever it is.
Good, because he's bleeding cash.
And he writes back home about sending a stud horse.
Right.
He's Lord the Panic family.
Yes.
Is
the
horse guys.
Yes.
Right.
That's what they do.
One of the only families that actually has a breed of horse.
Yes.
That is hardy enough. Blah blah blah.
So, horses are extremely rare in Bostonia.
Yeah, they all died.
They all died except for
3 strains.
Right. And they haven't really bounced back.
Right.
Like you've got the Panics and almost nobody else.
Yeah, don't know. Maybe there's. Yeah, right. I'm sure there's maybe.
So here, there's just Lance has his horse, and Lord Falarin has a horse
because he bought one.
Right.
Because they're rich.
Right.
Freaking rich. So Lance writes back about getting a stud.
And unfortunately, they're both mares, right?
Yes, they're both mares.
So they can't.
They're both mares. So I'm gonna try to figure out a horse breeding.
I know it's a mini game. Yeah, absolutely.
Try to figure it out.
I can't wait. Something with playing cards and chips.
Yeah, I gotta figure it out. I really do. I truly have to figure it out. Like I have to figure out what makes that work out, right? So there's a little interlude. Sestoth has put out a bounty on livers
for the mad cows.
Yeah, so there's still a few mad cows out there.
Right.
The cows that have drank the river water.
Right, before it got
cleansed.
Yeah, cleansed by them.
And they grew to enormous size and got extremely aggressive. There's still those cows. There's still a handful of those cows.
He wants their livers.
He's paying $500 a liver.
Which is a ton.
Which is a freaking
acres money. It does make me feel like you could just rob him and be rich.
You could.
I think Thornton would like that.
I don't know if I would try that.
Oh, I would.
So Seth Toss is the alchemist.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised.
I'm a
little surprised when because John, your son's not been around. I'm like, I could see Percy going.
Right.
But he hasn't been here, so.
But yeah, he puts a bounty on cow livers, $500 per.
Yes.
Because he's doing experiments on damn livers.
Yeah. To make
because he wants to
super growth.
New shit. Yes, 100%. Yeah. Lord Vincent puts a bounty on hellcats.
Yeah. Yeah. So, the alchemist is my favorite NPC. Because he is both weird, disturbing, interesting. Like he is the whole gamut of like he's fun, but he's also like this could end badly.
Just like, yeah, blame Rick. He should have known better. Yeah. Right? Rick's the adult in the room.
Rick's the adult
like between John and Rick.
It's Rick.
Like, Rick, what do you want to do?
It's Ricky. Don't listen.
Which I feel bad because we shouldn't be discounting John. But nonetheless.
Right. That's how it is.
That's how it's going.
We've given John a long time, and John does go off on his own and makes less than ideal decisions occasionally. So, no offense. Love him to death, but,
So, yeah. So Lord Vince is putting guards at the mine site.
Yes, right.
He's going to set up the mine.
Yep.
So he needs people to dig freaking holes and not be killed by cats.
But Hellcats. Problem.
That is a problem.
The hills are crawling with Hellcats.
That is an issue.
Yep.
Oh, and so okay, so yes, so right, so Sestoth has put a bounty on livers.
Yeah.
And again, largely the question is, what are all the things the party wants to do?
Right.
So that's another thing you could do.
Sure,
is
absolutely.
Go scout out. You could bring in $1,000 in a heartbeat. Go kill 2 cows, drag their liver,
and we could do that.
And you could do that.
We didn't do that,
and you didn't, and that's fine. So one of the adventuring parties. So I haven't tracked it great, but I'm going to keep a little bit better track. Like I know there's whatever 12, 14, 16 adventurers in town.
Right.
I haven't quite made the groups.
Right.
Now that, so Jeffrey Vincent has put together the charter,
right?
So he has adventuring charter.
So now there's,
I need to literally go.
Yes, you have to.
It's these 6 people, these 5 people.
It's a blood moon.
Yeah.
You have to write them up.
Write
them
all up.
Yeah. So Jeffrey Vincent decided he got everyone to agree on that we would charter adventures.
Yes.
And that you would basically sign a charter with all the members. Any loot you brought back would be assayed by Yvonne.
10%.
And then a 10% tax would go to the town.
So you like the Mormons?
That's fine.
Yeah.
But the town's providing you a base of operations, so they get their tax.
Yep.
You agree to bring back information on what you discover so that we provide information to everybody. Everybody gets access to the information. Effectively, we're paying you, i.e., we're allowing you to adventure with the authority that you have to provide us your intel, and you give the town a cut.
Yeah.
But you are effectively a sanctioned adventurer. And because it's under threat of, will you say no to this, then you're an outlaw.
Yeah,
and we can basically just...
We won't buy it.
We won't deal with you.
Yeah.
Or we'll take your stuff.
Or sleep out there.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have to be in town then.
Yeah.
You could just, good luck. You want to be a bushcraft guy and go scour the mountainside for loot, knock yourself out.
Well, that's a vote. Everybody votes yes.
Yeah.
Everybody agrees.
Right. So now So then the
party makes
so Vincent
party.
Yeah, effectively sponsored the first adventuring party, which was us.
For the most
the
part.
Party.
Yeah, the group for the
The
most
party, basically.
Although the church is exempt in a weird way. Like, they can just...
Yeah, because...
Like, they're not in the adventuring parties. They're advisors.
Priests and priestesses are not adventurers. We are advisors. We are your spiritual guardians. So you can't have authority over the priest and priestess, because that's not cool, because we don't allow that. What's Jeff saying?
Jeff says, I'm not sure if I'm going to be around that long. I'm 54. Oh, please. You're in way better physical condition than I am.
Oh, my
God.
God.
Understands something.
I mean,
I am...
I think we're all clear. It's a race. I'm losing.
I'm the closest... I'm the closest to death to all you.
Oh, you have the
genetics.
You have the genetic lottery that is not a winner in your family. No offense, but I have amazing genetics in my family.
My family has a lot of their heart exploded.
Yeah, I have phenomenal genetics in my family and old age people. I just have
bad habits.
I have this problem.
Bad habits.
I have bad habits.
You bad habits.
I have bad habits.
We all have bad habits.
My dad had bad habits, and my dad had terrible habits and lived to 81. And he was
not terrible. That's not bad.
You know,
All
he
from
was
the line.
a chain smoker. I mean, I'm going to say functional alcoholic, but absolutely capital A on the alcoholic at some point until he couldn't do it anymore. So, yeah.
Probably.
Fun side note. Yeah, you got this. I think.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think the mine will be profitable.
Oh, absolutely.
It's just getting it up and running.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way. So it's silver.
The problem is we're like
the first mine was silver.
yes.
There's no way that silver deposit's not $10,000 of silver.
Oh, sure.
Like that's.
But we're like a month into.
But
You have a mine.
You got a yeah.
Like,
it's like
it's,
oh
yeah.
God.
It's
the largely comes down to, I think, can you get it up and running
right
before something else happens that makes it untenable?
Don't do that.
Or run out of money. You run out of cash.
We just fought the spiders. Give this man a break.
There's spiders?
The spiders? We just fought the spiders? In the mine?
Oh, the beetles.
I'm sorry, beetles.
Stupid beetles.
Yes.
That's not even a thing.
It felt, by the way, when I was dying from lack of oxygen, it felt like a thing, Chris.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm way ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, you're way.
Spoilers.
There's beetles. Whatever.
I almost died.
It was a side adventure. It's fine. It has nothing to do with
You almost
it.
died out of... Wait, I almost died on a pointless side adventure?
Whatevs. Wow. You should take another drink.
That's a harsh GM right there.
You should drink
This guy.
You should drink that beer.
I'm
I'm a kind GM. Anyway.
rough here.
So yeah, so there you go. So you now have this adventuring charter kind of concept.
We're official.
You're official. K. Arwen.
Yes.
So I do have a couple leaders of. So they had gone to the Flame Shrine, a party of 5.
Yep.
She returned alone
with
dead. Grievous injuries.
They did.
And everybody else died.
Yeah.
So the Flame Shrine to the east is like a day to the east or 2 days.
I do feel a little bad we didn't follow up on that.
What else?
But it seemed dangerous.
I mean, she died. I mean, well, she didn't die. Everybody who went with her died.
So I'm right. It seemed dangerous.
So she's laid up.
Right.
Right?
We talked to her.
You did talk to her, and she had, like, bronze, either cobra, like some kind of lizard men.
Yep, lizard men.
Fire shit, breathe fire.
Seems bad. Sounds very bad. It seemed real bad.
Very dangerous. And
as we would say here, real bad.
Her party got their asses kicked.
Mm.
She was the only survivor.
Yep.
She did flee back to town.
And she's laid up a bit.
And she's laid up a bit.
Vincent tried to hire her for the...
Vincent did try to hire her.
For sort of to run the keeping track of adventurers and...
Like the administrator. It's like Yvonne, but for adventurers. Right. Like
she doesn't do the assaying, but she sort of keeps the record of the intel,
tracks all the things, keeps the intel. She becomes the oracle of the town.
But she said no.
Turned down that down
because she wanted to go get her ass killed again.
Yes, but we didn't get to there yet.
No,
but yes,
sorry.
You might as well because it's all a thing, right? There's no reason to.
Yeah, there's no reason.
So she.
She said
was
no.
like, oh, I don't know, blah blah blah. And what happened was
she said no.
Falloran, which is. Patrick,
Patrick.
It's been going
Team
with
Patrick. I'm on Team Patrick.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the nice Lord. Cover yours, Jeff.
But Patrick grabs her.
Right.
Sponsors the party.
Yes.
Grabs a couple more adventurers.
Right.
And heads back out there.
Yeah.
Because she's like, well, I can't leave my compatriots.
Have to recover their bodies.
Whatever, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Get the loot. Who knows what it is. So they're dying again probably right now.
Maybe.
We don't know. Jury's out on that.
We actually don't know.
We don't know yet.
So Lord Vincent also goes to the sheriff because he's concerned about the Cobrat alchemist Sestha.
Right. Just
wringing these livers out
or whatever.
What? Right, because the original Goblin Exile had this super stupid growth thing.
Yes. It works.
It was terrible. It made it made all the animals go nuts in the river. So Seth Toth is trying to do the same thing.
Yeah. It's called science, Chris.
It is. We got to do anything.
Science just doesn't work until it works.
Right.
I mean,
Is that really? Is that,
well, science does.
I mean, I suppose that's a very Yogi Berra statement.
You're
I
wrong.
think everything doesn't work until it works, right? Like
Yeah,
that's a tautology.
But alchemy really doesn't
You
work
just-
till it
you
works. Alchemy's like blow up, terrible thing. Oh, I got it.
right.
And we're worried. He's worried that we're in the blow up phase of
Right.
science.
So they
Right.
go. So the
Right.
sheriff. So Jeffrey Vincent convinces Sheriff Thurman
I think Grim.
to go talk to
Right.
this Cobra
Yes.
and say, "So okay,
Do you have
what are you
precautions?
doing?
Do you have precautions?
What are your what you set up?"
Sure.
And Seth Toth vaguely convinces them he's actually less insulting than he usually is.
He was nice.
He was
nice.
almost nice.
He was almost nice.
He barely
He was
missed it.
not really insulting much, which is so unlike him. I think he understood the gravity of the situation.
Yeah, like
He didn't want to get his shop
there
shut
was
down.
three of you.
Yeah, because Thornton could just go, "You're out of work.
Yeah,
I'm closing your shop." Like
Yeah,
he could just say,
could do.
"You can't be an alchemist." How about this? You can be an alchemist, not in town,
Right.
and you go. You gotta get a hut in the woods.
Yes.
You know,
do
and-
your thing.
And
Over
so
there.
he didn't do that.
So
We had some vague assurances.
I mean, yeah, he said,
I don't even remember what he said. I think
He's-
he gave vague assurances.
he did. He
Yeah.
gave vague assurances
He-
that,
we-
that he would have whatever it was, whatever he tried to grow. Because largely what he's doing is some kind of super growth, strengthy thing.
Yeah.
Because that's what this thing did.
He's going to make a super monster in town.
He is going to make a super monster town. I haven't rolled the one yet.
I mean,
I keep rolling, and I haven't. rolled
Gojira's coming.
I haven't. I haven't rolled the crit fumble.
Well, okay, but there's always another day. So
No, I get it.
can't wait.
I roll.
Love it.
But he did.
Favorite NPC.
He assured you that it was all good.
Sure, and we said okay.
Right. So Vincent said, "Hey, if you need me to make something for
Right.
you, like a cage for this beetle that you're feeding with this stuff or whatever,
Oh my God.
let's just go with that." So they don't shut the Alchemist down.
Fine.
You get the adventuring charters,
Yep.
and then the mage comes to Seth's Todd.
Right.
So that was a whole interlude. Now this one I was disappointed with. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
So way back at the first adventure,
Mm-hmm.
the mage L'Oreal John
Mm-hmm.
picks up the alchemist's logbook
Yeah, his book of alchemy.
and sort of stashes it away.
Doesn't really tell anyone.
Doesn't tell anybody, which I'm always not for. I'm not for that,
Sure.
ever.
Sure.
I always think you should always tell everybody, but again, whatever.
Yep.
It is what it is.
I get it.
So,
And he doesn't have alchemy skill.
he doesn't have alchemy, and he doesn't...
He can read Goblin now,
He's Goblin.
but he doesn't understand alchemy, so it really doesn't do anything for
But
him.
he's sitting there going, what is... So,
Because
this,
it's formulae,
this
right?
book could be worth thousands of pennies, of
Sure.
bucks.
Sure. To the right person.
Like, it's super expensive.
Right.
It could be like the alchemist you have.
Oh, so there's an alchemist in town.
Yes.
Seth Toss.
Who's also trying to figure out what this guy did
Right.
to make the gianty bits
Seems like it was hand in hand.
almost hand in hand.
Interesting.
So,
Tell me what L'Oreal does.
so L'Oreal goes. And it's hard to explain. John is one of those players
Mhm.
that wants to not have any gaps in his mechanical bits.
He wants all the skills.
He wants every skill.
Yep. He does. Every
as much as he
campaign.
can.
Every campaign.
He wants all the skills.
Yep.
All the powers, whatever it is.
Yep.
All of them.
Yes. Every campaign.
Oh, you mean there's a gap? I can't throw frisbees well enough? What if I meet the frisbee master?
Don't tell him Frisbee's a skill.
No, yeah.
Oh, for
He's
God's
like, well,
sakes.
maybe I should train frisbee.
But now
the
he's
problem is-
fixated on alchemy.
But the problem is, alchemy is a whole thing. Like, it's very expensive.
Very
It's a
expensive.
skill. Like, if you were an alchemist,
Right.
I would actually expect, character-wise, that would be what you did.
That's your
That's
whole.
your shtick.
That's your main thing. You do that.
Because you'd have to continuously be
Right.
working to find stuff, get stuff.
Right.
Right?
It's a whole ordeal.
It's a whole ordeal. So John is already a mage, And he's like, "But I want alchemy."
With 2 rooms. So he's doing a lot of
He's got
magic.
all the things.
Yeah.
And now he's like, "Well, I want alchemy." I'm like, "Okay, that's fine."
Sure.
But again, it's not. You can't just learn the skill,
Right. It's complicated.
right? So he goes to Seth Toth. He's like, "Well, I want to be your apprentice."
Right.
And Seth Toth is like, it will cost you. I don't know what he charged. He was like,
I think 1,000
he's
pennies.
going to charge him $1,000.
Sure.
Yes,
Because if you want me to
I will
teach you
take
alchemy,
you. But you were first off,
Right.
Seth Toth is like, if you want me to have to
train you.
take the time to train your
Right.
dumb mammalian brain in the mysteries of
Oh, my
alchemy, Cobra alchemy.
He's so good.
He's a Cobra. He's a high Cobra. He's obviously superior to all of
He's
us.
smarter than everybody
Yeah.
there. Smartest man in the room. I love him so
He's
much.
like, you'll pay $1,000. No, John doesn't have 1,000.
No one has $1,000. I mean, Lord Vincent does, but
But he's not going to give John $1,000 to go learn how to Cobra
it's just
because that would be ridiculous.
right. And L'Oreal owes him.
It's always ridiculous anyway.
Mm.
So L'Oreal.
I mean, no one should spend that.
I mean, well, whatever. You
Right.
do what you do. But
Sure.
the answer is,
He can't.
it's so much. I mean,
But he has.
it's so much stuff going on.
But wait, does he have an
But-
alchemy book?
But he has an alchemy
He
book
does have an alchemy book, doesn't he?
that Cobra actually sort of wants. So he pulls the book out.
Right. He shows the book.
And he goes, "Well, I don't. Do you know what this means?" And so he pulls it out, and Seth Toth's like, "Oh, well, these are all obviously, every alchemist ends up with their own code,
Right.
right? Everyone does.
Right.
It's natural.
Sure.
So I recognize these as certain elemental
Sure.
symbols.
Because
but
it's
some of this is code. It will take me some time to decipher.
right. But he could do it.
And then L'Oreal tells him that it's from the goblin
Right.
up in the mountains.
The thing
that made the river, the poison the river to make the giant animals.
So it's the thing the alchemist
It's the
is
thing
working on.
Seth Toth wants to work on.
He wants it.
Oh,
So now he really wants
so
it.
now Seth Toth
Yeah.
is like, oh, yes,
Perfect.
yes, you can be my alchemist. You can be my apprentice.
Just give me
Give
the
me the
book.
book,
Right.
and you will be my.
Not even
apprentice.
1,000 pennies.
You don't have to
Give
pay
me the book.
anything.
Yeah.
Just give me that book.
Right.
So he wants it, and now John's like, whoa, he wants this.
Right. But it's your chance to learn alchemy.
You could do the thing if you wanted to do
Yeah.
the thing. And Seth Toth's like, no, you give me the book. And so, and the worst part is, I started poking him. I go,
Yeah, you did. You did.
What? No. Yes, you will become my apprentice.
Right.
And I will teach you all the heights of alchemy.
Right.
I do not know. Why are you letting them hold you back?
Yes.
Like
You're like, because he could tell
yeah.
L'Oreal was reticent, and you're like, no, you don't. You don't.
No, it is fun.
Yeah, get in the club.
Together.
He's like, get in the club,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Together we will reach
Yeah.
heights beyond.
Which I thought that was going to work. I thought you had him with that. I thought
They
you.
wanted it.
Okay.
At that point.
I thought you had him because to me I was like, well, that's totally up John's alley because he gets what he wants, which is
for
to learn
free.
for free because he didn't pay for the book. He didn't tell us about the book. The fact that we're not getting any money for it is apparently fine. So
I don't love that.
no,
I don't love it. I don't
I
love
sort of love it because I'm
it.
like,
I don't love it.
it's such on point for him.
I don't love it. I
It's-
don't love
You know,
I don't love
no, I agree with you
someone
because
takes a thing
right.
and then squirrels it away.
Look, I don't care in this campaign at all because there's no alchemist in our party.
Right.
There's no one in the party who has a skill that could really have used that.
Right.
Like if anyone in the party had an alchemist, I'd be like, well, you can't hide the book from them.
Why
They
don't you
need
do it from that?
they need
Yeah.
the book. They're getting a
Absolutely.
whole bunch of additional potions,
Experience potions,
which the
whatever.
party then gets. Like
Yeah.
that's like saying, don't give the good magic weapon to the good fighter because I would hide that from him. You know, like why would you do that? You want your party to be better at the things they're supposed to be better at. So, but we don't have an alchemist,
Well,
and
I
this
don't-
is perfect time for John to be the alchemist.
yeah, except yeah.
But he said no.
no. He totally. But he's like to the book. He
Then I think he felt like I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to speak for him. I don't know what he felt like. He got, I think, nervous that the Alchemist was too enthused.
Might have learned what he wanted to learn.
Yeah.
He was trying to learn anyway.
Yeah, I know.
Like, so
The funny thing is, no, if it all goes wrong and he makes Gojira and attacks the town, it's actually John's fault. Because if he'd had the book,
nope, it's Rick's fault. Rick should have known better.
because if he had the book, if Rick hadn't screwed up,
If Rick had just left him to die in the woods,
right? If Rick
done.
hadn't left him to die in the woods, he wouldn't have the book, and then yes, because otherwise he could have given the book to the alchemist. He could have then properly made the potion he's trying to make without making basically Godzilla, which is going to what's had happen. It's going to make a giant beetle Godzilla. It's going to rampage the town. Come back in, I'm guessing, 3 months for the AAR of that. Enjoy.
That's my fault.
No,
But yeah,
I wanted that. Chris, you know I want.
So
you don't want a giant beetle.
It was funny because he was so.
You want a 40-foot tall beetle attacking the town.
I'm making rolls this week.
Oh, thank God. One.
Yeah.
Anyways, he says no.
So yeah, it was.
Keeps the book.
But it was a weird sort of vibe because it was
Yeah.
like he wanted.
I thought you
to
had
do it.
I thought he.
And then as
say,
soon as the Cobrad showed any interest
Yes.
at all in actually saying yes,
he
backed right the hell
because the
up.
alchemist is a lot of no's. Because he says no to everybody. He's a no guy. He's like, look, I'll buy the potion off you for like $2. It's probably not worth anything, and of course, it's worth a ton.
Whatever.
You know, he basically robs everybody when you sell stuff to him.
As much, yes.
Yeah. Which again, favorite NPC. He's so great.
He's a little jerky.
I love him.
But as soon as John had something he wanted, he was like, yes.
He got excited about it.
Yes, he's like,
And then,
oh my goodness.
And then John pulled back because he's like,
oh, I don't like you excited.
I don't. You stop being positive.
Like,
I don't like this. I don't like the positive in you.
It's like,
yeah. He said no.
You don't.
And so another thing. And so now what happens? The book, the alchemy book, goes into his pack and
it's gone.
And is never seen again.
Never seen again.
Never seen again.
Never again.
He doesn't sell it.
Yep.
He doesn't give it to anybody.
Which drives me nuts a little bit.
It's just it's effectively gone from the campaign because he won't barter it to the alchemist for anything.
Right.
And he won't just sell it to make money for the party. So yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the things I do dislike is that
that's how it goes.
You know, as a GM, you're like, okay, here's
the
loot.
And maybe it's a little more prevalent in this campaign, just in the sense that, and don't get me wrong, I love the campaign. I love sort of the floating characters in and out and the whole thing. But that does bring with it a little bit of the vibe of, we're not a party.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not like we have 7 characters with 7 players that are
absolutely
just enmeshed with each other. So we have a little bit of like, everyone is sort of
doing their own thing
and then coming together. And then we go, well, who wants to go on this adventure?
Right. And it could be your second guy.
It could be your second guy. But even if it's, I feel there's a sort of a little of a main group. But even if it's not the main group, or even if it is the main group, it's a little bit loosey-goosey, right? So that does hurt.
Agree. Go ahead.
The actions I take really need to consider the other 6 players and characters because you sort of don't have to.
Having said that, yes,
but
I agree with you.
As a player, I would go, the meta is you should, because we all trying to work together.
Yes.
And that's a meta thing.
I agree with you.
But
I'm going to ask you this question.
Okay.
Let's say you had that group.
Sure.
Just one group of people.
Right.
One group of characters.
Right.
John would still keep the book.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not wrong. I'm trying.
He still just takes the book and dumps in his pack, and
I know.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You could all be brothers and sisters. or whatever. Pick whatever, and he still takes the book and puts it in his bag, and he's done.
I mean,
primarily because he forgot about it for the moment. Like that's part of the like everybody has their own.
I love him to death, but he look.
Sometimes it's the place where stuff goes to dump.
Yeah, that is magic items or plot hooks can just fall away in that bag.
Yeah.
Anywho, we'll never see that book again. Is my take on it. Because now, once he said no to the alchemist, you can't do anything with it.
Right.
Because you can't sell it to him because he said no. He can't learn the skill any other way.
Yeah, he's not gonna just magically read the book and learn.
It doesn't matter how many free checks he has, right?
You can't just learn alchemy.
Right. So effectively, unless he's like, I'm gonna go back to Boston.
Yeah, you could go to another alchemist.
But
then you're like, okay, 6 months. So we're gonna kill you 6 months.
Yeah, L'Oreal's gone for a year.
You can come back and get alchemy at 8 at the base level.
Right, in 6 months.
And then you'll come back. Done. That's fine. You do that.
He could.
You could do that.
Like if I can't have this alchemist have the book. You could do that. I don't think he'll do that.
Tom, hey, great to see you guys. Added great energy. I love the bar collection. Yeah. Tom, welcome. How are you, man? No, I've enjoyed all of these.
I like them all.
I will
this
say
is my favorite.
The Larceny is probably my favorite. The Proper 12 is pretty good.
It's my second favorite. Look, I don't even want to throw this under the bus.
No, it's really good.
There is nothing wrong with that.
I'm going to drink more of it.
I want more punch.
It's not even punch. It's that undercurrent.
It's too sweet.
It's the burny. It's the pepper. It's the hot.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I want more rye spice.
You want me to throw the pepper flakes in?
I want rye spice.
Yeah, like you want.
Look, if I see a rye, I want rye spice.
It's a little bit less.
I'm going to try that next time.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
this is fantastic.
The Larceny.
This is fantastic.
The Larceny wins because it's 120.
But it's also tasty.
But it is tasty. Yeah, I agree.
But this is fantastic. The Proper 12 is surprisingly good.
Doing well. I'm on travel with my kids in Japan.
Ooh.
So in a time zone that's compatible. So,
right.
Okay. So let me ask you a question, Tom.
Hibiki 12 year. Go get it. I've heard.
So here's a question for you, Tom. My wife wants me to take a trip in Japan, sometime early next year.
Your kid's going, right?
But I am very concerned about going anywhere where I cannot speak the language. I hate that whole vibe.
I would love to go to Japan. Would love to.
I'm gonna have to.
There's not a place in the world that I'm like. I would
subways and shit.
I would love to go to Japan.
I'm not. So I don't know. Can you speak Japanese?
Look, I want to go only because I've seen videos. I want to go to a little side street in Tokyo and have yakitori in some old dude's shop on a little dusty side street.
They do love the goofy side streets.
Their little sort of bar alleys. I want that more than.
I didn't know I wanted it.
Let's call it until I watch enough videos of it. The culinary experience I want is that. Even more so than I'm sure I could have amazing sushi in Japan. Of course you can. But more than that, I want to get yakitori and someone make like chicken feet and chicken gizzards and chicken bits all on a little.
By the way, time out. So again,
so much.
Not relevant to anybody else.
Yeah.
So
that's what I want.
Down the road, you know where the Best Buy is? Down McKnight?
Yes, I do.
Across from the Best Buy.
Okay.
Not across McKnight. But
on the same plaza. Okay.
There's a hot pot place.
Oh.
So they literally do a hot pot. So you get a bowl of broth.
Yeah.
Pick a broth.
Oh, and you cook your own?
Yes.
Oh, I would do that.
It's not cheap.
Yeah.
But it is.
Because
you get 2 hours.
They don't do any work for you.
You eat whatever it is for 2 hours.
Oh.
And you put whatever in the soup.
Yeah.
And you just put a bunch of shit in your soup. It's actually very good. So
sounds fun.
Something, definitely something.
We hit that at some point. But.
Absolutely. So,
but yeah, I want to go to yakitori place in Tokyo, and I will never do that, obviously, in my life. So you need to do that for me, Chris. You need to go to Japan and go to.
Tom says I speak zero Japanese, and I've had multiple conversations with Japanese people, thanks to
Yeah.
Miming.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Google Translate's amazing.
And the fact that everyone under 55 learned English in school. You
Yep.
have to kind of be patient.
Yeah.
Unlike Germany, Japanese people are largely reluctant to try to speak English.
No.
Most will try if you're polite and patient, in my experience. There you go.
Sounds good. I got through a conversation with 3 gentlemen who spoke only Spanish, and I have long forgotten that, at a work site. And I'm like, you know what? Google Translate will get you through the basics. You think a thing, they look at a thing, you're like, you go that back and forth a few times,
Sure.
And I bet if you're in Tokyo, or a major city, you're probably not terrible.
Maybe Kyoto, because that's where my son
Kyoto, I bet you're. Now you get in the sticks of Japan. I think you're hosed.
No. But I mean, my son will be in Kyoto.
Yeah.
I mean,
you know what? You should go.
He can translate probably most basic.
I would love to do that.
Yeah, like he's not.
That sounds amazing.
So
sidebar. Japan.
Sidebar. Yeah, we're all. I mean,
it's also sidebar to me. Japan sounds
page 1. I don't know where
it's fine.
So so we go. So
yes.
Tell it.
Yes. What?
I told you I was going to tell us about Frode.
Oh, Frode. So Frode is a Baraki Smith in Dawn's Hope. I think we'd heard of him. I don't know if we, met him before, but we maybe mentioned him or not. I don't remember when these people are in Dawn's Hope, but
yeah, I don't remember
necessarily. Now. But anyways,
you went to see him.
I went to see him because my shield, my giant tower shield, which keeps the priest alive, broke.
Well, but I don't know when you first went to see Frode, but you were like, oh, because he's a Baraki.
He's a Baraki.
The Baraki live to the north.
Right.
They're sort of the Viking.
Yes, they are Viking-esque.
They are typically pagans because they worship a pantheon,
right?
As opposed to the mother.
They are pagans. They are big, beefy boys.
Yeah, they're
girls.
They're gigantic.
They are literally physically they are the Nordic plus.
Yeah,
because they are racial
plus muscle plus.
Yeah, they are a racial strain that is not typical human. They are a different sort of group of people.
He said 90% sinuses in English as well. Languages in D&D.
You're gonna be fine.
Anyway,
you're gonna love it. Anyways, so I know I went to see him because my tower shield had broken in the fight with the evil priest. I need that tower shield. Because that's life.
If you're good.
Tower shield is life. Tower shield Warhammer.
+2 defense?
Oh, it was +2 defense.
Yeah.
Because tower shield, right? And I'm a shield guy. I'm the only shield guy in the party, I think.
Yeah.
So it had gotten shattered in the fight with the evil priest. So I went to see the Smith, and he's a Baraki, and so we had a chat. So he's interesting because he lost an eye. He told me the story. He was, I don't remember the details now because it's been a long time, but he had a not great interacting with a Talek, but I think he had a head. He killed a Talek. He had a trophy of a head. So, the Talek, of course, are the crazy, they're Bostonia's biker gang, man mutant faction. Right. They graft metal and other weird, weapons onto their body, and so they become this weird. With their magic, they have priests or shamans or whatever you would call them that have the ability to graft implements to their bodies, and they become these terrifying people who are these crazy mountain sect of people who are men with basically various implements of destruction grafted onto their bodies. And they also have demon chariots, which fun bit there, which we might get to at some point.
Worse, but
so, anyways, he had dealt with a Talek and had fought them, obviously. Lost an eye, but killed one and had head on the shelf. And so we got to chatting because he was also apparently a convert. He was a devout follower of Stratus. The Bostonia god, and not, Perseo follower or
like
at least
the weird Baraki guy.
he's a
Baraki
weird
have-
Baraki guy. He did not.
The Baraki have a whole pantheon.
Yeah,
of
he have a whole
gods,
pantheon of gods,
but they
and there's a lot of argument, discussion, I'm sure, of whether they are facets of the Bostonia gods or they're other powers or who knows what they are.
Or should we just kill them?
Or should we kill them? But they literally live in the middle of nowhere in the north as a culture. And so I think Bostonia mostly doesn't care because they're effectively almost not
across another chain of mountains.
Yeah, they're in
Bostonia is actually theoretically isolated with mountains.
Right. The north,
Yeah.
the south, not the south. Well, south
Yeah,
too.
south and the west.
Yeah, southwest, north. So they live above the mountain chains to the north in the frozen wastes. They are whatever.
But you were expecting to deal with a pagan originally.
I was. And he turned out to be a devout follower of Stratus.
And in fact, not only is he a devout follower of Stratus,
Yes.
but
his opinion.
He has opinions.
Yeah, because
he's like a Karen. He's a Baraki Karen.
Yes. He has
not Karen. Not your Karen.
No.
Your Karen's lovely.
I'm the best
the
Karen.
Mean Karen.
He's the mean Karen.
Yes.
In the sense that he is not satisfied with the local priest, Father Mickelson, who is a young priest.
Yes.
And I feel, at being a Sunbringer and a priest, he is trying his best. But he is like sort of the priest out of preschool, right?
Right.
He's young. He has the theoretical knowledge, but he's not wise in the way of the world. He's not been around the block. He's not fought the undead. Like
it's like he's dull.
He is
boring.
And worse, he's boring.
He's boring.
He is a
sermons are boring.
He is like the classic. Like if you've ever gone to college and you've had the professor that would just like drone on with either the book or the PowerPoint or whatever they did, and he would. I remember I had a math professor when I was a kid, and he would put PowerPoint. He would no transparency. So he would put the projector up, and he would just drone on at you about math with no charisma, no, just terrible.
So, in high school, American history teacher,
terrible,
Mr. Jackson.
The worst.
By the way, I know his son. We went to ELO. With his son.
Okay. Fun concert.
By the way,
please see Jeff Lynne before he dies. Yes,
that's the only celebrity. By the way, that's the only celebrity I will be sad when he dies.
I mean, there's a bunch for me, but
see, I don't.
I know.
I just don't.
I know.
That's one to
yeah,
go.
Jeff. I mean, look, he's amazing.
But anyway,
voice of an angel.
But anyway, nonetheless,
in the day.
So, like he's like 9,000 years old. Like, what do you expect?
I know.
So anyway,
great. Yeah, great concert.
But his dad taught history, and whatever civics or whatever in high school.
Yeah,
had a voice, put me to sleep every fucking day. I would fall asleep in his class.
Oh, so
He could not keep me awake.
I never had that problem.
Like I
had that problem in college.
Fuck. Jesus. Wow, I fell asleep. I mean, my college.
Here's the difference.
My college is
you
terrible.
went to class and just fell asleep.
Yeah,
I just like class.
By the
way,
I was
both of us still gainfully employed. I don't know how that felt. I mean, this guy's doing better, but I'm just saying.
It was ridiculous.
So good. Anywho, Father Mickelson.
Not take AP for
Father Mickelson is the classic.
Yeah, so he's that guy.
Reasonably book smart, but he has no charisma. He has no. You want a priest to sort of lead your congregation with a little bit of verve, right? And he can't. And so, Frode, the Baraki Smith, complained to me that the sermons are terrible.
Yes,
he sort of admitted he doesn't really go, and he
wants
to go. He wants to go.
He wants to honor Stratus,
which is crazy to me that but he's so bad. So the fun bit was then Father Grimm, who's a Sunbringer, so he's a fighting priest. He decides that, because he just came from battling toe-to-toe with an evil priest of the Deceiver, which is the greatest enemy that this world has ever faced.
Absolutely.
Stratus destroyed the entire world to stop the deceiver like 1,000 years ago.
Right.
And the mother saved the faithful so they wouldn't all perish. So that was the literally most singular event in the entire history of this entire world. And we now have an evil priest who's back at it
1,000 years later.
1,000 years later, worshiping the deceiver, forging an undead army.
Right.
And we just came from that adventure. And so Grim's a little, battered, but fired up. He's like, oh, it's on. We're back. It's like, we're doing round 2 of this, right? So he's like, you know what? I got you, Fred. So he's like, I'm going to go to Mickelson. And I'm going to, he's like, okay, I'm going to do a sermon.
Oh, there
because
you go.
I've got
there you go.
Because I just came back from fighting
the
historic evil again. And the world and this town at least is at the forefront of evil. Like we are on the edge of the darkness here, resurrecting itself to destroy the world, and I have to warn these people, right? So Grim, I don't know how much I mentioned Grim's backstory. Grim is a lazy priest. Grim is effectively what happens if you have a middle-aged 55-year-old dude who has worked in service of his organization for 30 years and is a little disillusioned and now just sort of wants to retire. So that's me. That's Scott. And that's what I modeled Grim as.
So Grim is you.
Grim is 100% me. But he's still a priest. He still cares. He still wants to fight evil. He's just sort of old, tired, a bit lazy about it. He's just like, he's like, can't I just get a retirement? He's like, do I have to keep doing this every day? But this fight with the evil priest, I think invigorated him. I mean, technically, it drained some of his life.
Yeah, no, technically, it uninvigorated.
Technically, it invigorated him because
placebo.
Because he lost some of his vital energy and gave it to the evil priest when the priest's life drained him. But regardless, I think he feels he has a newfound sense of purpose. He's like, this is what I'm here for. Apparently, I'm not just going to retire at this literally outpost in the middle of nowhere.
In the middle of it, yeah.
I'm here for a purpose, and it's to stop the deceiver again. And so he's a little fired up about this. So he decides that he's going to write a sermon because we are coming up to Sunsong.
On Sunsong, June 24th is Sunsong. It's the longest day of the year.
High holy day for the Stratus.
And it's a holy day for the Stratus, who's a sun god.
Yes.
And so Father Grimm is going to do the Mass.
The High Mass.
The High Mass.
Right.
Which everyone's going to be there in town.
Sort of
all the farmers are going to show up.
It's like Easter. You cannot show up if you're a Catholic to Easter, right? It's the same.
Because there's a couple hundred people in town, but there's farming families all around.
It's 1,000 people, probably.
It's almost 1,000.
If everyone shows up, right.
And Grimm's going to give the fiery freaking sermon.
Yes, I'm on fire and brimstone. I'm right. And literally, I write a little. I don't, write an entire sermon because not a guy, but I write a paragraph, a nice little excerpt. I think
you did,
which I'm not going to do.
No, that's fine. That's fine. That's all good. That's
all
good.
You can put in.
We're being posed.
Put in notes.
You're being broadcast on the internet.
No, I'm not going to do that. No, because
no one needs that because
I'm sure there's enough. There's not enough video of me just being drunk on camera, so we'll leave it there. But I sort of beat the feet a bit. I like knocking on the doors. I'm like, you're gonna come to the sermon, right? And I'm like I'm drumming up support for this, and I'm like, look, so I don't remember when I did the negotiation with Frode for my shield because I tried to my first thing was. How about, because technically everyone ties to the church.
Right.
Step one was, how about, I think this happened first, how about you just make me a new shield, and that's your annual tithe to the church, and then, you don't have to give us money. You're just giving the priest a shield.
Sure.
And he was like, and I rolled terrible.
I'm
bad. And then he's like, I don't think so. So then, so Lord Vincent basically paid for my shield.
Right.
Because I need a shield. So he was nice enough to do that. But anyways, so then we got to talking about his whole devotion and everything else. I'm like, you know what? I like this guy. And he made me a Baraki shield.
Yes.
So it's basically a wall of iron, which I have just enough muscle to wield.
Yeah, you're like, oh god,
it's so heavy.
You have the rest of the ground.
It's literally just a giant chunk of metal.
I'm gonna sit here,
roughly shield shaped. They're amazing because they're all super beefy.
Yeah,
and and Grim is the strongest guy at the party.
Yeah.
So anyway, I come up with a sermon. I think I do pretty good. Deliver the sermon, fire everyone up. Basically, entreaty everyone, obviously, to obey the father and mother, but also warn them of the rise of the deceiver. I mean, it's you can't become lackadaisical. I mean, the danger is 2 days. It's right there. It's right there. There,
So there's two things.
Yeah.
So first,
three things. I really enjoyed it. I had a great time.
Let's go first.
Yeah, so good.
Tom says, my history teacher at good counsel moved on to be assistant attorney general in MOC. I don't know what MOCO is, but some county or something.
Yeah, sure.
I learned that when I got in trouble with the law. Tom, what did you do?
No.
In the interview.
Don't put it on the internet.
Yeah.
Don't type that.
What did you do? Tell me.
I mean, just for us.
You can tell us.
Yeah, it's fine. No one reads any of this. No one reads any of this. Come on.
Yeah, there's like two of you.
Yeah, it's fine.
You can tell me exactly what you did, and no one will know.
Yeah,
honest.
Probably.
I don't know that for sure, but we're gonna go with
it. I've never killed anyone.
Second thing, I did love the sermon.
Yes, I like that.
I did love the sermon. But the third thing is that you also, Lord Vincent, had you put in a prayer at the beginning for Avilius. Now, Avilius, if no one remembers, because we haven't done this in a month,
right? I forgot.
Was the spirit
that
infected Percy, and he was one of the old spirits who was going into the Temple of Immortality to find and he wanted to find his wife and child. I mean, he was in there.
I mean, he functionally a heretic. He joined the Church of the Deceiver. And he was seeking immortality, but he helped us. He was very helpful to our party when we were doing the Cult of Immortality. And he did let Percy go. Like he did not. He willingly released Percy from his control.
Right.
And then he asked Lord Vincent if, basically, because I think he was talking to Lord Vincent at the time. Would you? I mean, can you help me out?
Well, I mean, Avilius did indeed help the party.
Oh, absolutely.
He sent the zombies after, did the whole thing. He taught.
But he basically asked for forgiveness.
Right.
And so Lord Vincent came to Father Grimm and said, can you give him forgiveness?
Right.
And so before I started my sermon, I started with asking, there is a prayer for that, a sort of a, and I forget
reciting the prayer of St. Peter over the Heather graves for Avilius, his wife Balbina, and their son Quintus.
Right.
These unfortunate souls seek their forgiveness from our Father Stratus.
Yeah.
Forgiveness that Stratus can provide to all who renounce his enemies and return to his devotion. Let us pray.
You gotta put the screws to people.
Right?
You gotta put the screws to people.
Done.
If you're good, you get it. And
so you had to roll theology.
I did.
I'm making you roll.
I had to do that. I had to do it. Yeah.
So he rolled his theology.
Right.
And indeed, the black smoke from the crater.
Right. From the Cult of Immortality.
The Centralia crater. The black tarry smoke that is continuously reminding everyone of the impending doom, which is
evil. Literally, evil is here. Evil was here.
Right? Yeah. Turns white.
Yes.
For the remainder of the sermon.
And the sun comes out.
The sun comes out.
So Father Stratus
Bilius is absolved.
answered the boon,
Yes.
and yes, he was absolved. So,
Done.
so good moment there. That was very nice. Yeah,
That worked.
yeah, I love that. That was great. I'm glad.
You guys are right. So Tom's like Montgomery County, Maryland.
Yeah.
Montgomery County. So you live like north of. I lived in St. Mary's for a while.
Yeah.
He said he was never convicted.
In the sticks.
He's never convicted. Sure.
Sounds fine then. So it's fine. Yeah.
And talk. Jeff's like bitching about talk to type. He's like talk to type is set.
So sermon was a hit.
Sermon was good.
I did throw in. So there are 5 demons, right, in the Bostonia.
Yes, if you ask me to remember them right now, because I have a lot of booze.
No, I got it. No, I got this.
Okay.
There is Gilder, which is
Gilder.
So I had a bit where I went to the 5 demons because I'm like, gotta remind people what the bad things are.
Right.
And at the and I like this. This is my favorite. At the table, when I read the name of the demon and their battle thing, I looked at, I think, the player that was appropriately under potential sway of the thing. So there was Tomax's magic.
Tomax's
Lust for magic.
Yeah.
So that's the look to L'Oreal, the mage. Bakov is power.
Right.
So that's a glance at Lord Vincent.
Right.
Gilder is greed, and that was his son, Alphonse.
Sure.
Because he stole the gems.
Right.
Which one's lust? A fading?
A fading.
A fading?
You're my wife. You're
my wife. Because, look, it's fine. But Sister Fiona has a little maybe thing for Lord Falaron. I mean, she's chaste, so
You're right. She's
we're chaste. Priests and priestesses are chaste, but that was my favorite one because she's like, because I looked at her and she looked at me like, what? And then entropy's entropy.
Right.
So that's not really. That's just chaos. Right? I like that. I favorite. Because I'm like, because I thought that when I write those down, I'm like, oh, I got eyes. I got eyes.
You got one for everybody. You got a whole thing. You did the sermon.
I did a sermon.
And you chastised everyone. Everyone at the table.
That's the party I chastised.
Yeah. At the table you chastised.
Yep. Because I'm a priest, and look,
that's what you do.
I'm not sure Callus, my old priest from long time ago, isn't my favorite priest, but Grim could get there because priests are fun. In Bostonia, because you are sort of the jerk, like you are a hardliner, like you're sort of the authoritarian, going, oh no, you play my rules.
Sure,
and
it is a theocracy sort of.
It is. There is something fun about being the authoritarian, going, you're naughty,
right,
and I'm just pointing it out.
Right.
That's a naughty thing to do. Why are you doing that? That's naughty. Stop it.
To the priestess, who, by the way,
that was almost uncalled for, but I called for it.
She's like,
I loved it.
A fading. What are you doing?
Goodbye.
Do I need to put you in horny jail? Like what's going on there? Yeah.
I think a little googly eyes for Lord Falaron.
Notice.
You better tone that down.
Give me the hose. Hose, please.
Anywho.
All right.
I love this.
There you go. So you gave the sermon. It was good. It was good. It was good. I don't even know.
So good.
Good sermon.
I had fun. That was the highlight. My highlight.
And you banged out the theology chat.
Yep.
You literally saved souls.
I saved souls. I think I should have got more than that. I feel like I should have got more.
Theology check and saved
I
souls.
saved souls.
Damn.
I chastised half the party.
Right.
I invigorated the town. I'm crushing it over here.
So
where are we at?
So the adventure. So Lord Vincent.
Was there an adventure?
Well, L'Oreal, Lance, Alphonse, Avery, Maldrum, and Sister Fiona, and Alex and Jack,
Yes.
for whatever reason,
Yes.
are going to kill the Hellcat.
Yeah, because
so Lord Vincent commissions a bunch of people to go take some Hellcats out.
Right.
Because he needs that hex clear.
Right.
There's a hex.
Can't build a mine that's covered in Hellcats.
There's freaking nasty.
They will eat all your labor.
Predatory cats.
Right. They will eat all your laborers.
Let's see what we got. You guys are a hoot, Tom. Thank you. And talk side to sad, Tom. Scott Demers, hey, what's up? Okay, Scott, sorry I'm late. Can you guys start over, please?
We've almost got nothing talked about. So.
If I start over, I am dying of alcohol for stage. So
aren't we all dying of alcohol?
How are you, Scott?
Yeah, how are you, Scott?
How are you?
Yeah. We have to push on. We have to get this done.
So I don't die.
Right. Okay.
Because of the barrel strength booze that we have.
I think they're fine. I mean, they're
good. It's good. So.
The Templeton's getting better.
I
mean, I don't know if that's just the alcohol.
It absolutely is. Yes, perfect. It's perfect.
It's fine. It's fine. Totally fine.
So you go to the Hellcats.
Yes. Fight some Hellcats.
Well, so you take the party. You go.
Right.
We're doing the whole
navigate, survival, but hey, before we get to Hellcats, troll.
You got a troll.
And
actually, the trolls aren't hard.
No, we fought one troll.
Yeah, it's like one troll against 8 of you.
Yeah.
The action economy is not in the troll. The troll, if it hits someone, hurts.
But sure.
But
he didn't actually get much. The troll
action economy.
The troll was not that successful.
Like there's so many of you.
Yeah, he sort of ambushed us, and yet we beat him down.
Yeah, you beat him down.
So he beat the troll, but the troll's setting pit traps for
theoretically the cats.
Or
other
goats,
animals,
or goats, or whatever. So whatever. The troll has some hides. He's obviously out there just trolling around, killing some game. So we're like, well, there's trolls here. Good to know. But we're not actually, at this point, that close to the mine. So this is sort of on the way to the mine. So the good news is the mine is at least not really beset by trolls, because the trolls aren't right at the mine.
Right.
The trolls are sort of, they're on the way.
Right. So let's see. Scott's like, haha, will you gents be at Gen Con?
No. Someday. We have to do that.
I've thought about
we have to get back at least one more time.
Yes.
But
we've been to Gen Con, 5 times or 4 times? A number of times.
Yeah.
And I did go once. In 2000, I went on a whim. I just literally picked up and went myself.
Yeah.
Like, I just went.
I've been probably half a dozen at least. Like, it's amazing. If you are a gamer...
I love Gen
Con. I especially, by gamer, I mean RPGs or board games. Not like I play console. No offense. Console,
not
PC games.
Video game.
It's not a video game convention, right? No. But if you play board games... or if you play RPGs and you like it, like that's your thing, get yourself to Gen Con at least once. Because it's quite the experience. I enjoy it. I would love to go back. It's just, we haven't.
I would love to go. I'd love to take the boys.
I don't think my kids care enough to go, but I'd love to take Karen and do at least one more trip.
I agree.
We all, if we're going to go, we have to go together.
We've had a couple very nice Gen Con.
It's great.
We've had some fun Gen Con.
I like Gen Con.
I do enjoy Gen Con. Scott, I hope.
Yeah.
So I do hope that.
Fun to get there.
So. To Gen Con, Dragons Down does very well.
There's
a lot of exposure.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. That's kind of, I wasn't.
Yeah. It's.
Yes. Yeah. I hope Dragons Down crushes. I hope you sell all the copies you have. Because that's a fun game. I like it.
I don't know. You're not going to sell copies, are you? I don't think he is. I don't think he has.
Well,
he's going to demo.
I hope you get all the exposure you can get.
I hope
because that's a great game. I really enjoyed it. I'm looking forward to playing the board game version. I've had a lot of fun at Gen Con. I've also had some really long, tiring days. I remember going with Tom once, and I think it was might have been just me and Tom, because he was doing the full thrust.
I remember when Tom was all in full thrust. Yeah.
And I like full thrust. It's a good system, or full thrust or
3 copies are off production.
it was full thrust or the same company did the Space Marine sort of ground combat game.
Oh, I forget the name of that game.
I don't remember. But I remember we had, I think, 2 or 3 days in a row where he GM'd and I helped him from 8 in the morning to midnight.
Yes.
For 2 or 3 days, back to back to back. Run.
Yeah, go ahead. Post links.
Anyways,
go ahead.
I can't remember the name.
Feel free.
What's the ground combat name? Anyways, and those are just brutal. Like, it wasn't not fun, but like,
It was a long day.
running various people on 4-hour, batches at a time through, the game
Yes.
for 8 in the morning to midnight. Like, the fun was, I think, when we did stuff where we go to Gen Con in the evenings to get together and we role play.
Yes, we
like,
did a lot of, yes.
you
we did
know,
a lot of,
or even the one year, just you and I went, we stayed in a hotel and we just sort of putzed. We almost did nothing. Like, we putzed around. We walked around.
we were lazy.
We
It was a
were
lazy
lazy.
time.
We just,
It was a lazy
we
day.
spent a lot of time in the exhibition hall. We walked around. We tried stuff. Still fun. Like, I do love, and I went with the Penn State crowd, and that was, I've had a lot of good times with Gen Con. A lot, but I would like to get back before I'm way too old and my knees are broken.
I would like to go one more time.
Yeah, I would. Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
I'm old enough where I'm like, I don't know. I would like to go at least one more time.
At least one more.
It'd be fun to take the boys,
Sure.
the younger ones at
Yeah,
least.
yeah.
Just to go.
It's an experience.
It is an
And
experience.
it's sort of crazy now. They're so big.
Yeah. It's
Almost probably too much.
It's no longer the same experience that I had
in Milwaukee.
when I went to like 1990.
In Milwaukee, yeah. Like much smaller. Not small, but it's still a big con even then. But it's really blown up. Anyway, someday, Gen Con, if we ever do that, we should do the thing and see if anyone goes. Like,
Yeah, that might be fun.
Yeah, like see if any of the various
to be honest, I didn't even think about it this year. Like I wasn't even thinking
we're
about it. Like I wasn't
we're not in the finance.
By the way, I bought a kitchen and a front yard.
We were so into the ground. We're still
sending kid to
we're starting to pay off our bathroom remodel. I mean,
so
middle age sucks. It's not bad.
Me going to Indianapolis for Gen Con, it's going on. Like I didn't even think about it this year. Like
someday we'll try and get there someday. But if we go, we have to go.
Pennsic. Tom, have you ever gone to Pennsic?
I've seen them.
I've never gone to Pennsic.
No, I used to work in Newcastle,
but
I would stop.
I used to live right next to Pennsic.
I used to stop. So I used to work in Newcastle, Pennsylvania, and I would take 422 back to 79 South, and I would stop at I would stop at the Sheets at 422 between Newcastle and 79 every night after work and get a cup of coffee because I had an hour-long drive home.
Yes.
And I had to get a cup of coffee. So I would stop at that Sheets every day after work on the way home. And it was invariably normal people, Amish. And it was Pennsic was going, Pennsic. Like, they would come in with all their attire, and I'm like, yeah, it's great. Like, I was all for it. But I was like, they would walk in the Sheets in their full kit, get whatever snacks. I mean, I don't care. I don't care if you're not have to beat authentic, terrible food. Do whatever you want to do. But I was like, I will never forget that. And I would like, yep, sounds good. Get back in my truck, drive home. Yeah, I'm all, but I've never done.
Pennsic is held.
I've never done
what,
that.
like
summer?
10 miles, 20, 15 miles from. I don't know where. Like
it's right off 79.
Right,
you can see it from 79.
Yes. So I lived what? A half an hour from Pennsic.
Yeah.
Like, I used to live in.
I drove by it every time I was coming home. Yeah, from that.
I remember,
but I've never been.
Pennsic Ward.
I mean, look, that's not my jam.
Never been. And I'm not an SCA guy.
Nope.
I remember. Time out.
Yeah, we hung out with those people.
I went to Pitt. I went to Pitt.
We used to hang out with those
Love
people.
Penzic, hang out at the pirate ship with Richie.
Okay.
So Jeff,
we used to hang out with those guys.
So when I was a freshman,
yep,
me and my roommate and you went and we would train.
We did.
We actually trained for a few weeks with
Yep.
the SCA.
Yep. I didn't train with them, but I did accompany you when you on some of the hangouts or trips or whatever.
I actually went.
Yep, you did.
I did the whole thing several weeks.
You did.
And I did the thing, and I was dressed up in the armor.
Oh, yeah, the whole shebang.
And the whole shebang.
Yeah.
And
Jeff does that for real. He fights.
But I didn't quite get there. Like, I was like, I'm good. Like you're...
I didn't do it.
And they all talked about how much free love.
How much action.
You don't know how much. There's few weeks.
I do.
They kept telling me. So many people. Like, I have not had so much.
Thank you for oversharing.
It's hilarious.
I knew you were going to say that as soon as you said that.
I've never had so much.
Yeah. Yep.
Like, I'm like,
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Okay, I'm good.
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
I think I'm out. I think, look, it was a weird experience. I would just say it's a weird experience. It was fun as hell.
Yeah, sure.
It was fun.
Oh, they seem like fun people. I'm not knocking them.
And the fighting, though probably not realistic, right? With the
I don't care.
It's fun. Was fun as shit. But it was sort of funny because but the funny part is the all I remember was how many people were telling me about how much
action they got.
Freaking action they got at all these events.
Yeah.
And I'm not a prude.
No.
But I'm like,
but you're the best looking guy there. Just to be clear.
But yeah. I was like,
I know. Oof. Yeah. I'm aware.
Wow, that's a lot of. It was a little much, and I was still young.
Yeah. Hilarious.
And so I was like, I'm good.
Yeah, the closest I got to sort of fighting like that was.
Scott, have a great night.
Have a great night, man.
Yeah, Cooper's Lake, yes. Been around the Dragon here stuff at Maryland. Revisited.
Dragon Con or no, that's Atlanta, right?
Dragon here, Yeah, love Penzic. So Jeff loves Penzic. He's been there, of course.
Yeah.
Tom's like been around the Dragon here at University of Maryland. Revisited SCA stuff. Rick's here. Hello, Rick. How are you? Scott's like, have a great night. Later, Scott.
Later, Scott.
Talking about random shit.
As we do. Yeah, the closest I ever got to any of that, and it's not close at all, was
Tom's like, nerd love is real.
Oh, nerd love. Nerd love.
Really real.
Nerd love.
I was a little, and it was real and was aggressive.
Yeah.
Like it was aggressive.
They were in it
to win it, folks, and I'm like,
to win it.
And I was actually
like that was a goal.
Like I'm
I'm good.
And again, okay, I'm 18.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm 18. I'm horny. Let's face it. Like
sure.
We're all.
Who is it?
It's 18. You're 18. But I was like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It
wasn't a.
It was a little weird for me.
It wasn't a selling point.
It was a little. I was like, this is weird even for me. I'm gonna back off a little bit.
Yeah, the closest I ever got to medieval fighting was I used to live out east in Pennsylvania.
Oh, it's April London. Hello, April.
Hey, April. I used to live out east in PA, and there is a Renaissance fair by Lancaster, Pennsylvania, every year. I assume it's still right. It was massive, huge, and so we would typically go every summer with the crowd out there because it's fun. You go, you have a giant turkey leg, you watch some shows, there's some fake jousting. Like it's just a sort of a fun day out. It's a bit different. But I remember when Shelley moved out. You remember Shelley, right? I remember she moved out with us, and she lived with us for a while because she didn't have a place to live, so she moved into our apartment. So
as you do,
and so Karen, I, and Shelley went to Renaissance Fair because we're like, we're gamers. We like fantasy. Like Renaissance festivals are sort of up our alley, right? And I've been going, probably every year for all I was out there. So we went, and they had a dude who they did, fencing. And by that I mean they had, you had a stick, like you had a metal foil or whatever it was, and they put a balloon, and they put you in and out, some armor, something protective, including a face mask, and they tied a balloon to each shoulder in your head. And you could basically pay to fence the dude.
Sure.
Right? And Shelley had done fencing. Like, she'd actually done fencing.
Which is surprising, because she's not as mobile as you, right?
Right. She had a sort of a disability. She was not the most active person, but she had done fencing. She enjoyed it. She's like, I'm going to do this. And she's like, what was she? 5'4"?
Yes.
Yeah. And this dude was like the fencing guy was like us.
Please tell me she kicked his ass.
She did not kick his ass.
No, it's just
he had her by a foot.
Reach is like
he had her by a foot.
Hey.
She had technique, but it was like he was a 6-foot dude.
Sure.
Fit, whatever. And so they're doing the thing, and I'm like, I'll give it a shot. Whatever. I don't know anything about anything. I've never done any of that. And so, balloons, blah, blah, blah. And, he and I go at it, and I'm like, I'm trying this. Now, I was much more fit, because I would have been in my 20s than I am now. I'm 6'5". I'm like, I got some reach inside.
Right.
And it's literally just skill. You take the stick, and you just whack. You whack him as much as you can to try and get the balloon, right? And he did beat me, but I got 2 of his 3 balloons.
There you go.
So I felt pretty good. But my takeaway from that was, because I don't fence, I don't do this, I don't swing metal sticks at people for, 10 minutes. Tiring. That was my takeaway.
Sure.
It's like, and as a gamer, I'm like, this whole fighting thing is harder than... that was my instant takeaway. Like, 100%. If you're a gamer and you do tabletop RPGs or whatever, you're like, what's actually exhausting? Fighting with a sword. Because swinging your arm 100 times to try and get a balloon is still tiring. So, he obviously was in way better shape than I was, but I feel good. I got 2 or 3 balloons before he beat me. But I'm like, holy crap, that's exhausting. But anyways, Renaissance Festival was the closest I got. I was SEA vaguely adjacent.
So Tom says Dragonair and Belagarth are 2 big boffer combat sports. Well, Jeff here does the actual long.
Bear's armor fights with weapons. Yeah, they beat the crap out of each other, apparently.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know what version that's called, but they're real weapons, real armor, and they beat the crap out of each other. And my
heart would give out if I had to exert at all.
I'd be 2 minutes in going, you've won.
All right, Tom.
Yeah.
Tom's going to see you, Tom. But yeah, I'd be dead in a heartbeat.
Yeah,
so
I don't have the endurance for any of that anymore, obviously. But I got reach. I got height and reach.
You got height and reach. You win.
I get 1 good hit in you, and then otherwise my heart's just...
No. I mean, I'm actually concerned about my physical...
Dude, I'm on blood pressure medication now.
Oh, please. Whatever. That's light shit. Yeah. No.
This has not been a great year. Anywho, where are we on the log?
Jeff does HEMA, April does Boffer. Good night, Tom. Good night.
Good night, guys.
So the group goes out, hunts Hellcats. Whatever. We're either doing this or not.
We're doing it.
And we're fine.
What do you have next? Come on. You want more larceny, right?
Sure, Jeff. Pour a little bit of water. Just
so good. Come on. This is the best.
So the group goes, they fight the Hellcats. I think there's a random troll encounter in there, whatever.
Yes.
They fight Hellcats, which we talked about.
Yep.
The Hellcats, I mean, it's fine. We're not going to go through the whole battle or whatever. The idea, though, is that Alice is injured.
Yeah,
the priestess is injured.
But the takeaway is they have a den.
Right. At some point.
Probably a lot of Hellcats.
Right.
So we're like, so then it's well, you can fight these skirmishes all you want,
Right.
but if you don't take the den out, if you don't really kill,
well, there's two things.
right?
First off, the idea is we should lure them.
Yes, into
a
fight. We're better positioned.
Some place where we can do what we need to do.
So we do that.
So they get some goats, like some mountain goats.
Capture a goat, stake them.
Goat corpses.
We set up a little kill zone.
Right, in like a
knoll,
right, with
and
rocks.
then Maldrum is going to sort of seal the entrance in with a trench of fire.
So you're going to lure the Hellcats into the goat zone.
Go zone.
You're all up above.
Right. Shoot them with arrows.
Maldrum's going to light a fire.
To keep them in there. Right.
And then you're going to kill everybody.
And that goes swimmingly.
It goes great. Sort of.
With the caveat of...
Okay, so...
There's some extra.
The fight actually does go.
The fight goes great.
A lot of Hellcats.
We kill a bunch.
You're cutting them down.
We are cutting them down.
Right.
It's going great.
Shooting arrows.
It's going great.
The goat, right? You got a live goat. It's bleeding.
Sure. And then they start climbing toward us.
Right. The Hellcats come at you.
We're doing good.
You guys have missile weapons.
Yep. And we got some frontliners to tank.
So that plan really goes well.
Super well.
Having said that,
caveat.
Maldrum on the other side of the fire,
right,
gets gang tackled by like 4 or 5
by the extra Hellcats. Who didn't come in.
Who didn't get in.
Yes. So he's fighting 4 Hellcats by himself.
Yeah. So he's turtling every round.
He's really good at that.
He's like, oh God, behind the field, bang, bang. They're all smacking his shield.
And then we're starting to win our fights, and then a couple of us are coming down to help him.
Right.
But not fast enough because he's not that close.
But not fast enough.
Yeah. So.
But not fast enough.
Yeah.
Maldrum gets dragged off.
Yeah. They knock
him. They knock him out. They drag him off.
Yes.
The party kills a bunch.
We kill a bunch of Hellcats.
But the party's heading to the den.
Right.
Tracking the group.
Tracking. Back
to the den.
Right.
Maldrum is there.
So we have to then get into and of course the den has a very narrow opening.
Right, so you have to go one at a time.
So one of a time of us is coming into the den, but of course the Hellcats, do see us.
Well, so it's back and forth, right?
Yeah.
John has his thundery spells from his lightning rune.
Right.
So he's making noise.
Yeah.
You guys have the noise makers.
Sure.
You guys can but it's this weird, because you're not fighting 1,000 of them. You killed most of this.
Yeah.
It's just right. It's a little dicey. There's a big fight with a bunch of cats.
Yeah.
And the den mother.
Yeah.
The den mother has a few powers. She can heal one of the cats.
Yeah.
She can attack multiple.
Right. So we're fighting.
Her reach is a little.
And the fight's not going bad, but then of course a few Hellcats attack the people outside. So we have an inside fight, outside fight.
Yeah, right. There's this whole 2 battles, one inside the cave, one outside the cave.
But going relatively
it's
well.
It's not a bad battle.
Yeah, going relatively.
It's not terrible.
Going well.
The party actually mostly does
fine
there.
Yes.
And they go in to save Maldrum or whatever.
Right.
They go to there's 2 rooms in the den, pretty much.
Yeah.
They go in and do that. And in fact, what do? You guys dropped some ridiculous amount of oil and burned oil to sort of.
I don't remember that. I remember we find a giant pile of bones, and that's the final fight. Because I think as we're climbing up the pile of bones, I think the last of the Hellcat attacks.
Oh, right.
And then
but
we fight them off.
You fight them off.
And we rescue Maldrum, who's KO'd.
John lightning bolts the mother or whatever.
And then we find the guy hiding in an alcove.
Right. So then you find the other guy, who's a prospector.
Right.
Who's been here.
Right. Trapped. Hiding in
There's a bunch of treasure. This is actually the first load of treasure.
It's the first real treasure, real haul we've had.
Right. Yeah. There's a bunch of ancient coins.
Right.
There's a few Bostonian coins, a locket, a vest.
a set of scaleman or chainmail.
Chainmail, long like weapons and armor and then shields.
Sure.
Right, a whole set of stuff.
Right, we get some loot.
You also got this prospector guy.
Right, rescue him.
Who's been here for a while.
Right, he sort of wedged himself into an alcove and pulled a rock in.
Right.
So the cats couldn't kill him, and so we free him. And he's a prospector, and he is a map.
He's Zaphram.
Yes. Yes.
He was hired by Lord Falarin.
Yes.
He also has a map
of the area.
That
he's claimed.
And he has a claim.
Yes.
He has a claim on the map. And he might, just might, predate Lord Vincent's claim.
I mean, sure.
They head back to... All right.
We tell Lord Vincent this.
Right. So Grimm's helping Mickelson write sermons now.
Right.
Frode is also helping.
Right. Because we're trying to get Father Mickelson to make a little more, energized in his. So
Lord Vincent is setting up the mine.
Yep. And we bring back this guy.
You bring back the guy.
And take him to Lord Vincent.
Right. So you bring back the guy.
Right.
So in the meantime, let's cut.
Mm-hmm.
Druids appear.
Druids.
So druids are an ancillary
weirdos.
Right, weirdos. They're hippies. They're the Bostonian hippies.
They're hippies.
Right.
They have hippie magic.
Right.
Tree magic.
Hippie tree magic.
Hippie tree magic.
Right.
But they have these awesome crossbows.
Right. So the druids show up. And these druids, Lord Vincent can tell, and anyone of high blood can easily tell. These are Dingor.
Dirty Dingor.
Yes, Dingor. So, Bostonia
is racist.
Absolutely, by the way. Yeah, not even denying it. Bostonians are, yes, absolutely. The Dingor are essentially the gypsies. They were a tribe.
Yep.
When all the tribes came from the mother's womb, whatever, her bosom, saved from the fire seeds.
Right.
The Dingor were largely almost wiped out by the rest of the groups. Like
they were sort of hunted, beaten down.
They were.
Yeah.
They
lost.
They lost that war, but they sort of went to the shadows, moved to the fringes of society, ultimately formed what would become the Thieves Guild, effectively the Sandalfoot, and dispersed.
Right.
So these guys are effectively the travelers, the gypsies.
The remnants of that.
The remnants of that. That's sort of how Bostonians perceive them.
Right.
They're always looking for an angle.
Outsiders.
Outsiders. Looking to cheat you,
but they're druids.
Steal you.
So
these guys are druids.
So
they worship the one tree.
Right. So they're spellcasters. They
have magic shit. Right.
And it does work. And they have their own god / entity that they worship and has power.
So they're heretics.
I mean, they're heretics.
And scum.
I mean, everyone's a heretic.
Right. Got it.
Come on.
So
if you're a priest, everyone's a heretic.
Tazar and Ladea.
Right. But they seem nice. They're nice.
Nice enough.
Yeah.
But Lord Vincent notes, that's okay.
Sure.
I get it.
The
druids are looking, they come to Dawn's Hope.
Right.
And they're looking for allies a little bit from Dawn's Hope because they live on the south. So the forest, Dawn's Hope is here, the forest is here.
Mm-hmm.
They live on the southeast part. Presumably, they've made an alliance with some fairy.
The fair heretics also.
Some fae.
More heretics.
That protected them.
Sure.
But now the goblins in the woods
are being aggressive. And they sort of had a neutrality agreement, but that sort of has fallen away.
Since the smoke has appeared.
Right. Since
from the crater.
The evil priest ran away.
Right.
We are worried that now the evil priest is somehow running these goblin tribe down there, is taking them under his control. And of course the druids basically say, hey, we're getting pressed by the goblins who previously sort of left us alone.
Right. The goblins left them alone, but now they're getting bold.
Right.
they're getting a
So-
little bit aggressive.
So the Druids are looking for allies, and nobody likes the goblins because they're dirty goblins. Because again, Bostoni is racist.
A little bit racist. Yeah,
I mean, the goblins.
goblins are goblins.
Nobody
But
likes goblins.
No one likes goblins.
Yeah. Anywho, so they come to negotiate with us, and we sort of agree that, well, we're going to need more information. So can you send some scouts out to find out? Because we know about this priest, and if that's the person leading the goblins,
Right.
then we're interested. And so they're going to report back to us once they have some intel. And we left it with, that sounds fine. And they leave.
Right. So the
Sort of.
druids, the druids.
Sort of.
So they leave
Right.
Ladea there.
Right. One of them
The Zara
stays.
goes back.
Right.
And they have some magic to communicate.
Right.
Done.
Sure.
So they're going to scout for Gratianus.
Right. Find out what's going on with the goblins, who's in charge, and they'll give us some intel, and then we can deal with that as we find out.
The group tells Vincent about Zephram's map.
Right.
That, I don't know, prospector map.
Right.
Blah.
You might have lost your claim.
Right. Don't know.
So
Vincent
invites him to dinner.
invites him to dinner.
Right.
Gets him super drunk.
Sure. Steals his map.
Steals his map.
Does some forgery.
Forges this because he has Legerdemain.
He can do that.
Right.
And basically gives
Legerdemain. Whatever. I mean
the prospector the sulfur mine, but sort of removes the silver and iron mine.
He just changes. Yeah, he changes the map enough
Right.
that the silver mine and the iron mine
Stay in Vincent.
yeah, right.
Right. And then the prospector under Falarin gets the sulfur mine. So he doesn't completely leave him out in the cold.
Now, so Falarin's man does not quite buy it.
Yeah, his major domo.
His sixth sense goes off. His spidey sense goes, wait a minute.
Because the Vincents are known for their skullduggery.
Yes.
Like they have done skullduggery, which they do skullduggery.
All the time.
So it's fine.
So Braxton is like...
so there might be a little bit of repercussion of that, but for now...
For now, as far as anyone knows,
it's fine.
The mine is safe.
Right.
In the meantime, Lance's cousin shows up.
Right. Albus.
Lance Panic's cousin, Albus Panic, shows up with horses.
Right.
To breed a stallion, to breed...
And he is a horse
breeding
trainer guy, so he knows all the horse stuff.
So he's got two horses. He's got Mora, which is the strong horse.
Right.
Pel, which is the better temperament.
So you got
gonna breed
now you have
horses.
2 male horses, 2 stallions, and then
2 females.
Females. So,
if you want to breed Patrick.
So we have
so maybe Patrick does. Maybe he'll pay a stud charge.
Right. So we have some. So yeah, you got to get on that horse breeding minigame.
You need a minigame. I need to make them.
I love it. You need a minigame.
I'm thinking something along the lines of like having
I can't wait.
A couple D6.
Sure.
Like you do the penance square with the D6s.
Yeah.
Kind of. You go okay. So I did 1 to 12 as their numbers, but I think I should do 1 to 18.
Okay.
Instead as the horse's stats.
So broader range.
So that I can do 2 dice and do the penance square. Like literally, what dice do you get?
I see.
You literally randomly pick the dice.
You get here's your DNA.
Yeah, like you pick the dice out of the horses.
I like it.
And then you get an extra D6.
Yeah.
And then allow their beast lord to manipulate those
right.
dice.
You gotta tweak it,
right?
I think it's great. I love it. I can't wait.
So I'm thinking about that.
I can't wait that Lance has to do a horse breeding minigame.
Yes, we're going to do a horse breeding minigame. Yeah,
it's the best.
We're doing it.
That feels very...
Jeff says we never skulldugger. You do... Okay, yeah.
I mean, you have skullduggered.
I
mean, I will say, this is really your only instance of skullduggery. The map, right? The claim map, right?
Maybe the hidden tunnel? I don't know.
Come on. Okay, 2, maybe.
Tunnel? I don't know.
Come on. You're Vincent. If you're not skullduggery, you're not even trying.
Right.
But I love that you're this, and I know it's don't reference. It feels aces and eights to me. Like you're gonna have.
By the way, there's a lot aces and eights. If it didn't have the combat system from hell, would be a fun game.
It is both
Such a great game.
One of the worst RPGs I've ever seen, and one of the best RPGs I've ever seen.
It's on my shelf
because
somewhere.
The combat system, the literally tenth of a second by tenth of a second combat system, is the worst thing I've ever seen. And yet, I love the vibe of it. I love all the mini games of it. Like, if you want the craziest Western game ever, Aces and Eights is up there.
Aces and Eights.
It gets the feel of Westerns so good with a combat system that is unplayable.
Awful.
Unplayable. It's such a... Oh, it's rough. Like,
well, that's one where... So,
but this feels like there's a horse breeding minigame is all in... It's Ace and Eights vibe.
We have to find something.
Yeah,
There's something.
Yeah. Because that was a game about minigames.
You can't just not do it.
No, my God, you have to. You can't just roll 2 dice and go, eh. Like, you've got to make a whole thing of it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I can't wait. I can't wait. Mostly I want to see you punish your son with minigame.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anywho, where are we at? So,
okay,
we resolved the claim.
The claim is resolved,
sort of,
theoretically.
for now.
Let's see if that comes back to haunt.
Sure.
Albus has shown up.
Yep.
There is a map in the treasure.
Yes.
With Baraki marking.
Right.
And it's the vault of cold and corrosion.
Yep.
Rust. But it should be corrosion because it's alliterative. Vault of cold and corrosion.
Cold and rust.
Nope. Should be corrosion.
I mean, it should be.
It should be corrosion.
But I think you wrote cold and rust.
I did. That's because I wasn't thinking.
Because we're old school.
It should be the cache of cold and corrosion.
C&C.
CC&C.
CC&C.
But it isn't. Such is life.
It's all good.
So it's cold and rust.
Right.
Frode's Baraki. You can read the map. You know that.
Yep.
You take it. He tells you where it is.
Map. Baraki, a little story. There's a story with it. We're like, hey, they found this place. They explored it a little bit, but it got driven away
by an ice puppet.
Ice puppets.
Quote unquote.
Ice puppets.
It's like Frodo's. No one.
But we also know that corrosion is a thing.
Yeah, no.
Like, it very clearly states that all your metal stuff.
It's going to rot.
Yeah. So we decide that's our next adventure. We decide to do that. And we buy some
bronze gear,
and we get some. Basically, we have the rust away
from the alchemist.
Yep. So we buy some rust away. Some basically, and we also oil our gear. So we use oil to just give us a little preventative effect. We buy a few rust away potions. We, like Grim, I know, gets a bronze mace because I'm like, I can't lose my mace. Lovingly put oil on my Baraki shield.
Yeah, that's great.
I mean, lovingly.
No,
lovingly.
That's enough. That's enough. What?
Anyway.
Wipe on.
Anywho, and we decided to go investigate this because it's a site.
Don't do the whirly bird. No, you
what?
You don't even know what that means. No, that's a different story.
There's a.
Let's
is.
just say something. I've started. JJ has asked me to review Argo, the movie. I've started to review Argo.
Argo?
It's an awful fucking movie.
What is Argo?
It's a movie.
No, but tell me a little bit.
Nope. We'll get that. No. Just we're done. Anyway.
I feel like I'm being withheld information.
Nope. There's no. You watch the video like everybody else. Oh, it's awful. Anyway. So yes, you go to the vault, right?
In the north.
Perhaps you got the
rust.
It's not
too far from the mine.
It's not that far. It's right next to the mine.
Right.
So you guys head up there.
Sure.
The group is assembled. It's Lance, Grim, Willow, Laurel, Serena, which is Karen's other character, or not priestess.
The Dungeoneer.
The bard.
Who
convinces everyone somehow that she is a trapper.
Dungeoneer.
A Dungeoneer.
She can do dungeons.
Yes, Lord Vincent's there and Maldrum.
Lord Vincent?
Yeah.
Well, Maldrum is Lord Nabro.
No, I think it's Ricky's playing.
Oh, Alphonse.
Right? Yeah.
And Maldrum.
So
Jack.
they head up there,
Or Grim.
and they actually, you get there with no incident. You make all the rolls. Bam, you're
Nailed
there.
it.
It's a
Unlike usual traveling.
It's a structure in the mountainside.
Right.
Double doors, wooden courts. The handles are broken. No writing, no tracks. It's cold, right?
Cold air.
So okay, so you head in. We won't go.
It's hot.
It's great.
It's delicious.
We won't go. So I mean, we're actually on the last leg.
Okay.
So keep that up.
Where are we at?
We're it's not too late. It's like
No, it's 10.
We're early. There's a couple. I have a couple more topics.
Oh yeah.
I did want to. I wanted to get through this.
Yes, we are guys.
I do need to head to the restroom. I'm just because
sure.
And I drank a fair bit of alcohol. I don't know if anybody's counting. If you
yeah.
are, please don't.
You're fine.
We're
fine.
And then
we're also having beers.
Yeah. So
And
you head to the and so here you're and it's cold.
Yeah, it's very cold. Cold air comes out.
Right. So you
Weird whole structure.
So you have the corridors. The corridors are lined with this weird metal mesh.
These guys no puzzles.
Damn. Weird metal mesh.
Yes.
No, you look.
One time.
Time out. As far as I'm concerned, you're the last guy that answered a puzzle.
Good point.
You should be happy.
Crushed
you should
it.
be ready to go.
Crushed it.
You should be like, I love puzzles.
I was awesome with puzzles that one
you
time.
did the one puzzle, and I was like,
I'm gonna rest on my.
By the way, I was so proud of you.
I was proud of me.
I was like,
oh my god, because I remember it was a word puzzle. I'm like, this isn't the answer.
It was like,
and I think everyone looked at me like, did Scott solve the puzzle? What? Scott solved a puzzle. Scott hates puzzles.
Yeah. It was like nothing to something. It was like that whole north, south, west.
Yeah. I loved it.
But all the words were, you did the thing.
So good.
I'm
done. Never got another one.
You were perfect.
Please, Jeff, come to every puzzle.
Yes.
Jeff's our puzzle guy.
We have Rust Away from the Alchemist. We sold him. Yes, absolutely.
Yep.
You got some Rust Away.
So
you oiled the gear.
We go in.
You head in. There's a metal mesh around the wall.
We feel we prepared for this
and it's
fairly well.
You have full leather clothing.
We
bought it.
Thinner clothing.
Yeah.
We have oiled all our gear. We have Rust Away. We've got some bronze weapons. I feel for our party, and by that I mean every campaign we've ever done, we are relatively well prepared.
Yes.
And we are not great at that.
We
are bad at preparing.
You're pretty well prepared.
And we are pretty good here. And it's going great.
So it's cold wind.
And we have also my wife, the Dungeoneer.
Right. Serena, the bard, Dungeoneer.
Yes.
Bard/Dungeoneer.
Yeah, she does everything.
The hallway's lined with like a rusted metal mesh. There are spikes that come out.
Yep.
So you're very worried about traps.
Sure.
So
we have
Serena, the Dungeoneer, checks and tells you it's fine.
Fine.
Now, spoilers.
Spoilers.
She doesn't have any skills at all.
Can't do it.
She is
talking out her ass.
Bamboozling the party.
She
knows nothing about traps.
She lied to get the job.
Yes.
And she is just...
Let's just say she exaggerated on her resume.
And
she is faking it. She's faking it till she makes it.
She is faking it great. She's killing it.
And what I told her at the table, and you all saw, I looked at her and said, okay,
I love
the longer you make this go,
mm-hmm.
I'll give you something.
Yeah.
And the longer you make it go, the better it'll be.
It's going to be great.
Whatever it is. I don't know.
She's killing it.
I don't know how long until someone calls you out.
Yeah, no, it was good.
She keeps winning.
Yeah, she's winning. She's winning it.
So yeah, she goes in. She says it's clear of traps.
Sure, no traps.
L'Oreal casts lightning on the metal meshes, and it just absorbs because it's metal.
Right.
And he's like, "Ooh, the lightning's not.
So
it's bad.
Lightning magic bad.
It's bad
because it just sucks.
The metal just like eats it.
Yeah.
Right.
So lightning magic bad, and that's his big attack.
Right.
Which is
worrisome.
Which is worrisome because that means he's not doing a lot of damage, potentially.
So the hallway goes into, and again, I will give information to Tiamat.
Yeah.
There's no map to this.
No.
Literally, this hallway led to a labyrinth.
Right. We did
and I
the
have a
labyrinth.
bunch of rooms
And we labyrinth.
attached to the labyrinth.
We
And
walked.
you did the go right strategy. Go right.
We walked around.
Which, strangely enough, I go, okay.
We found the room with hot coffee.
Right. So the spikes have rusty hooks and like rusty sharp hooks on them.
Yep.
Right. You find a couple things hanging off the hooks, like tools or a pouch of some leathery skin material. You pull it off, and you find lembas bread.
Yeah, like a
you
food.
find a protein bar.
Yep.
Right.
So there's treasure.
Easy enough. There's stuff
like crappy
on
treasure
the
on
hooks,
the hooks.
but they're also making like dangerous.
Right.
You're worried.
Right. And all the metal stuff is rusty.
And the metal shit is rusty.
Like, so the metal
tools are shitty.
Yeah, you don't want it. So we keep going.
Grim, you're getting cold.
Yeah, everything's good.
Grim casts the best spell in the game.
Yeah, the best.
He has a prayer of soldiers, which makes his boots warm, which makes him warm.
Yeah.
And so he is not affected by cold.
And he also doesn't care about anyone else.
Because he cast the soldier's prayer in his boots.
So he's comfy.
So now
he's got warm, dry boots. Everyone else is freezing. And Grim is super comfy, which is all he wants in life. So, yeah, he's good. But then we find a room of...
so you then go, there's an opening.
Right.
There's some kegs of 4 cylinders giving heat.
Right.
The ice is melting here. Right. There are 4 cylinders with taps. Mm-hmm. You're like, oh, okay. Drinks.
Sure.
Ice puppets appear.
Yes.
They're human size, no face, ice.
Ice guys.
Bad guys with a coin frozen in their chest.
Yep.
They tell you that thieves and grave robbers will die. And I don't think you fought them. You paid, right? You actually...
we paid them off. I think they wanted like a toll, and we're like, okay. So, because Dan's character had ancient coins, and he just paid them, and they're like, all right, good. And they're out.
Yeah, you paid them 30 coins, and they left.
Because I think we took some of the warm liquid.
Yeah.
And they showed up going, oh, well, you took our liquid.
Yeah, you took the stuff.
And then Dan was like, can we pay you for that? And they're like, yes. And so he did, which is like, the rest of his, like, that was all of his.
Because what? L'Oreal speaks ancient.
He does. He speaks ancient.
He took the perk.
And they spoke ancient, so he could talk to them. Dan paid for the liquid, and so some of us, I know, Maldrum and Grim had taken some of the warm liquid. And I think we drank it, and we took some extra.
Yeah.
So we have this hot, warm, slightly
liquory,
alcoholic.
Yeah.
Sort of like Irish coffee. That's my take on it.
Yes,
it's basically hot, warm, alcoholic liquid. But if you drink it, it makes you warm,
and you don't affect,
and you aren't affected by the cold
because everybody's starting to get
penalties. Like penalties.
Like it is bad because it's
like it's cold in here.
It's cold here.
It's you're in an ice box.
Yeah.
So we carry on.
You fight a couple of them. Like
we run into
4 or 5
run into several in a hallway.
But you win that battle because you got 2 fighters.
Right.
You got Lance who has
range guys, spear guys.
So you totally dominate that battle.
Yeah. So we win that fight. We kill them. We take their coins.
You melt the bodies, and you actually take the coins. You take the coin out of their chest.
And I think some people
kind of weird badge.
Yes, and some people were getting cold, so we gave them some of the warm liquid.
Right.
So now most of us have had warm liquid, but I think not everybody.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look and see.
So most of us feel fine, but maybe not everybody.
You're fine because of the boots.
Plus, I've had the warm liquid.
A few people have the booze.
And I've had the booze.
Right, yeah.
And so then we go on and we find the merchant.
The traps. No, there's traps.
Oh, the traps.
So first you go to
the trap, right?
A room in this labyrinth. And the spiky bits,
right?
And of course, the dungeoneer does not find the traps ahead of time.
I don't understand where that happened.
Don't know why, because she has 0 skills, by the way.
Good point. But she's carrying it off well.
She is.
She's bullshitting her way through the adventure.
She's explaining every
it's going
mistake.
Great. It's going fine. Yeah.
So I mean, I think she's the only one hit.
Yeah, I forget what the trap was.
The spike shot out.
Oh, spike shot out. So we have the chance to either run to the room, retreat, and there's some loot on a thing.
Right.
And
so
so
you try to get the
we
loot.
mostly decide to retreat, except Lance decides to use his lance spear to sort of grab the thing and then run out. So he does get it. I forget what it was.
It's a locket of some sort. Some kind of locket.
So we get out of the room. We don't take a ton of damage.
No, I think Karen took the only actual hit.
She took the big hit, but I think we get out of that room.
Explained it away.
Yeah,
blah, blah, blah.
You know, it's fine. So we get out of that room. We keep going. Then we find a merchant.
So so the party's getting colder.
Right.
Lance drinks some liquor.
Right.
Lance, L'Oreal, and Willow are the ones feeling the cold.
Right. Because they haven't had the liquor.
Lance drinks the liquor that one of you has and warms himself.
Because we have a little extra.
Willow casts a spell.
Right.
Because he's virtues of the body.
So he
turns off his sense of touch.
So he's good. Because he's not cold anymore.
He's good. He's not.
I like that. That's good. I think, is L'Oreal the one that freezes him to death?
He's the only one freezing to death.
That makes sense. That's fine.
And then you find the vendor.
The vendor.
So you head to the room in the corner of the labyrinth.
That totally felt like weirdly Fallout 4 to me.
Gamble.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, don't get me wrong. I'm a little bit.
Like, you find the dude with the little trader thing. Like, for me, it's like, I had a Fallout 4 thing where, like, the guy, I'm literally picturing the guy behind the thing in Fallout 4 who was like, what do you want to buy? And I'm like, oh.
Well, he was an automaton.
He was an automaton, yeah.
He was a puppet.
Yeah. He was part of the thing. He wasn't a person. He wasn't a person.
On this kiosk.
Yeah, not a person.
He's offering you
things.
Mechanically, he's offering you wonders of the world.
For ancient coins.
For ancient coins.
Which we don't have hardly any of.
No, he has some kind of thing which will identify these ancient...
Right, walk of identification.
A beach hat.
Right, a nice sword.
Suits that will make you swim better.
Sure.
Swimsuits.
Yeah, why wouldn't you love that?
A map of your surroundings?
There's a map, which I think we should have bought that.
Rust away.
Yeah.
A flask which will keep your drinks hot or cold.
Sure. Thermos.
Right?
Stanley.
So it's
thermos.
an automaton. Right? And then...
and there's a door behind him.
Marked
private or...
Marked like staff only.
Staff only.
Because you can read that.
Yeah. And then, of course, we should go through that.
And you should go through that. But 11 puppets appear.
Yeah, 11. And that's where we stopped.
That's where we ended.
Right.
The AAR is done. We have completed it.
Did we not do anything after? What about the other group?
We did nothing after it.
Oh, because we took...
Nothing. That's it.
Well... No.
Unless you remember something, but I don't remember.
I mean, there was...
What? You tell me. Just say it. It's not a secret.
I mean, there was the campfire and the telling tall tales.
Oh, that's... okay. I did stop. Where are we at?
Oh, let's say we have
Let's stop for now.
Sure.
We'll do another... We can do another one. That was a different group.
Because...
That was two... So then Jeff and Rick left for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So we did a second group. We did a side adventure. We're going to leave that for...
Which really wasn't related to anything.
It had nothing to do with nothing.
No, nothing with nothing. It's pure side adventure.
So I think
we could actually not do that.
But we'll do it for fun.
Sure.
It's a fun game.
I mean, I enjoyed it.
It
was a great side adventure. But it unrelated to anything at all.
It has nothing to do with any of this.
Yeah, it was,
Like, after those two series, we're coming back to this.
Yeah.
This is the next
And that's what we're doing this Saturday.
Yeah. This. With all the people.
Sure.
That was this weird sidelight.
Sure. But it was fun.
It was a fun sidelight.
Sure.
And I did enjoy it, and we will, I suppose...
I had the worst tall tale of it.
Sure.
But now I resist.
You went first. That's the problem.
Yeah. But everyone one-up me after.
Yeah, it's like, aha!
Everyone one-up me. But I resist fall damage. I got the best perk out of that.
You got the weirdly most generically useful perk, I think.
I mean, look, knowing about bears...
No, that's dumb.
But resisting fall damage? Sounds good.
Right.
I'll take that. I use that. Anywho. All right, what's next? What are we going to talk about?
So
it's early.
Can I go to the restroom for
we both
1 second? You go first.
Yeah. All right, we'll be back, everyone. Give us
So Willow gave himself magical leprosy.
What?
Willow gave himself... No, I don't think Willow... I mean, Willow didn't give himself... So... don't know. I mean, my take on the second characters, April, is that they have not quite yet found their gig, if that makes any sense. Like the primary characters, like Lord Vincent and Alphonse and the priest and the priestess and the mage, like those are big time characters that, and and Dan John. Let's understand something. So, his Avery is decent, and I don't know anything about Willow yet. So we're not quite there, I think, where they have a shtick. But I don't know yet. We'll see. We will see in the next adventure or two whether or not, like, some of these side characters actually come to fruition. Now, we did do a thing without Jeff and Rick, which, again, we just didn't talk about, like, literally, deliberately, which was they told campfire stories about their characters, and that was sort of fun. And then got, like, a perk based on their campfire story, so I think that was sort of fun. And that gave us a little more oomph to these second characters. Now, ironically, Willow's with the primary party, and his main character was the one that told the story, so... Okay. So, we'll see. We'll see. All right. So give me 2 minutes. I will be back. What's up, JJ? Fallout London. So I heard Fallout London required GOG, and it was a little bit of a mess. So that's a good question. I'm going to see what it takes to load Fallout London, and if it's not so bad, I will load up Fallout London and play it.
So I'll tell you what I did. I bought the game through GOG.
Did you buy Fallout through GOG?
I bought it because it's on sale right now for $16.
I will.
And it's the correct version.
Yeah.
So I just bought it through GOG. I got Fallout London through GOG, and I'm just going to run that separately from my Steam account. Yeah. Because then I don't have to downgrade, because otherwise you can't.
Oh, yeah. No, and don't get me wrong.
I just figured it was worth it to spend $16 to buy it again, to not have to. And
I've downgraded, believe me, I've downgraded Steam games.
Yeah, I didn't want to.
The problem is that I would ruin every other Fallout instance I have.
Right, and I don't want to do that. So I literally have 2 Fallouts.
So I will consider it.
Yeah.
By the way.
Yeah, because I'm going to play Fallout London. It looks great. Like the trailer, phenomenal.
By the way, JJ.
Can't wait.
And I blame you for this.
What?
I've started reviewing Argyle.
What is this thing you keep talking about?
Freaking bad movie. It's not that good. Spoilers. It's not that good.
Okay.
You should watch it.
I mean, okay.
Do you have Apple TV?
No.
No, I didn't. Forget it.
Can't. Suck it.
Done.
What?
I've started my review. I have a third of it.
Oh, that's right. That dude said.
Yeah. No,
You're doing it.
I did it.
Nice. Good on you.
I did it. I have 10 pages of notes for fucking Argyle. Let's understand something.
Well, that's a whole AAR.
No, oh no, it is ridiculous.
Yeah, I can't wait.
I have a ton. No,
I mean, I'll sit here and let you ramble while I drink if you want to do that.
So, all right.
Yeah. Yes.
Have you played Fallout London?
No. I'm doing Solasta with John and Steve.
Can you talk about that for 2 minutes while I pick?
Yes, go Pete.
All right.
So I am playing with John L'Oreal and my friend online Steve Solasta campaign. Solasta is a I don't know who the publisher is. I could not tell you anything about that, or developer, but is a fantasy RPG PC computer game based on D&D 5th edition. And I have played. It was in, I think, early access about 4 or 5 years ago. and it came out. I played through the campaign 4 or 5 years ago, and it's a very classic sort of top-down. You make a party of 4 characters. You run through a fantasy RPG campaign. It is pretty darn faithful to 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons, so if that's your jam, it does it well. It was, I thought, a okay RPG and a good adaptation of the mechanics of 5th edition D&D. So if you like that, you probably like it. I played through the whole campaign under early access or beta, whatever it was, on Steam 4 or 5 years ago. And then I put it away because I'm like, well, that was fun, but I don't need to do more. And so my friends Steve and John sort of, recently texted, and they were like, hey, do you want to do, now there's DLC and there's additional classes or subclasses, classes, subclasses, etc. Do you want to do? You could play it multiplayer with your friends. So they proposed that. I said, sure. I like playing PC games with friends. I feel like every game on PC is better with friends than by yourself. So we have started the Solasta campaign, the standard campaign, together, and we're maybe 2 or 3 sessions in, so we're only like level 4, but it's fun. So each of us are playing a character, and then John is playing 2 because it's a 4-person party, and there are 3 of us. And so we're doing Solasta, and I'm having a good time.
Which is like Baldur's Gate minus.
I mean, yes, I will agree. If I had to make a PC game recommendation, Baldur's Gate is a better game.
Sure.
But I also will say Baldur's Gate, it's a better RPG.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I will say from a mechanic standpoint, Baldur's Gate does deviate from 5th edition D&D
100%.
more.
Quite a bit, yeah.
So if you are a little bit more of a D&D 5e purist, you may like Solasta more because it does follow the rules a little more closely, whereas Baldur's Gate gets a little doing what it does.
2 things.
But it's a better game. It's
So a couple things.
Yeah.
JJ asks, has anybody tried the new No Man's Sky? I have not yet tried it.
I mean, we played not that
No Man's Sky, so they added a whole new thing with a whole new planetary blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I might go back to it for giggles. It's not terrible.
Yeah.
But they totally, because they're making a new game. They're making a totally new game.
Oh, okay.
Which I forget the name of it, but
all right.
It's but they use that tech.
I see.
To help the planet generation.
Gotcha.
To make it more diverse.
Sure.
More like the water has waves now, like the whole thing. So I'm like, well, maybe I'll start a new game for giggles to do it, and so I've not yet tried it. Yeah. So if anyone's interested, and I don't recommend it because I have not played it. Dawnsbury Days. It's this goofy, some indie, some dude made it. It's Pathfinder 2nd Edition.
Oh,
if you are interested at all in putzing with Pathfinder 2nd Edition, he's made that game. They made that game.
Okay.
Right? It's like a shitty version of Solasta. It's like $5 or something, so it's not like a lot of monetary. But if you were interested, well, what are the mechanics of Pathfinder 2nd Ed?
Interesting.
Versus Pathfinder 1st Ed, because you can buy that already.
Right.
Versus D&D 5th, because you can buy that.
Sure.
If you were interested in what's Pathfinder 2nd play like,
some
guy has made a less than $10 game to do encounters in Pathfinder 2nd. It's called Dawnsbury Days, I think.
Terrible name.
Yeah, it's a terrible name. I have it on my wish list. I'll send it to you if you need it.
Sure.
So, but it's cheapish, and it has that same role-playing, right? And it's supposedly fairly hems to the rules, right? It's not the rules.
Yeah.
So, very interested.
Interesting. Yeah, but I'm having fun with Celeste.
I'm interested in the No Man's Sky update.
I put Celeste in the category of it's fine, and everything playing with friends is better.
Sure.
Like, I don't know if I would have done another run through of the campaign by myself.
No.
But it's fun with people.
Sure. So.
But, I do think Baldur's Gate
Baldur's Gate
is a better game.
It's a great RPG.
That's a really good
for all the bits. It's an RPG. Yeah. It has all the bits. It has all the Larian bits.
Yeah.
And it's D&D 5th.
Yep. Ish.
So, okay.
Ish enough.
No, it's close.
It's close enough.
If you played one and came to the table of a D&D
5th game, I played all the Larian games.
You'd be like...
I played, I forget what they're called, but I played the first
Divinity,
two.
Divinity 2.
I played them both. I put a ton of hours in the second one. I played through the first one entirely.
I didn't like the second
one. Oh, really?
I didn't like Divinity Sin 2.
No, interesting. I did.
It's too sticky. Like, it's
too... did almost
the combat,
4 playthroughs.
I get it. And I'm flighty.
I love...
Gaming-wise, I'm flighty. Here's the thing. I played...
mechanics.
Like, look, I played Skyrim 1 billion hours.
Sure.
Fallout 1 billion hours.
Yes.
EU4 1 billion hours.
Yes.
Crusader Kings 1 million hours.
Sure.
Right? Like, there's a certain set of games that get a lot of my time.
2 playthroughs of Divinity 2 and 2 playthroughs into the third act.
Sure.
I like the game a lot. And Baldur's Gate 3 is, I would say, is better. The caveat I will say is, because you're building the whole party.
Okay. So April, Ricky.
Yeah.
But it's April.
Oh.
Says, Argyle is okay. I do not like Argyle. I do not like it.
No, I don't watch
if I was choosing a Sam Rockwell rom-com for watching Mr. Right instead of Argyle. I thought Argyle was... So, spoilers. I thought Argyle was over the top, over-explained, and overstayed its welcome.
Okay.
Like, I just couldn't get into it. There was nothing about it.
What is it roughly about?
It's a spy flick. It's a spoof of James Bond.
Oh.
Sort of.
No, it's...
Right?
Really? Oh. Okay, I've seen the ad.
You're right.
I've seen the ad. Yeah.
And it's not...
Just... Okay. Just about James Bond.
I had a hard time... Because at first I was like, "Wow, I am just bored."
I like the.
I just got bored. I was bored.
The one with British. There was the sort of vaguely James Bondy.
Kingsman.
Yes.
Well, it's the same guy made Kingsman. Made this.
I like the Kingsman.
Which, so again, I enjoyed. By the way, I did not see Kingsman.
I've seen all of them.
No idea.
I think they're solid.
Argyle is made by the same director who made Kingsman.
But you're like, not great.
But I didn't see Kingsman.
Okay.
So I like Kingsman.
I mean, I like the Kingsman.
I'm like, well,
Kingsman is...
If you told me right now, go watch Kingsman because it's the same guy, I'd be like, nah, I'm good.
I think that Kingsman has a good bit of humor, which I enjoy.
This tries to be super over... So this tries to be over the top.
Good.
And yet be clever.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense. It's like Beavis and Butthead, but yet...
Spy.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm like...
But not Austin Powers. Not funny. Like, not just silly.
I didn't catch... I wish I'd have liked it more.
All right.
So, now, to... Full disclosure... Mm-hmm. JJ asked me to watch it.
Okay, I saw that
because he hated it. He's like, "You're gonna hate this.
I mean,
watch this."
Look, that's our
God.
That is our classic. This tastes terrible.
Yes,
try it,
right?
And we are on board with that.
And so
our friend group is like, if you bring the most disgusting snack to gaming, and basically say this sucks, we will all try it. That's how we roll. So I think with movies, that's fair. Yeah. Sure.
So he's like, watch this. You'll hate it. I'm like,
Is it bad?
So it's...
You have to do
I will do the thing. I did. I'm doing it.
Sure.
It's just taking me a lot of effort.
Yeah,
it's actually a lot of effort, believe it or not. Like,
is that your least favorite spy movie?
what spy movie?
I don't know.
It currently is. Like, if you here's the thing.
Go ahead.
Okay, if you're telling me watch Argyle, I'd be like, nope. Watch Bullet Train and Everything Everywhere All at Once. Done.
Yes.
Those two movies.
Amazing.
Done. If you said watch Argyle, I'd go no.
Bullet Train.
No. Watch Bullet Train.
Yes.
And Everything Everywhere All at Once.
I highly recommend. They're not really spy movies.
No, they're not. But no one gives a shit. Go watch The Old Clue. Done. There you go. Those are my 3 movies. My recommendation.
Love.
Kingsman is better paced.
I like the Kingsman movies. I love James Bond movies, and I have grown up with all the James Bond movies. So
it's some sort of script of this. No,
I love the James Bond movies. You will pry them out of my cold dead hands. They're not all gems, but I appreciate every iteration and every Bond.
I think you would hate Argyle.
Yeah, I'm sure I would, because I love James Bond, and there's something about it that every version of it, even the sort of the kitschy older ones, the 80s, which were excess, the grittier. I love all versions of James Bond. I will always be a James Bond fanboy. I'm sure something like Argyle sounds terrible. I like Kingsman. I enjoy Kingsman.
My preview was
the best part of Kingsman was the dumb fight in the bar where the young guy is in there, and then the older dude comes in to drink a pint of Guinness, and then he locks the door and beats the crap. I'm like, that's my favorite scene in Kingsman. I mean, that's a good movie, solid movie. Kingsman's a solid.
Hey, what's up, Raven? How are you?
Oh, Raven!
It's pussy. Mine too. I mean, no. I don't.
I mean, I like all. I love all the look. There's a hot air balloon in one of. I think that's. I'm gonna put the other balloon. Okay. Timothy Dalton, James Bond's probably bottom of the barrel, because all the other ones are better because they're just not memorable. But like Sean Connery, great. Pierce Brosnan's fine.
I remember seeing Moonraker at theater.
Oh my god, Moonraker!
That's why.
Oh my god,
that's why I love it. It's bad.
It's a little bit like the old Star Wars movies because you grew up with them.
Yeah.
Like
Moonraker's dumb as shit.
I don't care. You will never tell me it's not great. Yes. The terrible lasers and thing,
so bad.
And the cutting down in the thing at the end, and it's Jaws. It's fucking Jaws.
It's a bad movie.
Oh my god! The girl and surviving.
I love Moonraker.
Love Moonraker.
And I love Dr. No.
All of them are great. Old ones are great. New ones are great. Middle ones are great. Those are my core. Look, I've read James Bond, the books. They are different. They're different. That's a different vibe. And I love all of it. I don't care. But I feel like, Argyle doesn't sound like that.
If you have a chance, watch Argyle. And be pissed.
I'm not going to.
They watched Argyle.
I'm not going to.
So JJ was angry. Yeah. He was like pissed. Like, angry about Argyle. I'm like, okay, I watched it and I'm like.
It's not making you mad. It's not good.
Nope. We're not gonna spoil it. I will give you one spoiler.
Okay.
I was pissed. I cringed.
Sure.
So my first where I cringed was where they name dropped John Le Carre with Ian Fleming and website. John Le Carre wrote Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, The Spy Who Came In From the Cold.
By the way, phenomenal story.
Right?
Phenomenal.
So you name dropped the preeminent, like an Ian Fleming was fun, but that's fine. James Bond, different genre almost.
My favorites. I was the same guy. Berlin, Game Set Match. I don't know if you ever read those. Phenomenal spy stories. I'm a big spy. I'm a big Cold War era spy story, dude. I love those. I feel like Argo would just make me incensed because
no, you should watch it.
I'm not going to.
It's not that.
I'm not going to.
It's not that. It's not going to make you incensed.
Like, I'm a big, like, old school Cold War era spy game guy. Len Deaton did Berlin Gang Set Match. That's my pinnacle of spy stories. Len Deaton, the author. Like, I will put that up against
of the way
everything
through my Argyle review.
Okay, okay, I love
it's taking me a lot of it's taking me a fucking ton of
effort. You know, gentlemen, you know what we need?
It's a ridiculous
watch party. We need a watch party. Chris needs to announce this where he does it, and we're doing a watch party, and it's going to be amazing.
No,
it's going to be amazing. Get on board. I'm here for it.
But my bitch was when they name dropped John Le Carre. And I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah. No, what are you doing?
Like, that's...
What are you doing?
Your silly Beavis and Butthead spy flick. Not even that good for that. You're going to name drop. Ugh. Fucking A. Shoot me.
I'm helping you.
So, anyway. It was what it was. I'm a third of the way through. It's taking way longer than I wanted.
Sure.
That's why I don't movie review.
Yeah.
I have 10 pages of notes, for Christ's sake.
I can't wait.
I have
watch
10
party.
pages of notes.
Watch party. Let's make this happen.
It's your fault. I have 10 pages of notes.
Let's do it.
About this stupid-ass movie. Raven says, I wonder if Chris would play a James Bond RPG. My James Bond RPG is on my shelf right now. It's called AAR. Grab that. Will you stand up and grab that?
Wait, which one? Where is it?
Stand up. It's the red box at the very top. Espionage.
Oh, not Danger International.
No, because that was before Danger International.
Right, all right.
So this game is Hero Game. So this was Danger International was Hero third edition.
Third.
This was first edition.
Oh.
This was before they did that shit.
There's also the James Bond role-playing game. That was owned by Avalon Hill.
Right. I do remember that.
Never played that. No, I agree.
This game, by the way, first edition Hero Game. So they brought this out about when Champions occurred.
79?
Let's look. Let's see when the...
I have Danger International, which I love.
Which is later, which is a great game.
Which I love.
Which is like
84.
By the way, based on this...
Love that game. I would play a DI campaign any day of the week.
1983. So it was a little...
So DI was 86?
Yeah.
Or something? I would play Danger International any day of the week.
This was essentially when Hero was essentially making... books.
Yeah.
Like, this was about Justice in
Justice Inc. Which Justice Inc. still...
By the way, best pulp game ever is Justice Incorporated.
I think that's one of the best products they've ever put out. I would put JI against anything.
Yeah.
Because that is almost a perfect game. Old, third edition. I love the weird...
was it third or was it before third? Because I think
it's technically
before.
Technically before.
That's this era.
Technically, it was the weird talents, the weird powers.
Yes, it's all.
I love all that.
You've totally sidetracked.
Sure. Justice Inc. is probably
nope. And JJ, stop talking about Argyle. I will talk about it. I don't even know.
I'm going to say, of all the RPGs that I own or have played over the years or seen. The one that I like the most is Justice Incorporated.
What did you pour for me? Templeton?
Yeah, I give the rye.
You give me the rye.
I give it the rye.
Because that swallow, delicious.
Yeah.
Like, it was amazing. Mind you, I'm way liquored up. Like,
I feel this just gets better.
Yes.
Because
Yes.
No offense to Templeton. By the way, if you'd like to sponsor us, that'd be great. But this doesn't come across great.
That was a great swallow.
Up front.
Yeah.
But as you go on,
liquor up,
this gets better.
Foods, yeah.
This is delicious.
Yeah, yes.
And I feel for an Irish, no offense to Irish whiskey, I'm not knocking it, This is a really solid Irish whiskey.
But we haven't touched it since because we're saving
Well,
it
we
for
can't
Jeff.
taste
Saving
it. We are
saving it for Jeff.
saving for Jeff.
And that's
I don't-
80 proof versus
I don't think you
120.
can
Yeah, like
taste
that's
that.
not cool.
I'm not sure you can taste
That's
it.
not great.
I like the Templeton, but yeah, Knob Creek crushes.
Like that was like that's I was like, well, that's really good all of a sudden. Like,
Yeah.
what the hell happened?
You know,
So
the proof holds up. Go ahead.
yes.
Where were we?
So espionage. So
Justice Incorporated
yes.
is of all the RPGs I've ever played, I would put Justice Incorporated.
Justice Inc. and Espionage were the early
my
heroes.
favorite.
Early ones.
My favorite edition of any RPG ever is Justice Incorporated because it captures the feel. It has the whole second book that goes into all the 1920s
Right.
slang. It does. Now, don't get me wrong. I have 4th edition pulp. And it's fine.
No,
It gives you a lot of detail about the time, but it loses because 4th edition. Not to knock Hero, because I still love Hero Edition. Hero games are still sort of, I have a lot of fun.
So that's your nostalgia game.
It's my nostalgia game. D&D is not my nostalgia game. That's just like
D&D's mine.
D&D is like I was in college and I played with crazy people. D&D. Hero is my nostalgia game. All the Hero stuff we've done. 4th edition feels vaguely bland. And so all the 4th edition products feel vaguely bland. And I think that's something that I'm sure Espionage, DI, and Pulp Hero get right. They don't feel bland. They feel very specific. They capture the vibe of that genre better.
So here's the thing. So that's an interesting point.
Yeah.
So again, Hero started with Champions 1.
Yes.
Like Hero
1, 2, and 3.
was Champions 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, and I have those.
Which I no longer have.
I never played, but I own them. But
we played a lot of Hero.
I never played them, but I own them. Yeah.
So there really was no Hero 1, 2, and 3, right? Like it was Champions 1, 2, and 3. There was no Hero games.
No.
First edition.
No.
Weirdly enough.
Yeah. There was just Champions.
There was just Champions. And
sort of second edition was these games. Espionage, DI, JI.
They had other. So Champions was a superhero game. It was point based, and you could build with math a lot of like different heroes, and we did. We played a lot of back in Newcastle. That's when I found Champions, and we played a lot of those games. So 1983, I was 13.
Yeah, sure.
Right? I mean, that was the age.
Yeah.
Right? That's when a couple of those games came out. Justice Incorporated. I don't know when that came out exactly. And Espionage.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what edition they were for Hero.
Sure.
It wasn't 4th.
It was like 2,
and
3.
It wasn't really 3rd.
Yeah, 2, 3.
Right?
Somewhere in there.
Yeah. 3rd came out. That was the Fantasy Hero book. That was
technically.
Fantasy Hero. They started making those books.
Star Hero.
Fantasy
Hero.
Danger International.
Which is, I guess, 3rd edition.
Was mostly 3rd issue.
That's more 2. Right?
Yeah, this is earlier than that.
Yeah, that's sort of. And JI's that.
Yeah, it was earlier than those things.
Yeah.
Now we're talking about Hero. If you don't know anything about Hero games, you're like sleeping right now because you're like, oh, I don't give a shit.
I mean,
but
love it.
So those were an attempt. Justice Incorporated and Espionage. Espionage again was an attempt to take Hero down to the personal, the normals level.
Right. Yes.
And then Justice Inc. took all that shit and took it into
the 1920s,
with some sort of almost powers.
Yeah, weird talents.
Weird talents, but they weren't powers.
No. And they were unreliable.
Right. And
loved it.
Great game. Those are both.
That's my favorite.
They're both box sets.
Yeah.
They're both box.
In the box.
That's
still my favorite.
It has a game book and it has an adventure. Justice Inc. has a game box and a period box, a period book, like a 1920s, 30s book. Great. If you could, they're probably, I don't even know. If you could find that today, great game.
Love those.
Wonderful game.
fantastic. Probably easily my favorite pulp genre game. Like I have the 4th edition version, Pulp Hero, and it's fine. And certainly, if you're gonna play in 4th edition, maybe you use the mechanics of 4th, but Justice Inc. got the vibe right.
Right.
And maybe I would still use some of those old 3 mechanics.
My first sci-fi game, by the way. Well, aside from Traveler, because we played Traveler when I was in 3rd grade. We played goofy-ass Traveler.
I played Black Book Traveler, but in the 90s.
As 8-year-old.
Yeah, I've only played it much later.
My first sci-fi game was Espionage. We played that.
It's a sci-fi game.
I vaguely made
you could have run that as sci-fi, right? You could have run Danger National sci-fi.
And then we added...
Because Star Hero came later.
Yes.
Yeah.
So...
And I'm not sure Star Hero was great.
I love Star Hero, by the way.
No, I love this.
Great game. That book was great.
Okay.
It didn't quite work out, but it was enough... Star Hero was the basis for all the fucking campaign that we played in college.
Oh, I know.
Because I was like, okay, this is 90% of the
But you pushed that up to 4E, technically.
Yeah. No, we didn't. It was...
we did?
No,
okay.
we did. That was based on a 30 game.
All right.
So, JJ asked, either of you... So first I'll ask the stupid question. Raven Rock says, I still want both of you to drink Blackberry Crown Royal. And I'm like,
I think I watched that.
Nope. No, I think I'm...
Do you also watch SOB, the whiskey guys? Because they just did a whole Crown Royal taste test. And I will say after watching that, I don't really have a strong desire to drink Crown Royal.
Doing it. You want to buy Blackberry Crown
No,
Royal?
I do not. No.
So, Raven.
No.
Raven, would you be behind us drinking Blackberry Crown Royal?
I'm not going to do that.
We're doing it.
No, we're not doing it.
You're going to do it. You're doing it.
I'm not doing it.
Are you 13?
I know. I'm not 13.
Yes, you are.
I'm 55. I'm not doing it.
You're doing it. You're doing it.
Look,
I'm going to give you that. You're going to drink. Yes, you are.
I'm not.
Yes, we're doing it.
No, we're not.
Yes, the next.
We're going to drink good whiskey.
By the way.
Because we like ourselves.
By the way.
I mean.
We are. Okay.
We're not.
Next. No, we're not drinking a lot of it.
We're not drinking any of it.
Yes,
First of all, Crown Royal is just not cheap. And it's also trash.
We're doing it.
It's trash.
I'll buy it.
Sorry,
I'll buy
Crown Royal.
I'll buy it.
If you're
anyway, I'll buy it. It's fine. I'll buy it.
Okay,
I challenge you. She challenged us. Done. You got it. You got to be in.
I mean, I'll drink anything.
Look, this lady, she played Hero with. She played City of Heroes with you.
Who? What?
Raven. Yes.
Oh, from the.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. Done. We're done. Next.
Yes.
Next one of these. We're gonna. And don't get me wrong. I'm sad because I'm gonna throw it away. Probably. Like it's gonna be. Yeah. We're
first of all.
Yeah.
That's abuse.
Nope. We're doing it. We're doing it.
How dare you? Don't throw this away. We will drink it.
We're doing it. Blackberry Crown Royal done. Does it at least give me the pouch? Does it at least come in a bag?
Oh, it comes in a bag in a box.
Oh, I mean, done. We're doing it. It's gonna be gross. I'm gonna. I hate myself. Why am I not charging people for this? Like stupid. You can't. JJ wasted 2+ hours of my life for God's sake. Argyle was
people for watching two drunks.
Argyle was 2+ hours. And then I wrote notes. No, that is, my hourly rate for real is ridiculous. Anyway, okay.
This is on you, man.
This is on you.
You've
asked to play Disco Elysium. I own it, but I did not play it.
I did. So I'll give you my hot take on that. I do not love that. I found it's not terrible. I found it so slow paced that I just couldn't. It's a weird mystery game. It's like you're playing this old sort of. It almost feels like you're playing a really old school. I forget what they were.
Like there was Zork, like a
no police. There was a whole weird section of games that were like these weird police investigative PC games in like the 90s. I don't know what they're called. And I played some of them. But I remember feeling this vibe of like you're walking around, you're talking to a whole bunch of people, you're trying to collect clues, you're trying to figure out what the mystery is, and I just was bored by it.
Jeff said John will finish it. Perfect. I'm gonna find Blueberry Crown Royal.
We're doing it now.
I'm gonna drink it
because you wanted it,
and I'm gonna be gross, and I'm gonna blame you, Raven, and then we're gonna give it the jump.
Like you gotta put the advert out that you get to watch this. I thought Disco Elysium was boring. I think there's not a bad game. I don't think it's a bad game, but for me, it's too slow. It's just not.
Well, that's interesting.
It did not hold my attention.
That's interesting. It's very.
I probably played it, I don't know, 20 hours or so, and I just couldn't. It did not compel me to continue. I got X far into it, and I'm like, you know what? I don't. And there's not a lot of computer games I just put away.
Disco Elysium, to me, seems like a game that you have to buy into the pretentious language of it and just roll with it, or else you can't get there.
It's very chatty. It's very wordy. There's
if you don't.
It's not a look. It's probably because I'm a bad person, but I like PC games to have. I want action. Like I want fighting. I want something, I want some conflict. I want to beat the bad guy and just, I hate to say, spending your time walking around talking. It felt like, it's an adventure game. Like, it's an
old school Sierra.
Yeah, sort of. You walk around, you talk to everybody, you get the clues, you put the puzzle together, you go to the next place, you get the more clues, and I'm like, that really would, and I've played some old school Sierra games, but those were never my jam. Like old school Zork, old school whatever. I don't remember. I don't really play that many of them, but they're not my jam.
Well,
I want fighting. I want to have a battle. I want to feel like I'm. I want to feel like
Catherine Morgan. Hello, how are you?
I want to feel like I'm progressing. And I feel like Disco Elysium, I said, I didn't play it a ton. I played maybe 20 hours or so. But I didn't feel like I was really getting anywhere. And it just felt slow. Like, it is a mystery. Like, if you want...
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, it's well rendered. It's visual. It certainly tries to give you a vibe of the place. I don't think it's a bad game, but I think it's a game that you have to want to just inhabit the atmosphere of the world, and you want to follow the clues. You are this, basically, you're playing an alcoholic.
You're playing a schmuck.
You're playing a sort of a failure of a person who's a detective, who's a little bit down on his luck, who's obviously not doing great. And if you are okay with all of that, great. But it just felt slow and sort of boring, and it did not capture my interest.
So, Catherine Morgan.
I do not recommend it. I don't think it's a bad game, but it's
not your game.
It's a very specific style of play. If you like it, I'll bet you love it. But if you don't like it, you will not love it.
So Catherine Morgan says, interesting Raven idea, Crown Royal. Might want to try that myself.
Oh,
good luck with that.
We're doing it.
We're doing it. We are doing it.
We're doing it now. Oh no, I'm in 100%.
I'm so sad with myself. Anyway,
yeah, let's do this.
So what are you, Jen's drinking tonight? KK Raven. We're drinking. So we started with Proper 12, which is an Irish whiskey finished in bourbon barrels,
which I quite liked.
80 proof, so a little bit light.
But I quite like. I like that.
But it was sweet and flavorful, and we did enjoy
I mean,
it.
it's a good starter. I think it's a solid Irish. The fact that it's a bourbon barrel, I think is good.
Yeah,
I'm going to bring it tomorrow when we game
sure.
because I think Jeff might like it. Larceny's great. That's a great bottle.
Scott brought the Larceny Barrel Proof. So this is a bourbon.
So they released that
124.
Yeah.
So it's 62% alcohol.
So they release that. They release that, I think, 3 times a year. That's a little bit of a hard to get.
6 to 8 years.
I think it's excellent.
It is. It is very tasty.
I think it's
excellent. I don't know how much you paid for this bottle.
It's like 70. It's not crazy.
That's not actually.
No, but it's like 70. I think it's excellent.
But it's a very good bourbon.
I highly recommend it.
It's a very tasty bourbon.
If you get your hand on a Larceny Barrel Proof.
Very tasty bourbon.
So this year I picked up both.
That's your, if you're like, I'm buying for a holiday or my birthday.
If you're a bourbon guy, I picked up, so this is, because I do sort of do this. This is B523. Oh really? Okay. So it's B523. And I have the Elijah Craig Barrel Proof, which I guess would be B524 because it's current.
Yeah.
It's mostly an older one. Now, I like both of them a lot. I don't know which I like more. I will say this is sweeter.
Yes.
The Elijah Craig is not as sweet.
Yep.
And that's fine with me, but I could see people not liking that. Because most people, as I said before, like sweet bourbons.
Like sweeter bourbons.
And I don't love sweet bourbons. But both of them are released only 3 times a year. There's typically a 1 January release. There's a May release, 5, and I think they do a 9. And they do that. I like this a lot. This is really good. If you can get that, if you like high proof bourbons, you get the Larceny. I don't think you'll like it.
Catherine's like, Irish whiskey, brave. Ouch. Few of those that I'm ready for bed. Like, well.
Oh, that's not even a.
Well, I'm sorry.
You wanna,
you obviously have not trained your liver properly.
These would wreck you.
And then.
This is 114, this is 126.
Then we're drinking Templeton.
Which is.
Templeton Rye.
Which is solid.
114.
I feel like that.
It's 114. It's actually really 115 because it's 114.8.
I will put that in the category of that improves with drunkenness.
It really does.
Most things do.
Like the more drunk you are, the happier you are drinking that. Yes.
I didn't think it was bad. I just don't think it's great. But
now you're like, what?
Now it's great.
It's gone from bronze to silver.
It's silver.
Maybe it's going to get gold if everything's enough.
It's smashing up.
Where's the popcorn, damn it? I need some salt. Yeah.
It's not bad. I like my rice to be spicier. I feel that it's a rye that leans on the sweet side, and it's not very rye spice. So it's a little bit of a letdown if you like a really punchy rye. But on the other hand, if you like sort of an easy drinking, higher proof,
$60. It's about 60.
Yeah,
it's around 60.
Yeah.
Like Templeton Barrel Strength is not a bad.
I think I would pick the Pikesville over that because
I don't know.
Because I think the Pikesville gives you a similar experience. 110 proof. It's a.
I don't know. That's a good question. That would be us. That'd be side by side.
Oh yeah, I don't have.
That's a battle we'd have to do.
I finished that.
It's hard. Sorry. Yeah, I get it.
But I think the Pikesville I would pick over the Templeton. But if you like a high proof rye or a higher proof rye that is not super punchy, I think the Templeton you might like. I would pick the Pikesville because I think it hits a little better, but they're both sort of mild rums.
Catherine's like, 114. Oh my God. Half a bottle you'll see double. Well, we're about there. We're there.
We're not close.
And
we're not.
There's 3 of you. I don't know what's going on. But anyway, you can lick Argyle now. I don't know what the fuck.
Stop it. That's not true.
So yes, no, JJ, I just want you to know I have started Argyle.
Okay, we're doing Blueberry Crown Royal.
And we're doing oh God.
No, you said yes. I'm on board now. You know what? Make it
Dance monkeys. That's what I'm
Dance
doing right
Monkeys.
now. They're like, watch Argyle. I'm like, sure.
Okay. So next
Again,
stream.
it's my 13-year-old brain
Next stream.
going
Blueberry Crown Royal.
and Argyle.
And Argyle.
Oh, God.
I'm in. You come for the commentary.
You don't even
By that I mean I will not have watched. I will say, I will not have watched the movie.
You don't want to know.
I will not have watched the movie. I will specifically not have watched the movie, but I will drink.
We need a Jim Cotton night to
mean,
erase Argyle out of my head. Anyway,
Jim Cotton.
best movie ever. Anyway,
no.
Anyway,
Yes. No. Yes.
So what I wanted to ask you, what I actually, so here we are. I don't know what time it is. It's like
11:30.
9,000.
It's 11:17.
And
Yes.
so we finished the after action report, which I'm good. We're caught.
We can
I
split.
feel good. Not caught up exactly, but we're caught up.
You don't have to decide mission.
Yeah, there's a different. No, I'm gonna do it. But anyway,
I'm here for it.
I thought it was fun.
It was very fun.
It was fun.
Very fun.
It's a good deal.
Sure.
We did good. We're not gonna do it tonight
Okay, no.
because it's fucking late, and I'm drunk. I mean, I am, and I'm fucking drunk. Like, we're not gonna go.
We had some.
Like, there's that bottle was full.
Sure.
I don't know how full they've done.
Probably.
And you've drank 8 beers or whatever.
I'm at fourth.
I know.
Well, I have one for
I
you.
fear for you, but I love you, but I fear for you. Anyway.
We're splitting the next one.
Yeah, no, good.
I have a different. No, not one of the. Look, this is a very IPA. Trump's Professional. One of my favorite IPAs, but I have a different one for Chris because I thought he might like it. And by that I mean, I don't know.
Sure, I'm good.
Next.
So I just wanted to ask you.
Yeah.
So I did want to. So a couple things.
Sure.
Let's do the quick one.
Yes. Quick.
The quick one is.
Mhm.
What do you think
Yes.
about the new? Like what's the new D&D? What are you doing?
No, I
with
don't
the
care.
D&D? You don't
I
care.
don't care.
You don't care
Look,
at all.
I don't. I don't.
The game's been out 10 years. You don't think it needs an update?
No. First, here's the problem. Here's the problem I have. Here's the problem I have.
It's more than 10 years, by the way. It's like a long time.
Okay, it's
been out for
two things. I will say, look. One, weirdly, I'm not the D&D guy. And I will also say I am the D&D guy. Because of all... What do you read?
You don't sound... Raven says you don't sound drunk. I would love to play COH.
Jesus.
So,
What?
okay.
Really?
Like, Raven says, I'd love to play COH
Yes.
on the night you drink, so I can hear a little
So,
bit running.
We'll do that. First of all, no, sidebar. Have you done Marine Affinity? There's a new power set. Are you getting on board? Have you done Marine Affinity? And if you have, what did you think? But now I'll address the D&D question.
All right.
Because I can multitask.
Done.
COH,
Done.
D&D at all time. I am not the D&D guy. I am also...
You're most of the D&D
of
guy.
all the people in our gaming group, I'm the D&D guy.
Yes.
Because...
You're it.
Mostly
You're all I
because
got.
I care, probably too much, about mechanics. Like, I'm very invested in mechanics of RPGs. And that's not to say I don't love role-playing. I love role-playing. I have characters that I have real genuine feelings for. Probably too much. Hoshi. 100%. Hoshi.
Not D&D, though. That's not D&D.
No, I mean, no, but characters.
Okay.
I love RPGs. I love characters. But I love mechanics. Chris, I love mechanics.
I know you do.
And I know 5e more than anyone else of our game group.
The funny part is I'd run it.
Yeah.
And then just be like, Scott, what's that roll?
I
I wouldn't even get the roll.
I know 5e better than anyone at our table.
Yes, 100%.
I also don't care about
By
D&D.
the way, you might know Rune Bearer better than anyone at the table.
100%. I know every mechanic of every game we play.
And I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to ask him what the fuck the roll
Look,
was.
I love mechanics. Look, I grew up in the 70s and 80s playing. Look, I'll just give you full disclosure. I played war games. I started on war games. I didn't start on RPGs, all this touchy-feely bullshit. I played real games. I played war games with rule 1.2.5 point A, point B. I love rules. I'm the rules guy. I love rules. I know the rules. I probably remember them better.
Okay.
This guy wrote.
Time out.
No.
Time out.
Go ahead.
So Raven's like, you don't sound drunk. I'm like, well, maybe.
No, I am. We're getting.
Catherine's IPing up at.
Can
you walk straight? Raven asks. I'm like,
we're not.
No.
I don't.
Absolutely. That's why I'm sitting in this chair.
Mm.
Catherine says, you hide it well. Is that what we call it tonight? Multitasking.
This is multitasking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, I can multitask.
I multitask.
Sure you can.
This is a multitasking. Right. I ask a hero question, or a COA's question. I expect an answer. I love rules.
Oh my God.
I probably know Ruben better than Chris does, and he wrote the rules. No offense.
Yeah, no.
I memorize rules. I am a rules guy, right? So, with regards to 5th edition D&D, I like the rules a lot. I think 5th edition, and I've played AD&D, I played 3rd edition, I played 5th. I never played
AD&D. You didn't really play that much.
I played in college a fair bit.
Did you?
I think I played a fair bit.
Was it the weird dude with the...
They're all weird dudes. It was college. Jesus Christ, Chris. I played...
Was it that guy?
It was all the people.
Okay.
I played...
Gaming club and...
You had a whole bunch of gaming before I met you.
Sure you did.
Okay. I never played basic. I never played first edition. I never played second. I never played fourth. Of the editions I played...
It's a great game, though.
What?
4th is a great game.
You will die in that hill, and I will watch you die in that hill. I will watch you die in that hill. You start doing it.
Not gonna
give me your spiel about how 4th edition.
By the way, it's probably my monitor.
So,
by the way,
here's the thing: I've never played 4th, but I would love 4th. Because 4th edition sounds like my jam.
It's a really good game.
I like 5th edition.
It has nothing to do with D&D, but it's a good game.
Okay. I like 5th edition a lot, and it's the edition I'm most familiar with because I feel it straddles the line of it's easy to play. Easy-ish to play. It's a good introduction. Like, it can get people, and I think that's why 5th edition was successful. It gets people in the hobby.
Yes.
It's playable. It's fine. It's not super buildy, which I think most people don't give a shit about. I mean, I would probably love 3rd edition because I like buildy characters, but I also like the sort of the easiness of 5th. I like 5th a lot. What was the question?
There is no question. So,
anywho, but the caveat is, I don't care about D&D at all. I don't care if it...
So, Catherine says DDO. She mentions DDO.
Oh, well, that's...
Which, by the way, I love DDO.
This is a fanboy right here.
DDO is my second favorite, and you won't...
I will never play it again.
Because you're an idiot.
Yes, sure.
I
hate the UI. I hate that game.
It's the best build game you'll ever see.
Sure, I've never.
You would get into it and you'd be done.
No,
you'd be like,
never gonna play it again.
I can build this shit.
I will never play it again.
Yes, you would love DDO builds. DDO is the best MMOs that exists.
Never play
100%. I love DDO.
Yes, I'll never play it again.
I think 5th edition it sucks compared to 3rd.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Baldur's Gate and 3rd much better.
Nope.
2 more glasses.
You're wrong.
The question will come in.
You're wrong.
The question will come in.
3rd edition. Here's the thing.
I think 3rd edition's a great edition of D&D. And let's understand something. Okay. 3rd edition came out in the year 2000. I was at Gen Con by myself trying to sell Runebearer. That's a different story. By the way,
cover. You paid for artwork.
By the way.
Yeah.
That's a different story. I don't even want to tell it because
it
didn't
work out.
By the way, I still
have... How do you now distribute that?
By the way.
Do you still have a bunch in a box?
No, I don't. That's actually my biggest...
So you sold them?
No, I have none. I don't know where they fucking went. I gave them away.
You did.
I gave them away.
You did.
So...
I have all the files digital.
3rd edition
came
out 2000.
Sure.
When I was out trying to...
Hawk Runebearer.
Hawk Runebearer.
Yeah, I remember that.
the excitement around third edition was so. I was at Gen Con.
It's a good game.
It was so awesome.
It's a good game. It's not a bad game.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
And indeed, I credit third edition with taking RPGs, which at the time were sort of on a really down track.
Yeah, that's fair.
It was
Yep.
like they were not
Sure.
going to. I mean, I would say
They
not
weren't. They
survive.
weren't. They weren't
would
booming.
They would
weren't
survive.
booming. Yeah.
They would absolutely survive.
Yeah.
Because,
But they weren't booming. It wasn't growing.
and I will say this, and I've said this on a video. We don't need them. The funny thing about RPGs, you don't need any of those folks to do anything in
You
an
can
RPG.
pick any edition.
You can make anything. You can literally just go, I'm going to pick a die and roll it.
Done. Done.
Yeah, I'll play.
All you ever need.
Yes.
Stop playing anything else. Done.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Right, all this shit.
19 was 83.
That's 83.
That's all you ever need. Stop buying new shit.
And I bought the D&D Encyclopedia because it's the best basic D&D that ever exists.
I think I had that version.
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah.
You don't need that.
Yeah.
But the palpable excitement about D&D Third was huge.
Yeah.
And D&D Third, I would argue, saved the hobby at that time.
Sure. Okay.
It brought a lot of people back.
I don't disagree with that.
It brought a ton of people back.
Sure.
It was a convoluted mess, but no one knew it at the time.
Right.
Right? It took
some
time to go, well, if I subclass into mage and then prestige into sword blade,
it's a whole weird,
right? Like,
but you don't have to do that.
But that wasn't.
Yeah.
At the year 2000, that was a revelation.
Right.
It was D&D.
Sure.
With and again, I would argue that the magic sensibility, the sensibility of breaking the rules at all times, feat-based versus skill-based, right? Because earlier versions of games
there weren't feats.
Were very vaguely skill-based. Oh, I am a swordsman.
Right.
Well, my swordsman gets 2%.
Sure.
Okay.
Incremental buffs.
Good job. You get 2%.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Third edition really changed how the game works.
Yes, it took D&D into magic. Magic was a winner. D&D was not a winner.
Yeah.
When D&D incorporated the concept of, oh, you can break the rules with feats and made builds, then that took that into the realm of video games.
Sure.
Third was a revelation.
But fifth made it globally accessible.
Fourth was a mess. Why?
Sure.
Why was fourth a mess? Because they wanted to make a video game out of D&D.
That's apparently not what people wanted.
By the way, great game.
Sure. But that's
not a D&D.
Right. Not what people wanted.
But a great tactical game.
Made it globally accessible.
Fifth sort of takes the entire thing.
Yeah.
First and second-ish. Because first and second are the same thing. Second's just a better, a refined version of first.
It made it accessible for everybody.
Right.
And it brought them into the 20 teens, 2020. I think fifth is a really good edition of D&D. That said, I don't care about D&D. And my critique of whatever we call this, what are they calling it? D&D Next, D&D 1, D&D whatever. It's such an incremental upgrade.
Well, it's 5.5.
It's 5.5. So
it sort of isn't though. There's a couple things.
Problem I have with it.
5.
Again, I have not looked at this closely because I don't care. I really don't care about any RPG system per se. It's not enough of an upgrade to care about. And I completely agree. I know you had a video which I watched, which was you can play what you want to play.
Sure.
Like it's a book or it's knowledge. Once you have it, you can just play whatever you want to play for the rest of your life. If it floats your boat, you don't need to keep buying stuff because if you find the thing you like, you find the thing you like. And I do agree. There are probably really good ideas in the newest version of D&D. Like, there are probably things in that which are better than 5th edition, but you can just use them. Like, you don't need to buy them. You can just look online and go, oh, I like that feature. I want to play 5th edition, but you know what? I'm going to add that feature to my game because that's an improvement for my table, what my table likes, what we like to do. I'm going to add that feature. I think it's ridiculous to tell consumers you have to spend a shit ton of money to buy your stuff again because your old version is no good anymore. That's my objection. It's like it's not enough of a revision to an addition to require people to buy all the new things. And the fact that they are decided to roll out as a goddamn pre-sale is ridiculous. But that's my rant today.
So
buy it if you want to buy it. Don't buy it if you want to buy it.
Let's see what we got here. So hold on. April says I never played 4th. I like 5th better than 3rd.
I like 5th
edition. I like 2nd.
I like 5th edition.
For Birthright. Which Birthright is a genius thing which never was replicated. I still look for who's going to make Birthright again. And the answer is no. And in general.
They won't.
And no one does.
Yeah, they never will.
Second was okay. Raven says she likes 2nd through 4th editions.
I like 5e a lot. I'm playing in Solasta. I'm playing a PC game version of 5e. I like 5e fine. I think 5e is a very functional version of D&D. I think it gets most of the notes right. But yeah, I have no desire to spend money on new. I will never buy another D&D book. I'm sure. Because I have a bunch of 5e books. I'm never going to buy another D&D book. So I will never buy another hero book either. For the same reason. I stopped at 5.
So Catherine says, DDO is still a fan base, keeps going classic RPG after these years. Yeah. Any Rem when a movie made, I don't understand this. Maids and Monsters came out, almost killed role-playing games like D&D.
It's fine.
April says, I go to LARP grad with a bunch of Penn State students who felt they could make a better version. I have in my box basement, which is nothing but multiple editions of D&D. So, here's the thing. I do think, so my problem with the whole thing, I actually think 5th is, I'm not going to say the perfect edition of D&D.
It's really solid.
But it's a really solid edition.
It's really solid.
I was surprised when 5th came out. Because 5th, the designers of 5th said they wanted to make a version that brought D&D together, all the different versions. And I think they mostly succeeded.
Yeah. I think it's, it doesn't hurt that you then somehow weirdly clued into a bunch of YouTube people, personalities,
100%,
etc. That
100%.
You got a bunch of the people.
5th,
Fifth
built on thirds. Right, 3rd brought a lot of old guys like me. It's like, oh, I want to try D&D again with my kids or whatever. Right. 5th, Matt Mercer, right, but the whole thing.
Yep.
Here's the thing about 5th, which I go, I don't love it.
Okay.
I like 5th. Actually, I like 5th. I think 5th is a nearly perfect version of D&D. Yeah. Except, the problem with 5th is that for a game that encapsulates all of D&D, from basic to whatever edition, it misses the fact that, and this is where you see the OSR pop, it is absolutely based around a totally different paradigm. It's the cinematic movie.
You're a hero.
You're the hero.
You're
the
superhero.
Yep. This game will last 6 months, and then you'll be level 15, and you'll be tired of it. Done. It is not the same game.
It is.
So it lacks.
It hits the wish fulfillment. Of like, I want to be a badass. But if you play D&D or whatever your fancy RPG, if you want to be a low level, loser, no offense. But if you want to be a gritty, low level, struggling sort of fantasy vibe, if you like that, if you have ever played or enjoyed
Warhammer,
Fallout,
Warhammer,
not Fallout, what's
Aftermath.
yes, Aftermath, Warhammer.
But see,
If you want a really old school DCC Dungeon Crawl Classics,
well, but those came after
I know,
as a
but-
response to
but
D&D.
but they have a vibe of you're a punk, you're a putz, you're just trying to survive. If you like that gameplay, you will not like 5th edition at all. But if you like I want to be cool, I want to be a badass, I want to fight demons, if you like the high fantasy, sort of high level play of, I remember playing
By the way,
AD&D at 15th level, and that's like that. That's that game.
I was going to ask you about Runebearer, but we've totally lost this.
But
But that's fine. No, I'm good.
favorite game.
So
What?
Okay.
By the way, you are not a superhero Runebearer. No offense.
No.
I love Runebearer. You are closer to Putz than the superhero in Runebearer. So if you like Runebearer, here's my sell. If you like old school RPGs, but you don't want to play D&D, Runebearer, this guy, that's your jam.
But
because it's a skill-based system that has an old school vibe to it. You're welcome.
So my gig.
Who's left? Who's still here?
Nobody.
Oh my God.
Raven Sailor, Catherine Morgan. Hello.
Why are you still here? No offense. Why are you still here?
Why am I still here?
No.
Anyway, my take. So the thing with 5th,
But I like 5e a lot.
I do like 5e.
That's right.
I think the thing it lost. So and actually, here's the thing. It's just one of those things where you play it and you go, "Oh, I understand."
Mm-hmm.
Like it's weird because you might putz with a thing for a while and not understand its limitations, its sweet spot.
Yeah.
5th is like that to me.
Okay.
So I often thought 3rd
Okay.
and 1st. I love the concept. By the way, I love the concept of 3rd and 3.5 and Pathfinder.
Yeah.
Those are all the same game, effectively.
Sure.
I love the idea of feats. I indeed
Yeah.
added them to
Yeah.
Runebearer.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
We added the whole
Didn't
different
exist.
talents and
Yeah.
so right when they came about.
Sure.
I love that
Right.
idea. It was
Yeah.
a great idea. What I realized though is that it does change the game.
Sure.
And in
Yep.
5th it changes it even more.
Yep.
Because what you get in 3rd 3.5. 3.5, the problem isn't as much that you are super powerful as much as it is you've
Specific.
built
You're
you
very
have,
specific.
you have built into this thing.
Yep. You do a thing.
You have built yourself into blah blah blah. I am meta magic blah blah blah, or I'm
Right.
trip guy,
Right.
or whatever it is you built into, and it took you 16 levels to get here,
Yep. But that's all you do now.
and that's what you do.
Every
And you are great if you can,
Right.
and if you can't, you sort of suck. But
Yep.
whatever.
Sure.
Like the feat game is interesting.
Sure.
It's fun to think about, but in play, it can fall apart.
Sure.
Because at some point, if you're the trip guy, the GM has to figure out how do I deal with the trip guy,
Everything you fight spiders.
right?
Cantrip.
Which isn't great,
No. Or you win all your fights.
or whatever it is. And the trip guy's right because he's like, I spent 17 levels on this.
Right.
Damn it.
I want
And the
to not
GM's
suck.
right because but do you really want to win every fight with no effort or not?
Yes. Yes.
So both of them
I
are
do.
correct,
I do.
right?
Right. And I like 5e because it's less specific.
5th doesn't care about that as much.
It's less specific.
But what 5th does is 5th does ramp the game up very quickly.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
To the point where about 11th, 12th level, you're like, yes, I'm bored.
Well,
Sorry.
I think it makes it harder on the GMs because they have to give you, challenges that challenge you. Like, I do think 5th edition's tricky in at some point, characters have such a power level, power creep, whatever. Here's the thing. It's tricky because 5e is not nearly as buildy as 3, but it's buildy, and and I will say in 5e, there are highly optimized builds,
Right.
especially if you allow multi-classing, and much less optimized builds.
Well, 5e comes down to you need more spells.
So
really,
you have a bit of what are your players on table doing?
Right.
Because if you are all hardcore min-maxing,
you're all taking...
That's going to challenge the GM more than if no one multi-classes, everyone's playing a straight class.
Sure.
That's a different game. That's
Sure.
a more easier game to GM. No one's getting really probably out of control. You know what I mean? Like, 5e's weird in that way. It's like you can play it as a very sort of straightforward, less crazy...
Yes.
Or you can play at a really min-max level, and I think both are viable. But you know, not everyone might be on the same page, right? And 3.5 is very min-maxy, which is weird too because, like I said, if you make the trip guy, you want that to work, and the GM has to decide, like in this encounter, does that work or do I fuck you? And if I fuck you, it's because I can't let you succeed all the time. But when I fuck you, because spiders can't be tripped, you're like, well, my character sucks. And that sucks too. So
right, you have a lot of that. Yes.
I like that 5e is more, I think, diverse, whereas 3.5 really tends to funnel you into very specific things. So I prefer 5e, but again, are you playing hardcore min-max version of 5e, or are you playing a more loosey-goosey, we're just playing character, it's not crazy, and that's a different vibe, right?
I think
are you playing Hexblade Warlock Paladin,
right?
Or are you playing like I'm just a wizard?
I think one thing. So let's see what.
But I still like 5e a lot, and I think 5e it's a good foundation for a game. As I said, my only critique of moving forward is I don't think the new version does enough different to like, I'm not saying you can't incorporate changes, but I don't know if I would buy all the books again because that's a lot of money for about the same game.
Right.
And I don't like that. And that's a little bit my take on Hero 5th edition versus 6th edition.
Well, it is a different game. It's just maybe not the game.
Yeah, that's probably fair.
Story.
It is.
Raven says, I've only played the computer version of 5th. Okay. So maybe liking the full real tabletop, blah, blah, blah. Okay.
I like
Catherine
5e.
says she heard
I recommend 5e.
version will come out for DDO. I don't think that's true, Catherine.
What's that?
I think that she thinks the 5th edition version, she said she heard the 5th edition will come out for DDL. I'm like, no, I don't think so.
No, I don't.
I think that's a lot of code.
I think DDO is
what it is.
DDO is what it is.
They've done a great job.
You either love it or you don't love it, but you're going to play DDO. You're not like maybe someone will make a new version.
I don't know for sure. I don't.
Yeah.
But if you ask me from
you would not like that.
A developer,
you would not want.
What's less building?
Yeah.
The whole joy of DDO is
building.
The fact that it is not only 3.5,
right?
Because it's more than 3.5.
It's building.
It's 3.5 and World of Warcraft together.
It's super.
Like they've actually made.
It's so building.
Yeah, like they've done a thing.
I can't learn it. I can't learn it.
Yes, you could.
No.
Jesus Christ! In a month, you'd be like, you need to do this.
I'm not doing it.
You don't like because the combat is floaty, and I totally get that.
Combat's shitty.
It's floaty.
UI is not great.
I get it. I get it. It's a game from fucking World of War. It came out right after World of Warcraft.
Look, if I'm going to play COH.
Stop! Don't
stop it. No,
don't stop justifying it. You are literally missing out on the game that you would love.
I don't care.
I'm not.
I'll play COH.
Whatever.
I like my old school MMO. I don't.
Best build game in the world.
Don't care.
You're missing out on it, and that's okay.
Don't care.
You do you.
Yeah. No.
Have a drink.
I'm going to, but I'll play City of Heroes for my old game. That's my.
I agree. People playing with classing would be hard. Multi-classing, yes. Multi-classing is. Dip Wizard, take shield, done.
You could just not allow multi-classing.
You could.
Like if you play 5e with no multi-classing, I think that takes all of the weird twink away from it. You know, like if you just play 5e straight, you can handle the feats. I don't think the feats are a problem. If you say no multi-classing in 5e, all the craziness goes away. Because there's no character.
Right, because you don't get the wizard who dipped into fighter to get plate mail to get shield.
Hexblade, paladins.
Yeah.
You're done. Right. I love all of it. Because I love all of it. But if you just said, like, I would play 5e campaign with no multi-classing in a heartbeat, I would play 5e campaign with multi-classing. I would build something ridiculous. You're welcome. But I think it's a good game. I like it a lot. I just don't think we need a slight upgrade to the rules.
Here's
because I don't think it brings enough.
Or you do. I mean, it's been out for like over 10 years.
But you know what? You don't need to release entire books for that.
Well, of course they do because they want to make money. They're a company, for God's sake. And they're not
okay.
They're not. I mean, and
you don't need to buy them.
There's a VTT, and D&D Beyond's going to change.
Stop pushing D&D Beyond.
There's a whole reason.
Stop pushing your.
No, because they're going to do it. I've sold my Hasbro stock a long time ago because they totally run this whole thing into the ground. I bought it when they bought the D&D license because I'm like, oh my god, that's a match made in heaven.
Sure.
D&D and the biggest toy company in, oh god, they fucking ruined it. They rolled it in the ground. They don't know what they're doing.
Right.
Done. Oh well. Here I am.
It's fine.
I'm okay with a new version. I'm okay with a new.
It's fine.
I don't care as much because again, tell me I'm going to play it or not.
I'm going to buy it.
No.
We're going to play it. Okay.
My big thing, the thing that I've sort of hit me is that D&D 5th and 3rd and 1st, different games.
Sure, absolutely.
By 100%. And I realize that, and I see it in YouTube with the fucking OSR people.
Yeah.
And the weirdo. So there's OSR people and there's weird OSR people. There's the, it's a whole thing. So anyway, right, there's this whole reverence for, I did a video, like, not quite, but a little bit of, because there's this one guy who was watching, he's like, oh, you wouldn't homebrew this, and he's holding up the
homebrew.
And I'm like,
I saw it.
You don't realize
everything's homebrew.
Like, and that's the thing. It struck me. I'm like, whoa, you don't get it. I was 8.
DM didn't come out.
Right.
I saw that.
The DM's guide did not come out until months after the player's handbook. You bought the player's handbook and said, well, what the fuck do I do with this?
Yeah, no.
And you were 8, so you probably didn't think
If you homebrew,
so you literally didn't know what's going on. So there's this weird vibe out there. It's weird. It's a weird vibe. But what I will say that 5th edition, absolutely, 100%, and 3rd edition, 100%, is a different game.
Sure.
Structurally.
Sure.
What its focus is, it's different than 1st edition.
Absolutely.
2nd-ish edition, and basic.
Yeah, the early games.
There is a divide.
They're much more about resources.
It's a logistics.
Yeah.
It is a dungeon game.
Yeah.
Not that you had to go through dungeons, but it's very much a logistics game about
dungeons.
Right. It's about getting to the place and doing the thing.
Yeah.
3rd is about I'm a badass. What am I going to do my shit against the boss battles? And 5th is about heroic adventures.
Sure.
And you are largely assuming the GM just, you get there.
Yeah.
Whereas 1st is like, hold the fuck on. Did you get there or not?
Yeah.
Hold on, you met a red dragon on the way. What are you going to do now?
Right,
that's a different game. They're different games.
Yeah.
And at least my own mental journey, which I don't know why we got here, by the way. I was going to ask you about Runebear's comment. But we're not there, presumably. We're not talking about that.
I still do that.
I don't know what we're doing. So there's this weird.
Everything's a D&D ranked.
I don't know why it's a D&D. We don't play D&D for fuck's sake.
It's the biggest.
We don't.
And it's still.
We don't play it.
It's the elephant in the room, though.
It's still.
Cannot talk about
presumably.
it.
Presumably.
I mean, I'm playing it online right now with
I know
Celasta. Having a great time. By the way,
I know you are.
I'm going to say Battle Cleric, amazing.
Of course it is. I love clerics.
Cleric's so good.
I agree that people playing multi-class tune would be harder for DM. I'll see only diehard DDO plans play more RAM when it's out many years. I love DDO. I think it's a great game. Played WoW. Would you consider playing COH on Purgatory? The new primary, secondary sets, new controllers.
Nope.
Clubs play with just controllers.
Sorry, I'm on Homecoming, not switching.
The MMs have new stuff too. They have sets and several melee ones. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I love COH.
Yeah, I love it. It's my favorite MMO of all time.
Oh no, you're in it.
Yeah.
Like I'm.
Decided close. There's no other MMO that comes close to COH.
I will say the same thing as you. It's my favorite MMO of all time, and then I'll go play Final Fantasy 14.
I won't.
Because you won't, and you won't. You'll be like, "Fuck that! I'm playing COH."
I played a number of MMOs. Nothing comes close to COH. Nothing comes close to what I come back to. I mean, the last time I played it was, at this point, probably 3 months ago. But at some point, I'm going back. I always put it away and go, I'm done. And then in 6 months or a year or 2 years later, I'm back. Because I'm never not. I love that game. It's my favorite MMO.
So let me ask you a question. Okay, fine. Here we are. I don't know, it's midnight or something, right?
Sure.
Why don't you go and play all the other servers? You love COH.
Yes.
There's a few servers with different rule sets.
Yes.
You could then explore more COH. Why don't you?
So I'm lazy. No,
fucking
that's of course Scott.
By the way, that's I sort of expected an answer. I didn't know how to say it.
There's a lot of answers.
I'm
just saying right now.
Fuck, I'm lazy.
Surprise! There's a lot of answers for me where the answer is I'm lazy. I have a Homecoming account. I'm familiar with their build, like their version of COH. I'm comfortable. Look, I love COH, but not enough. And I thought about this occasionally. Every now and then I get in my head to go, what if I go to, we have
Rando server.
Rebirth.
Yes.
We have Cake. I don't know what they're called now. I don't know. Because they do different things. Like there are servers that run COH, which are different and functionally intriguing, but I don't have the energy to do that. I'm not going to make another account. I'm not going to make, partly because there's a little bit of no one I know plays on any of those COH servers.
Sure.
So
here's the thing.
No one is playing on COH at all.
No, time. So you do know, if you go on COH any night,
yes,
Lewis might be there. Steve might be there. John might be there.
They might.
There's
I don't
a bunch
think
of people.
anyone I know is playing on it now, but you're right. They might be.
But they might be there. You could go on to Steve's.
The other thing is, Homecoming, which I play on, is the biggest server. It's now sort of official. They have
a license done.
They have a license with Paragon, who owns the damn thing now. They have a license with the content creator.
Yeah.
They are officially sanctioned, and there's a lot of players on Homecoming. Now, I play in Torchbearer, which is the original server, and a lot of people left, so it's not as busy as some of those servers, but there's still a lot of players. It has a high player count, and I know. I could play in Rebirth, I could play in We Have Cake, or whatever they're called, with 30 people. Like,
I mean,
and that is, and while their version of COH might be interesting,
it's different,
and it might be different, and it might be favorable, because I know some of them have done some interesting things with Masterminds, which I like Masterminds. I know it's not Chris.
I hate Masterminds. I hate
but
fucking Masterminds.
They have power customization.
Yeah, I want to not play.
Okay.
I want to play.
You're talking about me.
I
You're talking about me now. Shut your mouth.
I'd love to.
Like,
You know what I love to do? I want to make a character that I don't have to press a button. Oh, yay! I'm glad that Thunder Spy made a class I don't have to touch the
COH skater right here,
By the way,
over here. I just can't even. I
You
can't.
can go buy
No,
1,000 idle
Anyhow.
games. Okay.
Anywho, I don't want to play in a server with like 20 people because I want to play with enough people.
Which is fine.
I want to play on an
get it.
MMO
I get
that
it.
I feel is populated. So Homecoming still has they managed to hold enough people together to sort of make it a MMO. It's not maybe like it was in a heyday because people come and go, but yeah. And I'm lazy. I don't want to figure out a whole nother server and whatever their rules are. Again, it's a weird thing of I like knowing what the rules are, and if I play on a different server, I'd have to learn different rules.
100%.
And I'm old. I'm tired. I don't want to figure out different rules.
You're not, first off, I think you're not that. But having said
I like knowing what I know, and I understand how Homecoming works, and I know what their rule sets are, and I know that, they just came out with a new update, so it was a whole other thing. But the thing, I understand how it works there, and I have a base, and I have characters, and all my characters are there, and I just want to start over. So
I do think going to
not a slight, sorry, I'm happy they exist. I think it's great. I think that weirdly, this archaically old MMO still exists with various private servers, and I think it's phenomenal. Like I'm so happy that
still one of them. COH is still one of them.
It's my favorite MMO of all time, and I'm grateful that it exists in private servers and people are playing different versions of it. And you can make your own server. Like you can download the code.
So Raven Rock says Purgatory has so many possibilities, 18 classes, they sell the ultimates too. I think Chris would love to figure out the rules.
Here's the thing. So here's the thing, Raven. Yes-ish, and yet, you know what? I'm good. Yes, you're absolutely correct. If I were coming to COH right now, I could go on Purgatory and play.
Sure.
Having said that, I just don't know. It's one of the problem is here's my problem. I am not done with COH.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense.
Sure.
I know how it all goes.
Yeah.
I can play another character.
Sure.
I can play another combination.
Sure.
I can putz around a little bit more. But ultimately, I've seen most of what COH gives. I'll tell you what. So here's the thing: you want to know what gets me better? You could make any set of ATs. Mm-hmm. You could make whatever the Master Blaster AT. I don't know what it is. You pick a bunch of ATs. Blah. You make a new AT. 50 of them. Make 50 new classes. And that would entice me. I will totally admit.
The whole 18. Yeah,
for 3 months.
They're not doing it.
For 3 months.
You're getting the occasional power.
For 3 months.
You're getting the power set.
And then I'd be done. I'll tell you what actually entices me. Here's the problem with COH as it stands. I love COH. It truly is probably the best MMO that has been created. I think you'd agree.
Yeah.
For all its flaws, for whatever, blah, 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 it's probably the best MMO in my mind. But I'm not playing it at all. You're playing it a little bit. And I'm
not that.
At all.
Yeah, I saw.
Every so often I go back for a month or two or three. Yeah, I did go back when they said, hey, you can film it now. You can do videos. So, right?
Yeah.
Here's what I tell you what would make me go back. They would have to change the level 50 game.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the difference. That's what drives COH into the ground. Yeah. The fact that the incarnate system and the level 50 game really makes no sense. It's sort of dull.
Sure.
It makes you OP and still is dull.
Yeah,
if that makes any sense. Like,
but-
you're
yeah.
still OP and it's still boring as all fuck.
It's the weird thing of like it crushes normal content.
It crushes all the normal content.
But then you have like the quote,
It,
5-star super endgame content, which effectively no one cares because you're just going to pick barrier, and then you're going to crush that content too.
if you took ESO
Yeah.
or even old EverQuest and took the AA system from
Right.
EverQuest or the
Yeah.
I forget what the fuck it's called in ESO. But it's the high level game in ESO where you get percentage benefits.
Incremental buff. Yeah.
You get extra experience and
Yeah.
you level up
Right.
and you get more shit and
Right.
you touch these little
Yeah.
and they're small benefits,
Mhm.
right? If you did something like that
Sure.
in any server, I would immediately go to that server and make a fucking character.
Right.
Because
Does that feel like there's a long term?
because then you're like, oh, I'm 50.
Right.
Well, now I'm getting my alternative experience or whatever it is, my legendary XP
Because
to level up, and I go, oh, plus 2%.
because the
defense.
card system sort of busts the normal game and then just
Yes.
becomes standard for the quote end
Yes.
game, and it's not interesting. It's not exciting. It's just you do the thing.
You changed the level 50 game.
Yeah.
And I think that's a fun game.
For me, the best part of COH is leveling.
Yes.
The 1 to 50.
You get to 50, you
is-
clap, you got 50.
Yeah.
Good job. Now let's never play this character
the
again.
1 to 50 is the best part of that game. Leveling character from 1 to 50 and stopping before Incarnate is the best game. Because that's fun. Every character leveling is a fun
I agree.
exercise of,
I agree with that.
does this combo work?
Yep.
Can I make it work? Is it good in a team? Is it good solo? But once you get to 50 and you do enough trials to get it tricked out, you're like, okay, well, now I just crush
Yeah,
all.
once you get IOs
Right.
all up,
You crush
once you get
any
content,
content
you're done.
except the, quote, 5-star end game.
You're done.
And that's very routine too.
Because
Because people will build the team that works that. Oh, and if you didn't make the character that works with that, well, you don't get to play. Nobody cares. Nobody wants you. So you're either
Right.
built to run endgame, or you're not built to run endgame. And if you're built to run endgame, it's trivial again.
well,
If you're not built to run endgame, really you suck.
and part of the problem is
So
you're based off of a code base,
Yeah.
which had a end game that was not well defined.
yes,
Incarnates is a half system.
Yeah.
It just happens to be the only system that anybody has.
Yeah.
No one has gutted it. If you
Right.
gut it, how does that game look? All of a
Right.
sudden.
yeah.
And no one knows that. And no,
Yeah.
I don't think.
Well, and we'll never.
Yeah, you'll never see that. Like it's hey, what if I took D&D's second edition or whatever, but took out these rules? Like no one's going to do that because it's sort of inherent to the rule set now.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, it's
So you're sort of stuck. I mean, unless someone really sits down and designs what does level 50 look like, let's take out all the think about how much work that is.
Yeah. no.
All the code you'd have to rip out, the code you'd have to put in,
Yeah.
the bugs you'd have to then fix because everything's fucking entangled in this spaghetti that is COH.
Yeah. Oh, the codes
Remember, everything that they touched in COH broke pets.
every time. Every
Every time they
Yeah.
could change like one value and it broke pets. Why?
every
Because it's fucking spaghetti. I get it.
it's the worst.
So, who's
So-
going to do that on their own free time?
Yeah. And
No freaking buddy.
there's no team. There's not
Nobody.
team.
So, unfortunately, I do think COH is about what it is.
Sure.
You'll add more stuff,
No.
but no one's ever going to change the 50 game.
No.
The 50 game is what I sort of miss
Yeah.
at COH. What do we got here? Homecoming's huge. You don't have to give up Homecoming. I love Purgatory as a crafter. I make my own enhancements. It's much more reasonable. Homecoming is so expensive to salvage, crazy times of prices. COH level 1 to 100. Yeah, No, and again, I love COH.
Yeah.
100%. It truly is.
I mean, I
Of
still.
all the MMOs.
Yeah.
Every MMO, and I've played all of them.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah.
It is the one. You're dying here. I get it.
Well,
I'm gonna let you
I
go. I'm
played
gonna
more
let you go.
COH I played more
I'll
COH
let
than
you go
anything
ahead.
else. Absolutely. Like, not even close. I played a lot of hours in the Warcraft. I played a lot of hours in Guild Wars 2.
We had fun in Warcraft.
Yeah.
You and me.
fun.
We had fun in Shadowbane.
Yeah, sure.
We had a little bit of fun in Guild Wars.
Oh, sure, man. I wanted that to be better.
So, okay.
But
So we're
COH,
admitting it. No one gives a shit. But I'm going to ask you a question. So how is Runebearer combat right now?
That was great. I love it. I mean, I think it's a good mix because I feel it's.
I wanted to ask you this 3 hours ago. By the way.
Yeah.
Just keep in mind.
Yeah.
Keep it in mind.
It's skill based.
Like at 9 o'clock, I'm like, oh,
It's skill based. I mean, even if you have feats or don't have feats, it's still skill based, which I prefer. It's not crazy. Like, nobody in Runebearer does anything ridiculous.
So, okay.
But I'm a fan. I like it.
I mean, we've ripped out some stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I also like, 5e sort of power gaming.
No.
I get that. I like that, but overall, I would pick Runebearer as my fantasy RPG of choice, and I quite like 5e, and there's probably nothing else that's in the ballpark of I would care about. I mean, I still like Hero. Hero has a hard time with magic under 4th or 5th edition. It's just, it doesn't balance great. It's not that you can't do it, but it doesn't balance great. It's better for supers than it is for fantasy casters.
Right.
But Hero is great for non-powered characters. It's probably my favorite system if I were to play some version of Hero. Is my favorite system if I was going to play a relatively normal person.
Right.
Like a Hero.
If you're playing The Wire.
Right.
You play Hero.
Right. So sci-fi.
I sort of get that.
Pulps. Spies.
Because
modern day.
I like Hero.
I think Hero does all of that.
I like Hero combat. I like
Right.
Hero wounds.
Yes.
I like
But
all
I think
that
once
stuff.
you have powers or spells.
Now that's ironic, of course, because Hero's made for superheroes.
Now, supers, I still like Hero. I like Hero. I would play.
But it's not your favorite game.
No, and I would
Super.
play. No, because I play Rune Super.
Bam. Gotcha.
It is.
Boom.
Because I
Suck it,
find
Steve Long. Bam. No.
I'm going to say the quote for the night, by the way, is "Fuck it, Steve Long."
Suck it. Suck it, Steve.
Suck it, Steve.
Sorry.
Whatever.
No.
By the way, Hero, still love it.
I
Great
do love it.
system.
I love it too.
And I don't not like supers in Hero, but it's different. And it has a weird thing of if the GM says, here's your power limits, then everyone builds the power limits. And you have a weird thing where you end up with a bunch of characters that do roughly the same thing, and it's boring. Whereas Rune Supers has a weird thing where the characters just do whatever they do, and some of them are situationally great or not.
Yeah.
Because everyone's doing their own thing, and it's a balance around a point of imbalance, right? It's balanced around a point of everyone has options, but it's not per se balanced around a certain level. Whereas Hero, 5th edition.
Hero's balanced around a number.
Yeah. If someone says your best attack can be 60 active points, we all pick 60 active point attack. If someone says your best armor can be X, I was going to buy that because why wouldn't you?
So
I would make a Hero Champions character anytime.
Our next game.
I will make a better
fantasy hero.
I will make a better character.
But I'm going to make your roll stats. Done. Let's talk about it. Done.
Never play that.
Yes, you would. You would totally would. Anyway,
What are you doing? We're not doing that.
while
Sorry, dude.
Pergia says, I still play Anarchy Online. Remember Anarchy Online?
That's a blessing.
I remember Anarchy Online.
Yeah, sure.
We played. We
Yeah.
didn't, I wouldn't say we played the shit out of Anarchy Online. We played a lot of Anarchy
Remember
Online.
that? Yeah. Remember that?
Remember going to the forum to try to figure out, how do I blah blah blah? Oh, you make pillows and blah blah blah. And like the whole thing, Anarchy Online has this weird
The weird getting the buff
vibe.
to work.
How do you get a buff? To get a buff? To get an implant? To get a buff?
That's an old school
I
game.
love that
That's-
game and hate that. Like
Yeah,
that.
you have probably fonder memories of it than I do. But that said,
I remember.
It's a pretty
So
old-
my
it's pretty old
my best memory.
I mean,
I
try.
had two memories.
That
One
was
memory
trained.
was
I was trained.
I was a scout. Yes, I was a scout with my group, and we went down, and these dickheads like stole our shit.
Oh,
No, you weren't there. It was a whole other group.
I just remember
And they were so we went to the one of the first dungeons, just me and Scott. We went to the first dungeon. It was a temple or whatever it was.
Okay.
And it was two of us, just two.
bad idea.
Not great.
I'm assuming
Because it was not great, because you should have had like 5 people. And we went down. And we went down. We were actually happy because we had gone and done, we kept going down.
Oh,
We'd actually done pretty well, you and I.
okay,
We did!
sure.
Oh, Jesus.
I mean, it's how many decades ago
I
was this?
don't remember this.
Well,
You don't remember this.
I have reasons.
Yes.
So okay,
So we went down into that first dungeon together, 2 people, and we were doing what-ish.
Sure.
Now, there's a point where we're gonna get tossed, right?
Yeah.
There's right. That's the nature
Yeah.
of it, and especially Anarchy Online. And this was how many years ago?
the
I'm
90s,
gonna say 20, but
The-
20-ish.
the 90s.
Yeah, right. This is not a new age RPG where it's like, oh, we scale shit. No. You're fucked.
Sure,
Like, even the minions are going to kick your ass.
sure.
So we had made our way down.
Mm-hmm.
And we were there, and we're sitting there. I don't know where we were. We were this giant room.
Okay.
And we'd backed out because blah, 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 fighting.
Mm-hmm.
We're sort of sitting there, recuperating, figuring out what to do.
Okay.
And all of a sudden, these dudes come running past.
Yes.
And I remember it's a hallway with pillars,
Okay.
giant pillars. And these dudes come running past. And we're like, huh. Not sure what's going on there. Sure.
Mhm.
They must have wanted to get out, but they're booking,
Yeah.
right? And then a couple more dudes come booking it past us.
Didn't somebody yell train?
I don't even know if anyone yelled anything. Maybe they did.
Yeah, I don't remember.
But we're sitting there. They have trained the whole
The dungeon.
fucking
The
dungeon.
dungeon.
Because there's no leash.
No.
There's nothing
No.
modern. They have trained the
Everybody.
entire temple.
Everybody.
They're
Yeah.
trained the whole dungeon. There is a ridiculous number of dudes.
Yep.
And we're like, doo-doo-doo.
Yep.
Hey, we're just here in the dungeon, guys. Ba-bam. And there's so many guys.
So many guys.
And they pour past us. And then a few of them aggro to us.
Sure.
And I remember that fight because you died.
I'm sure.
You totally died in that fight.
I'm,
And I lived. And I'll tell you why I lived. I lived because I sat there and I literally did. I kept them on the other side of the pillar.
okay.
I literally just walked back and shot and whatever and finally killed the one guy that stayed there. And I lived. And you're dead. And they trained it. That's my memory of Anarchy Online.
Yeah.
It was
It's
such a good
sure.
old school game.
It's a good old game.
I love it.
Never-
I loved it. I don't
never
love
go back
I
to it.
wouldn't play it again.
Nonetheless, what's Wild Pergia say? Subway Temple of the Three Winds.
Oh wow. That's some
Four minutes.
memories. Some
Inner
memories.
Sanctum. I think we're at the subway. We're at the first
Subway.
one.
It was
first
like the
one.
metro. It was the
Yeah,
metro.
first fucking
I remember it being a subway. That's all I remember. Look, it's a long time ago. I remember.
Shadowlands, Living Cyber Armor. They cut back on how many mobs will follow. Oh my god, we got totally. It was ridiculous. These dudes were dragging the whole fucking.
We would play.
There were things I missed.
I would
about
love
the
to see
old
like
days.
modern Shadowbane.
Oh,
I like the
Shadowbane.
idea of Shadowbane a lot.
Yeah,
I wish it wasn't literally a PowerPoint slideshow because at some point that game couldn't handle.
Shadowbane was.
It's open world PvP. Yeah, nobody can run this. You can't run this, right?
Yeah,
I would love to
one
see.
could-
I would love to see. I would love the vibe of like modern day Shadowbane.
I had a weird.
I had a great time with Shadowbane.
Shadowbane was a weird. So I had a couple.
I had a great
So
time.
Shadowbane was interesting. That's where Sylphane, like
Yeah, I know.
my white
That's
hair,
the original.
my white
Sylphane.
hair goofy chick
Yeah,
that I play in every fucking
yeah,
game.
that's the
was
original
that game.
Yeah, I know.
Like
I'm
she was
aware.
an Inquisitor,
Yeah, I remember that.
and she was fucking awesome, by the way.
Awesome, sure.
And I just
I
remember
had
wandering
my-
through Shadowbane.
Like tanky dwarf.
Yes, I remember.
I don't remember what his class was, but he was Kragaran. He was a tanky dwarf. So I would tank shit. You would nuke shit.
Yes,
We had
yeah.
a great combo. I love that game. I just wish it ran better at the time, and that's long gone.
I remember the one PvP
Some of them were great.
that I'm just wandering through and going, holy fuck!
That was a great
I
game.
missed, like, there's dead bodies everywhere.
Yeah,
Like, I just,
yeah.
and you're trying to find where do
It
I
was a
need to
real
go.
fun old school PvP game.
Shadowbane was.
But I'm not a frankly big PvP MMO guy.
Yes.
Like I like PvE MMOs way more, but Shadowbane worked. Like I would love to see someone do that again with a modern game because I really enjoyed that game. It just didn't run. Like it was too many people, not enough bandwidth. It just became a slideshow.
I'd say,
But all those big, like the promise of massive battles,
Sure.
they couldn't handle it. You could do 6-on-6. You couldn't do
I love
50-on-50.
so to Walpurgia's point, I love Anarchy Online. I love the
Sure.
goofy.
Yeah.
I love the meta marketplace they had in the forums. I loved the. I need to get low levels to make me pillows,
Yeah.
to get me buffs, to give me this implant.
The whole
this-
buff train
like
was
this whole
interesting.
buff train
Yeah, it was
was sort of fascinating.
Yeah.
Like I love Anarchy Online for sort of some weird old school, very old kind of gig that doesn't exist today. Like there's just nothing.
No,
Like
you can't find that.
hey, you make me 2 pillows, and you're like, what the fuck pillows? Yep, they give a plus X to X, and then I can put an implant in,
You can't find that.
do a thing to go get another buff, to get another item, and so on. I love that about Anarchy Online. I love that weird buff train. It's one of those games where you go, man, I wish I would be playing that now, except I know I don't wish I would be playing it.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm aware.
like it's
Right.
like I love the
Conceptually, it's
idea.
great.
Conceptually awesome. Practically, you're like, fuck, stab me.
Well, that's sort of like, and I never played it, but I have that same sort of vibe with Ultima Online. I sort of feel like that would be amazing, and I would hate it.
Oh, Catherine, hey, thanks for hanging out. 120.
Take care.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's my take on Ultima Online. Is I would love it and also hate it. So.
People have coded their own full team of bots. They
Sure.
took in message
Of course they
and
do.
buffs in the major cities.
Of course they do.
I know the struggle, addicted, making low level twins. I said, Anarchy Online is that's one where I forget, but it's a really solid game.
Yeah.
It was a great game at the time.
Sure.
Like,
And it ran well. Like
it was a really solid game.
but functioned
like
well.
It's one of those where
Yeah.
you go,
I mean, I couldn't go back to that.
you would never.
It's not
And
my jam now, but I get it. Like I get the allure for that because it's a very, it's a very much like a point in time sort of vibe. You know.
We had a good time. I looked at a lot of forums to find a lot of shit.
Yeah.
Right.
It's very much that game.
Yeah. You're like, let me.
You have to do a lot of research.
Yeah.
I remember. I forget what it was. There was
I was a scout.
There was an open world PvP game I played with Steve. That was fun.
Darkfall?
Maybe that was fun, but then it became a whole thing where, you're chasing clans.
I played a lot of fucking.
You have to.
No, I didn't.
You have to get a clan. You have to.
Yep.
Whether
We
clan
did
was.
Darkfall.
You did a clan.
No, I did Darkfall. I
And-
did a lot of Darkfall with Steve.
Yeah.
And then I don't know what he did,
Yeah.
but I was with a clan,
Yeah.
and we moved across the continent.
Yeah.
Blah blah blah. It was
Yeah.
a whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
We played
great
Darkfall.
and terrible.
Yeah.
Because it was great and terrible.
Yeah, it's weird. It's
Yeah.
weird. Those games.
Like in the end, the gameplay wasn't that much fun, but it was also fun.
I liked Darkfall.
Yeah. No.
Darkfall
I
was
agree.
a great solo game too. If you
Sure.
because it had that
You had to find the things you could do.
It had the weird vibe of going.
Yeah.
Well, I can kill these.
How do you like that? You like the
I can
it's like
kill it.
EverQuest 1. You like doing the thing where
Yes,
I know the
yes.
thing I can do.
I can kill these 3 goblins. What the fuck's that guy staring at me for? That's a creep over there.
Yeah.
He's gonna fucking. That's what I did. The first X Nights of Darkfall. I'm like,
Yes.
let me kill these goblins.
Right.
Okay, I can sort of kill the goblins. What's he doing?
Yes.
He's gonna jump me.
Yes.
So
Yep.
we fucking sat.
Take all your shit.
We fucking stood off.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
I remember that.
Great game, also terrible.
I love
But yes.
I love the memory of those games.
Yeah.
Guess what I'm not going to do?
Ever again.
I'm
No.
done.
No.
I just...
I don't know if I have an MMO in me anymore.
That's a good... See, wait.
I'm-
You do.
Well, no, but I mean a new one. I'm not sure if you publish an MMO in the next 10 years while I'm presumably alive. I'm not sure I'm playing. I just don't know if I don't know if I have
Well,
MMO in me. I mean, maybe. The last MMO that I really wanted to play was Sony's EverQuest Next.
yeah.
That fell away.
Time.
That's the one I wanted.
Okay, that's like... No, I get it. No.
That sounded great.
So, what we got here? We got... While Pergia says, I'm a special kind of sadist. I like the original Dragon's Dogma, which I do too. And Kenshi, which I own but don't play.
Totally.
Kenshi's a weird sim game. Blah, blah. Anyway. I miss my parrot, says Joe. Did it fly away?
Yep.
I gotta get to another MMO. I've only ever been able to get into AO. You guys remember Repel?
Nope.
No, we did not play Repel. So I will say we played a lot of MMOs.
Yeah.
I played a lot of and I have more.
More than I.
I had more, what do you want to say? Tolerance than you did.
Yes.
Although now I think it's reversed.
Probably.
I have less tolerance than you do for those games.
Probably. But I'm
I
not.
played a lot of MMOs. I will say this. There's not a lot of MMOs that would capture my attention. I'm interested in Blue Protocol.
Yeah.
I'm interested in Throne and Liberty, but they all blow. They all suck.
Doris.
New World sucks.
I had fun for a while.
It
I
sort of
played-
sucks. So
played
you
for-
know it sucks.
Yeah, no, I hit the wall of like, this sucks.
Right?
It was fun for 100 hours or 200 hours, but I'm done.
Jeff played Dark Ages of Camelot. I'm like, yes, it's a great game.
Yes, I never played that. Never played it. No, it's amazing.
I just don't think. I think we're past that. The weird part is,
Yeah.
I think that the age of that game is gone.
I'm not sure that.
That game was the MMO was born out of the concept that you could live in a world,
Yeah.
and that idea has passed.
Yeah,
We now are too cynical to think that.
I don't.
Now it's live service.
Yeah, I don't.
It's live service. Suicide Squad killed the Justice League, and you're like, what the fuck is this game? This is bullshit.
I don't. I'm
Like,
not
there are good games.
I'm not sure there's an MMO that would really intrigue me anymore. Which I feel bad about that because I used to love that genre, but I just don't feel that anything being developed now is something that I really want to play.
I played EverQuest early. I played WoW. You played WoW.
Yeah,
You didn't play EverQuest.
I played EverQuest 2.
No, you did not play the original. You did
I
not play
played
original.
original.
I was an enchanter.
Never did that.
I did my shit and summoned my goofy golem.
I didn't love it.
I love it for different reasons.
The ones I played
EverQuest 2 I thought was a good game.
somewhat, yeah. The ones I played the most were probably ESO, WoW, City Heroes, and Guild Wars 2.
Yes.
Those are probably
Those are
my.
your games.
Those are the 4 MMOs that I played the most. And I played them a lot. I had a good time. I mean, I had a good time with all 4 of them. But I wouldn't go back to any of them now, except City Heroes. Just because, again, I'm lazy.
Again, I played those. I played EverQuest 2.
Sure.
I played EverQuest 1. DDO.
I've played DDO. I played Anarchy Online.
Final Fantasy
I
11.
played one of the Final Fantasies.
Final Fantasy 14. You must have played 14. You could have played 11.
I played.
You would never have played 11.
I played one of them with you. Whatever. Didn't love it.
Final Fantasy 14.
I played Blade and Soul.
Blade.
We played Blade and Soul.
I like
It's not a bad game.
By the way, I like Blade.
I want to go back.
I
But
liked it.
it's
We
not
played the Black Desert.
Black Desert Online.
Yeah. No, we played a lot of modes.
Yeah.
Here's
sure.
my problem.
Never go back.
At some point, you're just like, why am I giving my time to this thing?
Yep.
That's all.
Yeah.
That's the key. That's why there's very few MMOs that I want to play again.
Yeah. I wouldn't. The only one I would go back to is COH. Because that's nostalgia.
I mean, you're back to it now, right?
No, not playing.
I mean, tomorrow you'll play.
Nope.
In a week.
No, 6 months for
A
sure.
month.
6 months for sure.
Look. So, literally, the graph is like this, and you know it is. Time versus
Sure.
percentage you'll play it is this.
I'm going to
You'll
go back.
play COH.
I'm not going back. I don't know when that is.
I would love to play another MMO, but I can't. I don't do it.
Don't play it.
Like I would, like
I played Warframe. Played Warframe.
I love Warframe,
Sure,
but I'm not gonna play it. And Warframe's a great game.
Played some sci-fi ones.
So people are bitching
What's
about
the
the new
sci-fi?
game, by the way.
What?
Eve.
No, Eve. But we played
Jeff played Eve.
a ground play sci-fi game too.
Playing with side.
That also. We played another. We played a shooter sci-fi.
Destiny.
Yes, we played another one too.
There you go.
We played.
I'm done.
We played a lot of games.
I drank too much alcohol to fucking remember every fucking.
How dare you,
every
son?
fucking game we played.
We played a lot of games. Okay, there we go.
Anyway, what do we got?
Why are people still watching?
Dark Ages of Camelot, excellent game,
Yep.
but I
Sure.
haven't played much of it.
That was Jeff and
Everyone
Abe.
tried WoW. We played a lot of WoW, by the way.
Played a fair bit of WoW.
Scott,
And I went back a bunch of times,
like
even with past
we
Chris.
max leveled Warlocks.
Yeah,
I remember that.
yep.
And you went back even beyond.
I played Wrath of Lich King, Queen, whatever.
Yeah, we played.
I played with my friend John. I played a lot. I played a Death Knight. I played Warlocks max level. I went with Lewis and we started Hunters over from scratch.
I played a little Hunter.
I played a lot of WoW, and I like WoW.
I like the early days of WoW.
But I would
I
again
don't like WoW now.
leveling WoW is great, but I wouldn't do it again. I wouldn't go back. I wouldn't.
But it's different.
Oh, I'm sure it's
Yeah,
totally
it's
different.
so different. They
It's
tell
like-
you they changed the level.
Guild Wars 2 is totally different. That's what we played.
Yes.
All those games are. I wouldn't go back. I wouldn't go back to any of them, but to the heroes.
Yeah. What do we got?
That's my jam.
So we got. Have you tried WoW? Yes, we have.
It's great.
Absolutely.
It's a solid game. I wouldn't ever play it
the
again.
Realm.
The what?
I bet no one played the Realm.
Oh, I played. What's the?
I didn't play the Realm.
No, hold on.
I played a lot of Muds.
Yeah, play. No. There's
Scott and I did a bunch of tiny muds and Daiku muds.
we did. There was
I had a roommate that failed out because of Daiku muds.
They'll throw him under the bus.
Nah, he's got to love him. He's good.
I made puzzle bricks.
We did. That was fun. Anyway,
Yeah.
different story.
Yeah.
Jeff said no Anarchy Online had a parrot. I tested EverQuest and WoW. Yes, we played. We played early EverQuest and WoW. I played early EverQuest. I didn't do beta test. You and I did early WoW for sure.
Yeah. I played Vanilla WoW. I played Burning Crusade, and I played Wrath of Lich King, Queen, whatever. I never played Panda WoW. I never.
While Pergy says, as long as there's extreme rarity and loot for me, my peanut brain enjoys it. Yes, that's my big problem.
What?
The gamer brain does love number go up.
Yeah.
Like, I love it.
Sure.
Right? I can't quite help it. Now, here's the thing. So, to that end, and again, there's a bunch of comments under, so I'm like ignoring like 20 comments.
Dare you.
So, my actual problem is like things like Destiny.
Mm-hmm. I had fun.
Which I think is fine.
It's a good game.
I don't love that paradigm.
Yeah, no.
The paradigm of loot is strength 100.
Yeah.
Now loot strength 101.
You
gain
your weapon is now 251 instead of 250. I'm like,
don't love it. I don't love that.
Nope, sucks.
Like the Destiny, the looter shooter paradigm.
The weird thing is,
they have ruined number go up.
I agree, and yet in Borderlands, I love it. I don't know why in Borderlands chasing gear works for me, and in Destiny, I thought it was terrible.
In Borderlands, they don't go, here's the strength of the number.
No.
They don't go, oh, purple 100.
This thing does a slightly different thing.
Yep, they don't do 100.
You got a better roll. Right. It's random, but you got the better roll. This thing does what you want it to do. That's better for you. It's not 250 versus 251.
It's not 100 versus 102. Destiny's like,
here's
102.
Right.
And you're like, I suppose I need to take that.
Because the difference is in Destiny, it's the exact same thing.
Yeah.
One better. That sucks.
I was wondering why game companies didn't come together. Like,
No,
would you not play... Okay.
I want Borderlands.
Bethesda.
I want
your overworld.
Right.
Borderlands. I want your weapon.
Yes. Yes.
Gearbox.
Yes.
Give me your weapon.
Yes. Yes.
Obsidian. Give me your quest design.
Yes.
Like
make this happen.
Why don't you somehow?
Yes.
And I get it.
Yeah.
You can't really. I understand.
I want that.
But like, can you not?
Yes.
You guys tell me. Just do the thing. Gearbox.
Yeah.
You make me a weapon generator.
Right. Give me the loot.
And I'll make a quest.
Oh, it's so good. Oh my god.
Because yes, Borderlands has some of the best stupid loot of all those games. I agree, Wild Pertia, as long as there's some kind of loot rarity and farming, I do get into that.
I love loot farming in Borderlands.
But I don't like
I don't love it in any other game.
But I can't do Destiny as much because like 100, 102,
it's
I'm like, yeah, whatever.
It's so
go.
boring.
I'm good. That's boring.
I played that years.
Live services. Raven says live services is evil. I won't buy into that garbage.
Yeah.
I've bought into that garbage 1,000 times.
Yeah. Yes, it's also evil.
And by the way, it's evil, and I'm. It's like keto. I'm done until someone gives me Doritos. Like
you're doing so good right now.
Like I was good for a while. By the way, I was good once.
Yeah.
I'm having a hard time now. Having said that, I'm down like 8 pounds. So
you're doing great.
But yes, I totally agree with Raven. I won't buy. I would like Roller Rad Baby, Ultima Online, Asher Unskull, Knights of the Old Republic.
Oh no!
Don't bring up the game.
I played Knights of
Eve. April brought up Eve.
Yeah, we played that.
I
would never.
Eve is
boring as shit.
Eve is a
Look,
game.
that is a phenomenal game.
Eve is a game. Two things. Eve is a game. Eve is a game I want to love.
It's so
I'm out.
terrible.
Eve's a game I want to love. Eve is also a game my wife wants me to love, so I will do the fucking laundry because that's the only thing it's good for.
It's so
Let's
bad.
keep that in mind.
It's so bad.
Like Eve is so.
Yeah, my takeaway from Eve was I was like, well, we're prospecting. While I was doing laundry, and I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? I'm
Well,
like,
it's like-
literally, I am playing a game to do chores because the game is so boring. I can do chores
That's where we were.
while playing the game.
I called it the laundry.
This is not
It
a
was the laundry game.
This is not a selling point.
Yes, it was a laundry game.
I'm sure.
I would go, okay,
Look,
let me. Yeah.
if you are in a big corporation doing cool
Yes.
Eve shit, I'm sure it's amazing, right? Because it does have that weird thing
I
where
bet you.
100 people.
Time out. I bet you get a lot of laundry done too, though.
But
I bet you. I bet. Ooh, your laundry's clean as fuck.
you get 100
Yeah.
people together and they're all doing
Yeah.
something, and I'll bet that's fun. But I can't. It's so boring. It's so boring.
No, Eve is one of those games where you go, I wish I could love this game. I do. I literally go, I see it.
Don't be wrong.
Jeff, by the way, here's the thing. This is where I realize, most people are smarter than I am.
Sure,
Because it's like, people are enjoying Eve, and I go, yep, I'm good, I'm out. Like, I can't.
the thing is,
I
never,
love the idea of Eve.
Yeah. I've never played a space game.
I love
arguably
the idea of Eve.
liked more because I played No Man's Sky and I played
Different game.
No, I know that,
Different
but
fucking
I played the what's the space semi thing?
My space game, my favorite space game was the one EA put out, and it's gone now. Oh, what the fuck is it? Oh,
I know what you're saying.
by the way, private server, you can play it today. You are not going to.
That's probably the best game.
Oh, what is it?
I don't-
Oh my god,
I don't-
I forget.
I can't remember it.
Oh,
Yeah, no, they all suck. They all suck. I hate them all.
Remember.
I hate them all because I want space games to be fun, and I played a bunch, and they all sort of suck in their own ways. Fine, I can't.
No, I like the concept of Eve. I truly do.
Sure.
But
And it might be the best of all of them, and yet I don't care. Because I don't care.
Jeff's like, Eve, I'm not allowed to play it, but I miss it. Wow, classic. Nope, it's Eve. It's fucking Eve.
Good.
I will farm 12 hours for an item. Defiance was fun.
Yeah.
April, it was.
I like
we
Defiance.
We played actually quite a bit of Defiance.
I like Defiance.
And I like Defiance.
I wouldn't go.
I'm sad that
Yeah.
shut down because I thought, as far as it goes,
That's pretty good.
that was a
Pretty
fun
good.
little looter shooter.
Yeah. Defiance is pretty good.
Like,
I enjoyed it. I mean, I would go back if I could, but it was solid. That was a good game.
I didn't mind Defiance.
Nope, not bad. Good sci-fi shooter. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, now you have
Play another. I don't care.
First Ascent. You buy First Ascent is free.
What's that?
Mostly Human is free. Looter shooter, same idea.
I'm good. I'm done.
My big number go up is probably all the 3D Fallouts. I love Fallout 4. I do. I love it. I don't mind Fallout 3, but I love Fallout 4. I like New Vegas.
I'm very looking forward to Fallout. Play Fallout.
This was fun.
Soon.
Let me build up one settlement on random crab tracks across the map. Eve is so boring, but Jeff and his Russians love their spreadsheets.
That's funny.
We are good.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah,
good.
again, I like
Can't
the
do it.
idea of Eve.
Can't do it.
I love the idea of Eve
Never played it yet.
and don't love Eve.
Yep.
Like, there are games where I go, I
Too
wish
dull.
I liked this more because
Too dull.
I'm not smart enough to like this game.
What's
Eve is
the-
one of those games.
I can't remember the other sci-fi game.
Eve is one of them.
Ugh.
Final Fantasy 12.
Nope.
I played Final Fantasy 11 and 14. Final Fantasy 11 I gave up in a car driving home from some faraway place going, oh, I need to water my plants.
Did
And
we
go,
play 14? What do we play?
14's fun.
Never
The
played.
main problem with 14 is it has that JRPG storyline thing where you're going to spend a lot of time going from here to there.
Sure.
Taking,
Oh, we played Blade and Soul.
Blade and Soul had the same thing. Go from here to there. Like, no, I don't want to go from here to there. This guy's 20 feet away from me. Why can't you talk to this fucker? Go give me the fight.
I like to get gameplay of Blade and Soul. But
Blade and Soul was fun.
the end game
But what it
became
was.
excruciating.
Yeah. I'll try to steal some rare shit for
Cool.
100 hours. I have No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky got a big update, and they changed the planetary generation.
Yeah, I want to play it again.
I'll play it to see it. Anthem sucked. Final Fantasy 15 was fine. I've always a soft spot for 10 and 12. I love the PS2 era. Final Fantasy 10 I have a soft spot for. I did play through that game. Yeah, so, you know, we all have our different soft spots in games. Oh, wrong mouse. Let's see where we are. It is almost 1. I
Yep.
think I'm going to let Scott go.
Oh,
He
it's really
is
good.
dying.
I'm dying.
I can see him
Yeah, that's fair.
dying.
Dying.
So, we drank a lot of booze.
Thank you, everyone, for coming.
So, Raven, Walpurgia, April. So, here's my question, April. I've seen one question for you. What do I have to do to get you to play a game with us?
Mm.
Do I have to drive to your place? Do I need to play a different game? What do you want? I would love to see you again.
I agree.
Play with you again.
Yep, I agree.
But it seems like you're this mystery that we can't quite penetrate. What do you need? And I will. Maybe I'll do it. I don't know. What do you need? Take care, everybody. April, thank you. I don't mean to put you on the spot, by the way, April.
That all.
Good night, Jeff, Walpurgia, and who else? Catherine Morgan, JJ. I hope you like the Argyle review because it's
Can't
fucking
wait.
taking me for frickin' ever.
Get on it.
Jesus,
We're gonna do Argyle
Nope,
plus
I'm-
Blueberry Crown
Please.
Royal.
And Blue and Tom.
We're doing it.
Thank you very much. I
Doing
appreciate
this.
all of you. Ayo Guild right now, baby. Oh my god.
no,
Maybe?
no,
Oh,
no,
oh,
no,
that hurts my head, but
no,
you.
No.
Okay.
no,
Let's talk next time.
no.
Let's talk.
Can't do it.
We don't need him. Good night, guys.
You don't need it.
Thank you. Take care, everybody. I will talk to you later. And I think that's it.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna eat some carbs and get him ready to drive home. And that's it. Done.
Or sleep.
Good night. Or sleep my couch. I don't care. You can do that.